Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. Hellscythe _ Fluffygoblin Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. By the time the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath ended, the forging hall was unrecognizable. How is there such a powerful monster? The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath attack had stupefied every player on the team. Everything in front of the inferior dragon was gone. Only a bare wall and floor remained. Over half of the accessories around the forging hall had disintegrated. It was not hard to realize that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus hadn't been taking them seriously. Had the two inferior dragons taken them as seriously as they had the Valkyrie, they would have obliterated the entire team. This single blow shouldn't have defeated the Valkyrie, right? Aqua Rose muttered worriedly as she watched the spatial tear gradually disappear. Without a doubt, this breath attack was definitely a tier 4 skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created a spatial tear. The Valkyrie was only a temporarily summoned puppet. She only possessed 1/20th of the HP ordinary summoned creatures had. It wouldn't be surprising in the least if this terrifying breath attack had devoured her entire HP bar. If the Valkyrie were really gone, the consequences would be unimaginable against the enraged fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Even with their berserk and life-saving skills active, Cola and Turtledove would die instantly, much less the rest of Zero Wing's team. As these thoughts swam through Aqua Rose's mind, the smoke finally started to dissipate. She's unharmed. How is this possible? Aqua Rose stared at the divine angel flapping her wings in amazement. Not only was the Valkyrie unharmed, but not even a speck of dust tainted her body. Even the fossilized Tyrannosaurus, which possessed some intellect, was stunned, fear surfacing in its massive, golden eyes as it gazed at the Valkyrie before it suddenly, Sherfong shouted, "Attack its right arm." Although the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath was incredibly powerful, Anna's Valkyrie was no pushover either. Even if the Valkyrie were not at her peak due to lacking sufficient intellect, she possessed all of the skills a tier 4 Valkyrie should. The Valkyrie had used the tier 4 skill Divine Protection to defend against the inferior dragon's breath, the skill allowing her to negate all attacks below tier 6 for 3 seconds. Afterward, all of the damage she should have received would be converted into HP. In the past, Divine Protection had been a super rare life-saving skill that many tier 4 Guardian Knights dreamed of obtaining. Any Guardian Knights that learned it had been highly sought after even by super guilds. As soon as Sherfong gave the command, Anna once more controlled the Valkyrie to attack the fossilized Tyrannosaurus. Roar. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus was now on full alert, its claws releasing a faint, gray glow. The inferior dragon then slashed at the approaching Valkyrie as if it were swatting a flyboom. Faster than the naked eye could perceive, the claws struck the Valkyrie. The players in the forging hall nearly lost their balance as the resulting shockwave swept over them. However, when the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's claws landed, the attack stopped as if it had collided with an immovable wall. Not only did it fail to damage the Valkyrie, but its claws had also been forced to a halt. Taking advantage of the inferior dragon's brief pause, the Valkyrie threw her silver spear. The spear transformed into a streak of light that pierced the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's right arm, leaving behind a bloody hole. Good. With this, we shouldn't have any issues. Sherfong released a sigh of relief when he saw the red dot on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body fade. The Valkyrie could only remain in existence for a short period. If they could not exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores within that time, they would never last 5 minutes. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had lost their power cores, they were like beasts that had lost their fangs and claws. Their threat levels decreased significantly. Even when Cola and Turtledove received an attack, they only lost around 18,000 HP. The inferior dragons had lost at least half of their strength. With this, even without protection blessing, neither of the two Guardian Knights would die instantly. They could last a long time with the aid of Power of Darkness. However, Sherfong had no intentions of wasting the Valkyrie's power. Immediately, he had the Valkyrie attack the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses frantically, using this opportunity to weaken the two bosses further and reduce the burden on Cola and Turtledove. Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too little time. Despite the Valkyrie doing her best, she was only able to deal some light damage to the two massive bosses, which slowed the monster's attack slightly. Unfortunately, The attacks were so slow that Cola and Turtledove could evade the boss's normal attacks easily when the two bosses used skills. However, the brief activation time gave the MTs enough time to evade. Time passed quickly. While Fire Dance desperately tried to disable the trap, the pressure on the rest of the team grew. Their fear also grew as they continued to fight. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses had 320 million HP. They could regenerate 3,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if they stood there, not defending themselves, they wouldn't die. In contrast, due to the high damages Cola and Turtledove received, Zero Wings healers were struggling, their mana depleting rapidly. It was impossible to make up for the consumed mana with mana recovery potions. It was only a matter of time before the healers ran out. Fortunately, the team's goal wasn't to exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Instead, they were simply buying time. However, both Cola and Turtledove suddenly felt that something was amiss. Guild leader, I'm sensing that the boss's strength is growing. Cola hurriedly reported. Initially, after Protection Blessing had ended, he had received around minus 36,000 damage from each of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's normal attacks. However, with the aid of Protection and Truth Shield, he received less than minus 30,000. With his current 57,000 HP and the healer's help, he could receive 2 hits without dying yet. Even with the Oracles and Clerics buffs, he was now receiving more than minus 30,000 damage from the boss's normal attacks. If the damage continued to rise, he would die in 2 hits if the healers failed to restore his HP in time. I discovered something strange as well. It seems the boss's defense is weakening. Gentle Snow, who was assisting Turtledove from the sides, announced. Hearing Cola and Gentle Snow's words, Shurfong fell into deep thought. Could they be weakening their physical bodies to generate new power cores? Although extremely few monsters had cores as weak points in God's domain, Shurfong had encountered a few. A few of these monsters were capable of regenerating their destroyed cores after a certain period. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were an archaic species. It would not be surprising if they could do so. In fact, Shurfong had already considered this possibility. However, less than 2 minutes had passed since the inferior dragon's power cores had been destroyed. This regeneration speed surpassed Shurfang's initial estimates. He had assumed that the bosses would need at least 5 minutes before they could regenerate their power cores. This coincided with how much time Fire Dance needed to disable the trap. Once the trap was disabled, they could simply take the treasure chest and leave. They shouldn't have needed to worry about the fossilized Tyrannosauruses regenerating their power cores. It seems we have no choice but to fight. After considering various options, Shurfong had only come up with one method that would buy them the necessary time. Clenching his teeth, he said, Cola, Turtledove, lure the bosses together. Everyone, throw basic mana pulse bombs at the bosses. Don't hold back and use everything you have. Now that the boss's defense had weakened, the mana pulse bombs would deal more damage. Before this, it might have been impossible to annihilate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses with the bombs, but things had changed. Even if they failed to kill the inferior dragons or injure them heavily, they could slow down the recovery speed of the boss's power cores. Guild leader, are we really going to waste the bombs here? Aqua Rose hadn't expected such a crazy move from Shurfong. They were talking about over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs. That was equivalent to 1,000 plus magic scrolls that contain tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Just waste them. Buying time is more important right now. Shurfong growled determinedly. While the basic mana pulse bombs was indeed extraordinarily valuable, the inferior legendary treasure chest was far more important towards the guild's development. Seeing the determined look on Shurfeng's face, everyone helplessly retrieved the basic mana pulse bombs Shurfong had previously distributed and threw the bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's. Boom. 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 Immediately, black and white mana flooded the forging hall just as Shurfong had expected. Not only were the basic mana pulse bombs now dealing around minus 450,000 damage each, but the bombs had also stopped the recovery of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores. In fact, the inferior dragons were even growing weaker as they received more attacks. It took several minutes for Zero Wings members to finish tossing all of their bombs. Even archaic species could not withstand the might of over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs as both fossilized Tyrannosauruses collapsed to the ground, their HPs falling to 0v1. Aqua Rose muttered as she watched the smoke in the hall gradually dissipate. "They're not playing dead, right?" Before anyone could answer, the system replied suddenly. One golden flash after another enveloped each team member, illuminating the forging hall. Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. They're dead. What? They're really dead. Excitement bubbled in the players' chests when they noticed the golden glow wrap around their bodies. Many could not help but cheer, with some people losing strength in their legs as they planted their butts on the ground. Weary, too amazing. We actually killed 2 mythic bosses. My experience bar is still rising. They had just defeated 2 level 65, mythic ranked archaic species. Both monsters already gave a lot of EXP, but they also got bonus EXP for killing monsters of a higher level. Most importantly, only 20 players shared it all. In the end, not only had everyone leveled up from level 44 to level 45, but they progressed to level 46 as well. As for Sherfone, he rose to level 48 on the spot, with his empty experience bar filling once more. Level 48, 30%. 40%. 50%. In less than 2 seconds, his experience bar had reached 90%. Following which, its growth slowed, increasing by 1% after another 95%. 96%. 97%. Just as his experience bar looked as if it would stop at 99%, another golden glow encased Sherfang's body. Level 49. The awarded EXP is truly extravagant. Sherfang was surprised. He also found it difficult to suppress his bubbling excitement. He was now only 1 level away from level 50. With his current weapon and equipment standards, he should have no problems passing his Tier 2 class change quest. Once he completed his class change quest, he would qualify to challenge quests he hadn't dared to before. Although there was only 1 tier between Tier 2 and Tier 1 classes, the difference was much greater than the difference between Tier 0 and Tier 1 players. If an ordinary Tier 1 player could go up against elite monsters of the same level, then ordinary Tier 2 players could go up against chieftains. If a chieftain and elite monster of the same level fought each other, that battle would be one-sided. After all, chieftains could serve as the final bosses in party dungeons below level 50. One could just imagine how massive the difference was between Tier 1 and Tier 2 classes. If even Sherfang had leveled up twice, the rest of the team's leveling was insane. Aside from those with hidden classes, the team had leveled from level 44 all the way to level 48. Moreover, they were only a short distance away from reaching level 49. As for players like Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Xiao Yueru, who possessed a hidden class, they only rose to level 47. Though they were not far from level 48, everyone was stunned for a long moment right now. They could easily rank at the very top of the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. Moreover, they would be at least 5 levels higher than the second-ranked player. Ha ha ha. My HP is finally over 40,000. After Kola finished allocating his recently acquired free attribute points, he excitedly boasted, "With this, I'll be the highest HP MT in even the Black Dragon Empire." He was already the highest HP MT throughout Starmoon Kingdom. He had nearly 5,000 more HP than the MTs in other guilds. Although he was not particularly certain about the situation in the Black Dragon Empire, he could dare to claim that no MT in the Empire could match his HP. 40,000 HP. Gentle Snow, who was level 47, looked at her own HP bar, noticing that her HP had broken past the 40,000 threshold as well. Gentle Snow could not help but sigh ruefully as she looked at her own HP bar. She never imagined that one fragmented legendary item would make such a huge difference. Despite wielding a damage-dealing class and slightly weaker equipment than Kola's, the 7 Luminaries' battle armor had bridged the gap between her and the Guardian Knight. Not only had the battle armor upgraded her damage output by several levels, but it had also done the same for her defense and HP. It was no wonder why Shurfong was willing to waste the 1000+ basic mana pulse bombs for the inferior legendary treasure chest. As everyone's excitement about their levels died down, they shifted their gazes to the corpses of the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Aside from the items inside the inferior legendary treasure chest, the inferior dragon's loot should make up for the losses they suffered mythic bosses. Moreover, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were archaic species. Their loot was definitely extraordinary. Just thinking about it ignited a passionate fire in these players' hearts, their eyes shining once the dust settled. The massive fossilized Tyrannosaurus corpses were on full display. However, when the team noticed the few items scattered beside the bodies, disappointment flashed in their eyes. Aside from a few scattered gold coins, one fossilized Tyrannosaurus dropped 8 items, while the other dropped 7. There were far fewer items than they had hoped for. Why are there so few drops? These things are even more stingy than the trolls. Is it because we were unlucky? We should have given guild leader the last hit. Everyone's excitement faded when they saw the loot. Among the 15 items, 10 were materials. Alright, get some rest. Violet, make sure fire is safe. Shurfong chuckled at his crestfallen companions. The number of items the fossilized Tyrannosauruses dropped didn't surprise Shurfong in the least. After reaching level 50, the quantity and quality of the items monsters dropped decreased drastically. Furthermore, the system had just completed a new update. The system would have definitely lowered the drop rate once again. The main god system did so to stabilize weapon and equipment prices, giving lifestyle classes a better opportunity to develop. As players continued to level, their main source for weapons and equipment would gradually shift from monsters to lifestyle players. In the future, 95% of the weapons and equipment players used would come from monsters and lifestyle players. The remaining 5% would come from quests, miraculous encounters, treasure chests, and other such sources. However, the majority of the weapons and equipment players produced could only satisfy ordinary players and experts. The truly excellent items would still come from killing powerful monsters or completing difficult quests. Of course, players were also capable of producing weapons and equipment of excellent quality. Only, the requirement was extremely high, beyond the majority of God's domain's lifestyle players. Moreover, producing such items required super rare materials, and these materials came from killing powerful monsters and exploring dangerous locations. Following which, Shurfong collected the loot and began to appraise each item. Not bad. Shurfong revealed a joyful expression after appraising the raw materials. Among them was the legendary material, Dragon Origin Crystal. Moreover, 2 Dragon Origin Crystals had dropped. Only creatures of the dragon race could drop these items. Unfortunately, common inferior dragons wouldn't drop them. At the very least, the monsters needed to be mythic rank. This was because the Dragon Origin Crystal contained the bloodline of dragons. If one applied the Dragon Origin Crystal when forging weapons or equipment, they could qualitatively change the item. The Dragon Origin Crystal was an excellent production material. The crystal also had an even greater purpose, producing the Dragon Soul Potion. When consuming this potion, players could class change into a hidden class and obtain the Dragon Legacy. Chapter 1144, Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1144, Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Shurfong held the 2 Crimson Dragon Origin Crystals and carefully inspected them. Although both were legendary material, there was a difference between them. Of course, the system wouldn't give away this difference. Instead, players had to discover it after conducting numerous experiments. This was one of the system's hidden attributes. Although there were deviations between players' conclusions, the deviations were usually minor. Different grades of legendary material would yield different bonus success rates when said material was used in crafting an item. According to players' summaries regarding legendary materials, they were generally categorized into basic, middle, intermediate, and peak grades. Basic grade materials could increase production success rate by roughly 2% to 3%. Intermediate grade materials could increase production Success rate by 4% to 5%. Advanced grade materials could increase production success rate by 7% to 8%. Peak grade materials could increase production success rate by 10% to 11%. After Shurfeng clicked to open the 2 Dragon Origin Crystals attribute panels, he began to read their introductions carefully. Wonderful. Shurfeng smiled when he finished reading. With this, there shouldn't be any problems producing the Dragon Soul Potions. Legendary materials had different methods of determining their grades. In the Dragon Origin Crystal's case, its grade could be determined by the bloodline density within it. If a crystal's bloodline density fell between 1% and 30%, it was basic grade. Most of the Dragon Origin crystals that dropped were this grade. A crystal with a bloodline density between 31% and 50% was considered intermediate grade. Crystals of this grade had a much lower drop rate. As for crystals with a bloodline density between 51% and 70%, they were advanced grade. It was practically impossible to find advanced Dragon Origin crystals on the market, as large guilds cherished like their own children. Lastly, crystals with bloodline density above 71% were peak grade. At this grade, the Dragon Origin crystal was worth much more than an epic item. To produce the Dragon Soul Potion, one usually needed an intermediate Dragon Origin crystal or better. Regardless of how many basic Dragon Origin crystals were used, it was impossible to produce the Dragon Soul Potion with them. Of the 2 Dragon Origin crystals before Shurfeng, one was intermediate grade, while the other was an advanced crystal guild leader. Did something good drop? Aqua Rose asked when she noticed the smile on Shurfeng's face. She was very familiar with Shurfeng's personality and habits. If the dropped items were not extraordinary, he would not have revealed such a joyous smile in response. Shurfeng nodded and looked at everyone before calmly stating, "Something good has indeed dropped. Which of you here wants a hidden class?" A hidden class. Did we get a class change tool? Guild leader, which classes are suitable for the hidden class? Shurfeng's question instantly caught his teammates' attention. None of these players were strangers to hidden classes. Various people had already posted a lot of information about hidden classes on the official forums. As a result, they all dreamed of class changing into their own. They'd even be happy with the most common hidden class. Although the most common hidden class would not provide additional basic attributes, the class could provide additional skills that their original classes did not possess. With these skills, they'd have access to more combat methods. They would have advantages in both PvP and dungeons. As for advanced or peak rank hidden classes, they did not even dare to dream of obtaining one. After all, hidden classes of such ranks were simply too rare. Any class is fine. However, the condition is that one does not already have a hidden class. Shurfeng explained the Dragon Soul Potion's purpose was to give players access to the legacy of the dragon race. Hence, unless one already wielded a hidden class, any player could obtain the dragon legacy. Both magical class and physical class players could eventually become dragon slayers. This was also why both NPCs and players in the past had preferred to kill powerful dragons. While they did so to gain fame and recognition, their primary reason was to obtain the dragon legacy and become stronger. However, the Dragon Origin crystal's drop rate was considerably low. If not for the fossilized dragons being archaic species, it was unlikely that the 2 mythic monsters would have dropped it. When the Zero Wings team heard that any class could obtain the hidden class, they were ecstatic. Don't get too excited just yet. The class change quest is not easy, Shurfeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Unfortunately, too many of you want the hidden class. I only have 2 slots, so let's hold a team auction using GCPs. This intermediate Dragon Origin crystal starting bid is 200,000 points, while this advanced Dragon Origin crystal starting bid will be 500,000 points. Decide for yourselves if you want to bid on them or not. Currently, one guild contribution point was worth roughly 25 copper coins. 200,000 GCPs was the equivalent of 500 gold. This was an extraordinarily low price to pay for the Dragon Slayer class. In the past, the various large guilds had been willing to buy intermediate Dragon Origin crystals for 8,000 gold. As for advanced Dragon Origin crystals, they had been practically impossible to find on the market. However, one player had put his crystal up for auction in the past. The crystal eventually sold for the insane price of 30,000 gold. The advanced version was so much more valuable due to the fact that, depending on the quality of the Dragon Soul potion produced, one would obtain different levels of the Dragon Legacy. The Dragon Slayer class was somewhat unique. It was not clearly ranked like other hidden classes. If a weak Dragon Soul potion were consumed, one's Dragon Slayer class would be the equivalent of a basic legacy. Conversely, it was also possible to obtain a peak legacy Dragon Slayer class if one used a strong potion. Of course, it was also possible to upgrade the Dragon Slayer class gradually to peak legacy by consuming several Dragon Soul potions. Hence, Dragon Origin crystals of different grades had different prices. The prices Shurfeng had announced were definitely low. Even so, the team sent Shurfeng scornful looks, feeling that Shurfeng was trying to rip them off. Although they were the guild's main force members, it was extremely difficult to collect so many GCPS. Eventually, Kola won the Advanced Dragon Origin Crystal, while Alluring Summer won the Intermediate Crystal. Among them, Alluring Summer had borrowed plenty of GCPs from Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. After all, Alluring Summer had just recently joined the guild and had not participated in many dungeon raids or high-level guild quests yet, following which, Shurfeng passed the Dragon Soul Potions production method to Kola and Alluring Summer. It was impossible for players to produce the Dragon Soul Potion. They needed to hire an NPC Grandmaster Alchemist to do it. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find NPC Grandmasters. Fortunately, Shurfeng knew two places where they could find such NPCs. The first was Titan City. There, they could easily find a Grandmaster Alchemist. The second location was Blackwing City. However, to convince these NPC Grandmasters to help, they needed to raise their favorability with said NPCs. Once their favorability reached a sufficient level, they could make the Dragon Soul Potion. However, collecting the various required materials was a considerably challenging task, as every material was extremely rare. Normally, only large guilds could get their hands on all these materials. It was extremely difficult for lone players or a team to gather what they needed in a short time. After Shurfeng finished distributing the Dragon Origin crystals, the team heard the shattering of glass from the center of the forging hall. Everyone spun to look. Suddenly, an orange pillar of light appeared in the forging hall. Did fire dance disable the trap? Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. When they saw the pillar of orange light, the team grew excited. An inferior legendary treasure chest. They had never even known something like this existed. If they obtained a fragmented legendary item from it, their guild could enable one player's basic attributes to soar. No, the trap hasn't been disabled. Shurfeng realized that something was amiss when he saw the orange magic array on the ceiling, which formed from berserk mana. He had seen many players disable master traps in the past. However, not one of them ever drove mana berserk when successfully disabled. There was only one possibility for this: disabling the trap had failed. Fire Dance's expression twisted with guilt. However, before she could say anything, Shurfeng shouted, "Everyone, use your Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scrolls and withdraw. Then use your return scrolls to leave the arc." Normally, traps would enclose a certain area when triggered. However, there were also solutions to this problem. Before the trap fully activated, players could use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to get out of range. This had been a common method in the past. Unfortunately, it wasn't effective against traps that activated instantaneously. Fortunately, the trap before them was not an instantaneous type. Unfortunately, divine runes had already sealed the forging hall's doors, and players couldn't leave the hall normally. Using return scrolls to escape was also time-consuming. On the other hand, instantaneous movement magic scrolls didn't have an activation time. They could simply use the scroll to pass beyond the stone doors and leave the trap's effective area. Once they were out of the trap's range, they could use the return scroll to leave the arc safely. As for why Shurfeng had chosen to return to White River City, it was because he was not certain of what after effects triggering the forging hall's trap would have. On the off chance that the trap would also increase the danger outside of the arc, such as alerting the fallen patrols and luring them to the forging hall. The fallen Ark's inner region would become extremely dangerous. They could very easily team wipe listening to Shi Feng's commands. Everyone retrieved the instantaneous movement magic scrolls they had prepared and left the forging hall. Eventually, only Shi Feng remained. This was the perfect opportunity for Shi Feng to steal the inferior legendary treasure chest. Now that the trap had triggered, there was nothing protecting the treasure chest. He could simply stash it in his bag space and leave. Only, he had to deal with the trap's mechanisms while collecting the treasure chest. Once the trap finished its attack, it would return to its original state, and they would have to try disabling it all over again. Shi Feng had considered simply triggering the trap and snatching the treasure chest, but he would have had to deal with the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses at the same time. His chances of success would have been extremely low. Now that the guards were dead, he could easily deal with the remaining challenges, following which, Shi Feng used Wind Blade and dashed straight for the treasure chest. As he was about to reach the treasure chest, however, the orange magic array on the ceiling activated suddenly. Blood-red spears appeared in the air, one after another, every spear radiating a frightening aura. The numerous spears then rained down on the forging Hala destruction-type trap. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief when he saw the descending spears. Immediately, he activated defensive blades, which allowed him to block over 10 attacks. As a result, Shi Feng knocked the spears to the side before they even reached him. Meanwhile, Shi Feng placed his hand on the inferior legendary treasure chest, trying to see if he could take it. After all, this was the first time he had encountered an inferior legendary treasure chest. Normally, players could simply walk away with a locked dark gold treasure chest. Only a minority of dark gold treasure chests had fixed locations. The instant Shi Feng touched the treasure chest, the system replied. Although the treasure chest could be stored in his bag space, doing so required 8 seconds of channeling. However, defensive blades block counts would, at most, last 2 seconds against the blood-red spears. With absolute defense, which had a 5-second duration, he was 1 second shy of surviving for 8 seconds. Shi Feng had no doubt that even one of these spears could kill him instantly. To hell with it. Shi Feng decided to give it a try as he began the collection process. He refused to give up after coming this far. As the spears descended on Shi Feng, as he anticipated, defensive blade only lasted slightly more than 2 seconds. Immediately after defensive blade's block counts were exhausted, Shi Feng activated the aura of Earth's absolute defense. He then immediately switched to the aura of space. If he sensed that he no longer had hope of getting away with the treasure chest, he would leave instead of pointlessly throwing his life away. After all, he was one level away from the level 50 threshold. The seconds passed quickly. The inferior legendary treasure chest's loading bar advanced slowly. Sure enough, it's not enough. When Shi Feng saw that absolute defense's duration had 1 second remaining while the loading bar needed at least 3 more seconds to complete, he could not help but sigh deeply. Ping. When absolute defense shattered and a blood-red spear was about to collide with Shi Feng's head, a figure suddenly appeared above him. Phantom kill. Defensive blade. The doppelganger summoned with the abyssal blade's phantom kill possessed all the player's skills. Hence, the doppelganger had similarly learned Shi Feng's life-saving skills. Ping. Fang. Fang. As Shi Feng listened to the crashing above him, his anxiety grew. The loading bar was 2 seconds away from completion. Quick. Move quickly. Shi Feng was extremely anxious. This was his final hope. Just as the doppelganger's defensive blade block counts were about to expire, Shi Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System. The inferior legendary treasure chest has been stored in your bag space. When Shi Feng heard this sound, for the first time ever, he found the system's cold, mechanical voice to be extremely sweet. Shi Feng immediately activated space movement. A spatial tear opened before him. Although his doppelganger's defensive blade block counts had been exhausted, he could still use the doppelganger as a meat shield. Only, the instant one of the blood-red spears struck the doppelganger's HP hit rock bottom. The spears were just as powerful as Shi Feng had guessed. However, the brief moment the doppelganger had bought him allowed Shi Feng to enter the spatial tear and vanish from the forging hall. When the forging hall's trap had activated, the fallen Ark's inner region had descended into chaos. The fallen patrols in both the outer and inner regions had rushed towards the forging hall. Fortunately, Feng had instructed his team to use their return scrolls as soon as they got out. Otherwise, none of them would have left the fallen Ark alive. The Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Due to a particular match in the Dark Arena today, players had swarmed into the Empire even before the match began. These players all wore dazzling weapons and equipment. Aside from spectating the upcoming match, many were here to participate in the Dark Arena's upcoming auction. Big Sis Rain, Miracle's people have asked to meet with you, Blue Phoenix softly reported as she entered the VIP room. Judging by their tone and words, it seems that they've discovered our relationship with Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although she knew that she couldn't hide the truth forever, she hadn't expected it to get out so quickly. Sighing, she said, Miracle is really quite fast with their investigations. Since they found us out, let's meet with them. Chapter 1146, Purgatory Night. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1146, Purgatory Night. Flame Dragon City's underground arena. A group of level 40+ players surrounded the entrance. These players all wore pitch-black armor with a white cape draped over their shoulders. They looked like well-trained soldiers. When other players noticed these black-armored players, they promptly distanced themselves. Who are these people? They're blocking the underground arena and preventing others from entering. They're being too unreasonable. You've just arrived in the capital, so it's expected that you don't know. Could a super guild have laid claim over this underground arena? Far from that. Take a look at those players guarding the entrance. They're the security teams several super guilds have formed. They are all equipped with the Soul of Darkness, a level 40 fine gold set equipment. They're specifically tasked to guard this underground arena and prevent outsiders from entering. As expected of super guilds. Even a casual security team is so impressive. I've just reached level 40 after much difficulty, and I only have a few level 40 weapons and pieces of equipment, yet those guys are actually wearing level 40 fine gold sets. The nearby independent players weren't the only ones in awe. Even the members of the various large guilds invited to the Dark Arena were shocked. God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 37 right now, whereas expert players were at level 39 or level 40. Even large guilds experts were fortunate to obtain a full set of level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment upon reaching level 40. As for a level 40 fine gold set equipment, that was simply a dream. Yet, among the super guild security teams, every one of them wore complete level 40 fine gold set equipment in God's Domain. It was far more difficult to gather a complete fine gold set equipment than it was to gather a set of dark gold equipment. Individual pieces of fine gold set equipment might not be a match for dark gold equipment in terms of basic attributes, but certain set effects were more important than some additional basic attributes. Hence, many players still used the level 30 fine gold set equipment they had collected even after level 40. For example, the level 40 Soul of Darkness set equipment's effects were so good that players could continue using it even after level 50 as players admired the security team's equipment. Two cloaked women approached the entrance, attracting everyone's attention. Although these female players had hidden their appearance under a black cloak, players could tell by their elegant bodies that they were definitely beautiful. Meanwhile, when the security teams, which oozed with killing intent, saw these women, they immediately bowed and stood to the side, treating the women like queens. Who are those women? They've hidden their appearances and IDs with their black cloaks. Who could possibly recognize them? However, I believe that they are at least upper echelons from first-rate guilds. Otherwise, there's no way those security teams would treat them with so much respect. First-rate guild upper echelons. You sure are overestimating first-rate guilds. We're talking about the elite security teams that super guilds work together to form. Those people wouldn't even bat an eye if a first-rate guild's guild leader showed up. I'm guessing that they're the upper echelons from either super first-rate guilds or super guilds. I guess you're right. If I could enter the Dark Arena and get those security teams to treat me that respectfully, how wonderful would it be? Unless you manage to join a super guild and become one of the guild's apex experts, don't even think about getting their respect. As the crowd converged, the two female players entered the underground arena. The instant these two players entered the establishment, an elegant beauty was there to greet them. This beauty wore a set of exquisite, grey mage robes and wielded a black, wooden staff. She also exuded a deathly aura. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this beauty was a level 42 summoner. Greetings, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Silent March, the Vice Commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion, the somewhat evil-looking summoner said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Our Vice Guild leader is already waiting in a VIP room on the 3rd floor. Allow me to lead the way. Phoenix Rain nodded in response, following which, Silent March led Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix to the underground arena's 3rd floor. Big Sis Phoenix, that summoner feels odd. The other summoners I've met all exuded a lively aura, yet her aura feels like death, Blue Phoenix whispered to her friend. While she is indeed a summoner, she also possesses the hidden class, Necromancer. She is one of the upstart geniuses Miracle has nurtured internally. Roughly over a year since her debut, she has already become the vice commander of one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions. You should be careful when you encounter her in the future. She might even be participating in the contest over Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain explained as she watched the female summoner before her. Hidden classes were no longer a secret in God's domain. The various large guilds already had a few experts that had hidden classes. While most guilds kept these experts secret, Silent March's hidden class was somewhat special, which made it practically impossible to keep hidden. Hence, the game's various major powers quickly discovered that she wielded the Necromancer hidden class. Although Necromancers were somewhat similar to ordinary summoners, whereby both classes utilized summoned creatures to battle, the Necromancer class could summon far more monsters. As long as a Necromancer had enough mana, even summoning 100 undead would not be difficult. Although the undead were not as powerful as ordinary summoners' creatures, this gap could be made up with numbers. Necromancers were also stronger than ordinary summoners when it came to individual combat power. In addition, undead creatures had extremely high magic resistance. Aside from wholly magical classes, Necromancers were magical classes' natural enemy. While Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix chatted quietly, Silent March led the two into a VIP room on the 3rd floor. A valiant man in dark blue armor already sat in the room. 2 other men stood behind him, an assassin and an elementalist. Both were level 42 and exuded extremely dangerous auras. Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise when she saw the assassin and elementalist. These two were Miracle's famous Apex experts. The assassin was Starstreak, while the elementalist's name was Cleanse Maple. Both were generals in Miracle. When the Phoenix Pavilion had clashed with the guild, many of the pavilion's experts had died at the hands of these two players. They even nearly killed Martial Dragon. Based on the reports Phoenix Rain had received, these two were only a short distance away from reaching the domain realm. The valiant man in the chair looked at Phoenix Rain and smiled as he welcomed her. Phoenix Pavilion Master, long time no see. This valiant man had no aura whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt calm and harmless. However, Phoenix Rain would not dare to underestimate this man. This man was Thousand Miles, Miracle's second vice guild leader. He was also the Purgatory Legion's commander, titled Purgatory Knight. Spit it out. What business do you have with me? Phoenix Rain felt nothing positive for Thousand Miles. After all, the two players had secretly clashed many times before. It was no exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. Must you be so angry? I simply want to cooperate today. Are you not interested in Thunder Island, Phoenix Pavilion Master? Thousand Miles smiled, ignoring Phoenix Rain's aggression. Hearing the man mention Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain's interest peaked. Cooperate in what way? Chapter 1147, Asura arrives. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1147, Asura arrives. Phoenix Rain's decisive reply slightly confused Thousand Miles. He had never expected such a straightforward answer from Phoenix Rain. Since joining God's domain, Miracle and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had butted heads numerous times in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon discovering Thunder Island, in particular, both sides suffered a ridiculous number of casualties as they faced each other in battle. Based on his estimates, each guild should have lost 200,000 or 300,000 elite players at this point. It was practically impossible for their guilds to sit down for a proper conversation. He had prepared various arguments to get Phoenix Rain to listen to his proposal. Now, however, it seemed that his preparation had been unnecessary. Immediately, 1,000 Miles revealed an agreement and handed it to Phoenix Raid, saying, "Phoenix Pavilion Master, take a look at this." Receiving the agreement, Phoenix Rain glanced through its contents. The agreement was very simple. As long as the Asura battle team allowed the Evil Dragon battle team to win the match, Miracle would agree to a non-aggression pact with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion during the contest for Thunder Island. Phoenix Pavilion Master, what do you think about these conditions? I believe that you are familiar with the situation on Thunder Island. We are seeing more guilds preparing for the upcoming contest by the day. Both you and I are even struggling to ensure that we secure a single monster encampment. Clashing with each other on Thunder Island wouldn't benefit either of us to begin with. The Asura battle team has no chance of victory. You might as well have the victory to the Evil Dragon battle team. You can gamble on our win and earn a fortune for yourself. We'll have the best of both worlds this way. What do you think? Currently, in preparation for the upcoming contest on Thunder Island, the various large guilds were tight on resources. In 1,000 Miles' opinion, this proposal would benefit both his and Phoenix Rain's sides. While the Asura battle team had performed exceptionally in its previous match, in his opinion, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion must have contributed to the battle team's powerful weapons and equipment. Moreover, although Battle Wolves backed the Glorious Lions battle team, the guild had not placed much importance on the Dark Arena back then. Hence, the Asura battle team eventually defeated the Glorious Lions battle team. However, the Asura battle team's current opponent was the Evil Dragon battle team, which had Miracle support. The Evil Dragon battle team received more benefits than the Glorious Lions battle team had. Not only were Miracle's apex experts on the team, but Miracle had also supplied a large stock of excellent weapons, equipment, and skill books. The Evil Dragon's battle team far surpassed their current opponents in both number and quality of experts and items. The Asura battle team had no hope of victory. Hence, rather than struggling pointlessly, it was much better if the Asura battle team let the Evil Dragon team win. If Phoenix Rain bet all of her resources on the Evil Dragon battle team winning, she could walk away with a massive fortune. With these resources, she could hire more helpers and increase her chances of obtaining a share of the authority over Thunder Island. The two guilds would also have a non-aggression pact. By agreeing to his proposal, Phoenix Rain could kill two birds with one stone. This is why you called me here? Phoenix Rain asked indifferently. That's right. It is very rare to see such a high payout rate in the Dark Arena. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team achieves a complete victory, you'll get 7 times the return. With this many resources, both our guilds will gain a foothold on Thunder Island. 1,000 Miles said confidently. What if I refuse? Phoenix Rain said when she had signed the agreement with Shurfong, she had agreed that she wouldn't interfere with the Asura battle team. Shurfong only needed to send her half of the team's profits. Moreover, her main goal in establishing the Asura battle team was to compete for the position of the Dark Arena's host. Although 1,000 Miles had presented his offer casually, the consequences of suffering an utter defeat in the Dark Arena included more than just losing a match. Normally, battle teams only needed to win 8 out of 10 competitions to earn the right to challenge the host. However, to prevent guilds from deliberately manipulating a competition's results, any battle teams that suffered utter defeat were barred from the Dark Arena's competitions for a certain period. Moreover, the battle team's previous victories would be reset to 0. For example, after Asura had demolished the Glorious Lions battle team, even now, it was still banned from the competitions. Even after the ban lifted, the team's previous 2 wins would not be counted. However, the Dark Arena grew more intense with each passing day. Everyone wanted the spot of the Dark Arena's host. Moreover, due to the Mind Space system beginning its operation, the various corporations hungered for a share of the pie that was the Dark Arena. If one were only a participant, they could only take part in a competition once every few days or even weeks. Moreover, participants would only profit if they won. On the other hand, the host made a fortune on every competition, regardless of which team won. Although one could also spectate and bet resources on a competition, risks came with each gamble. Moreover, the host was no fool. For competitions with clear winners, the payout rates would be set extraordinarily low. Even if one won in a bet, they would win very little. It was far from what the winning battle team earned from their cuts of the bets in the end. However, the host earned more than anyone recently. The Dark Arena had begun to hold more competitions, and the number would continue to increase. One could just imagine how profitable it would be to become the Dark Arena's host. Hence, no battle team wished to lose. They especially wanted to avoid an utter defeat. Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you hate money that much? Thousand Smiles said, the warm smile on his face turning cold. The Asura battle team's loss is already set in stone. Is it really worth rejecting my offer to protect your reputation? If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to find the Dragon Pavilion Master and negotiate with him. I believe that he would be extremely interested in cooperating with us on Thunder Island. He would also be more than willing to tell the Great Pavilion Master about the Asura battle team. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be willing to let you act so recklessly. He had already done his investigation and discovered that Nine Dragons Emperor had no relationship whatsoever with the Asura battle team. Phoenix Rain had established the team herself. However, while Nine Dragons Emperor could not interfere with the battle team, he could report Phoenix Rain to the Great Pavilion Master, the true ruler of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At that time, Phoenix Rain would be forced into an awkward position. Are you threatening me? Phoenix Rain asked, her tone lowering slightly. No, this is just a kind warning, Thousand Miles said, smiling. He was unfazed by Phoenix Rain's angry reaction. Thank you for your warning, then. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving. Phoenix Rain glanced at Thousand Miles before turning to leave. If the secret of her owning the Asura battle team were exposed, and Heavenly Dragon and Miracle agreed to cooperate, her development in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would suffer. However, the setback wouldn't be so severe that she needed to fear the man's threats. As long as the operation on Thunder Island succeeded, her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be unshakable. She really doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. Wrathful flames burned in Thousand Miles' eyes as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. March, pass on the weapons and equipment we borrowed to Miracle Dragon and the others. Since this plan has failed, we'll proceed with the original plan. Originally, Thousand Miles had intended to secure a complete victory for the Evil Dragon battle team without exposing their true strength. After all, this would benefit them greatly in the upcoming competitions. Now that Phoenix Rain had rejected his proposal, he had no choice but to show her how powerless the Asura battle team was against the Evil Dragon battle team, forcing her to regret her decision. Understood. Silent March nodded and left the room. Time passed quickly. As more people arrived in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain desperately worked with her subordinates to learn more about the Evil Dragon battle team. At the same time, she used her connections to obtain some top-tier equipment for the Asura battle team. As the competition was about to begin, Blue Phoenix rushed into the VIP room. Phoenix Rain occupied. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wings members have arrived, but what? They've only sent 5 people this time. 5? Do they want to win this competition or not? Chapter 1148, Toy Around. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1148, Toy Around. In Flame Dragon City's underground arena, a large number of advanced carriages and high-ranking mounts crowded together outside the establishment. The hundreds of black-armored security members were currently confirming the players' invitations. I sent that person, the guild leader of the first-rate guild, Silver Knights. What is that mount? It's so huge. Crap. It's the epic rank glow effect. Which battle teams are participating in the Dark Arena this time? They have actually attracted so many amazing people. Both the independent players that had come to tour the Imperial capital and the guild players that wanted to take part in the Dark Arena were stunned by the scene in front of the underground arena. Normally, it was rare to see players atop high-ranked mounts in Flame Dragon City, yet warhorses, cheetahs, tigers, lions, giant wolves, and various other powerful mounts now packed the street. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Aside from high-ranking mounts, players also saw various upper echelons from many of the large guilds. However, the most popular topic among these independent and guild players was the upper echelons' weapons and equipment in God's domain. Ordinary players even considered dark gold weapons and equipment godly items. However, in this gathering of guild upper echelons, such items were a dime a dozen. It was the epic items that attracted attention. The true reason for the upper echelons' visit was the Dark Arena's first-ever auction. Even the usually uninterested large guilds had shown up, curious about what items the auction had to offer. After all, the Dark Arena's host had organized the auction. The host certainly wouldn't offer inferior goods, as it would soil their reputation. Moreover, the Dark Arena's host had already announced that the auction would include an epic item. Even first-rate guilds had a few epic items at most, with some only having one or two. These guilds treasured every one of their epic items and used them to attract new and independent players. Aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, the majority that had been invited were first-rate guilds. There were also a select few second-rate guilds, famous adventurer teams, and famous independent apex experts. Those who received an invitation card could also bring a few companions. In fact, many of the large guilds' upper echelons, who had not received an invitation themselves, had tagged along with first-rate guild upper echelons. Hence, so many large guilds had come to visit the Dark Arena. The guilds without their own epic items were eager to purchase the epic item in the auction. Among this gathering of experts, a party of 6 suddenly appeared. This party was particularly eye-catching as they stood in the crowd. Wow! Which guild do they belong to? They are all wearing epic items. They're even more impressive than the guild leaders from first-rate guilds. Wait, they aren't from a guild. Look, none of them are wearing guild emblems. The players were stunned as they gazed at this party of 6. Even the many upper echelons grew curious about these players' identities. Not only did every member of the party possess epic equipment, but their levels were also astonishing high. All 6 of them were level 43. In the Fire Dragon Empire, these people could definitely rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, only the first and second-ranked players were level 43. Even if one counted those who had chosen not to display their names on the ranking list, the Empire didn't have more than 5 players who had reached level 43. Big sis endless, so many people are staring at us. Should we use our black cloaks? Cloud Yarn asked. She felt that they were attracting too much attention. At this rate, they might be noticed by those with ill will. No need. We're here to build the Midnight Tea Party's fame. With this, we can find more people to conduct business with. Paying no attention to the gazes sent her way, Endless Scars led her companions into the Dark Arena. Today, she had 3 goals for her visit. The first was to watch the match between Zero Wing and Miracle, the second was to take part in the auction, and the third was to find qualified superpowers to discuss business. Obviously, the guild players crowding the underground arena's entrance didn't meet her requirements. There were simply too many people entering the Dark Arena. Hence, the host had created 2 paths to enter the venue. One was a VIP path for the various superpowers, while the other had been prepared for the various large guilds. Very few representatives from the various superpowers would visit the Dark Arena, so there was no need for these people to wait in line to enter the venue. Meanwhile, the normal path for large guilds saw a lot of traffic, so people using that path had to line up. In Endless Scars' opinion, none of the large guilds in line qualified to discuss business opportunities with her. Most importantly, none of them were strong enough. Naturally, she would not waste her time on these guilds. Instead, she led the few Midnight Tea Party members that had joined her to the VIP path. Seeing the path Endless Scars' group took, the various large guild upper echelons, who had wanted to introduce themselves to the party, revealed bitter smiles. They also dismissed their thoughts of targeting these players' epic items. Those capable of entering via the VIP path had to be closely related to God's domain super guilds, regardless of if they were independent players or not. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received a VIP invitation card. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the underground arena's 3rd floor, Abandoned Waves sat by a window. As he quietly observed the bet displayed above the arena outside, he could not help but grin. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team achieves a complete victory, Blackwater will earn back all of its previous losses with interest. Abandoned Waves said before he began to laugh. Although some people had learned that Miracle backed the Evil Dragon's battle team, which decreased the payout rates from 1 to 3 to 1 to 1.5, the payout rate for a complete victory remained 1 to 8. Suddenly, Laughing Drunkard entered the room and reported, "Guild leader, Miss Jingxian has arrived. Should we greet her?" "Go, greet her for me. If possible, borrow some precious materials from her. Tell her that I'll pay her back by threefold later," Abandoned Wave instructed. After considering the matter, he did not particularly value Ling Jingxian. After all, she didn't possess any authority in the Blackwater Corporation. There was no need to fawn over her. However, as Ling Jingxian was still a person of considerably high status, he had to show some respect. Understood, Laughing Drunkard replied, bowing before taking his leave. Inside another VIP room in the underground arena, Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Shifeng's group take their seats below the competition stage. They really only sent 5 people. Phoenix Rain couldn't believe her eyes. Just what is Zero Wing planning? She simply could not figure out what Shifeng was trying to do. Was the man trying to provoke the Evil Dragon battle team? Or was he trying to conserve his team's strength? Although other battle teams had pulled off such a stunt before, those battle teams were extremely powerful. Those battle teams were absolutely confident in defeating their opponents. Hence, they felt that there was no need to expose the identities of their other members. However, the Evil Dragon battle team was no ordinary team. It had the full support of Miracle. Its overall strength was much higher than the Glorious Lions battle team. However, it was too late for Phoenix Rain to do anything. Both teams' rosters had already been submitted. It was impossible to make any changes now. Moreover, the first match was about to begin. Most laughably, the Asura battle team had decided to send Alluring Summer into the first match, someone whom Phoenix Rain had met only once before. Phoenix Rain had no information about the woman. This Phoenix Rain really is interesting. Has she finally realized the gap between our teams? Thousand Miles sneered as he watched the Asura battle team's 5 members. Unfortunately, it is too late now. March, go ahead and join the others. Also, tell Miracle Dragon and the others to toy around with the Asura battle team properly. Teach them how wide the gap is between our team's strengths. Understood. Silent March replied, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1149, Condition for opening the inferior legendary treasure chest. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1449, Condition for opening the inferior legendary treasure chest. The massive dark arena was packed with people, and everyone wore astonished expressions as they stared at the stage for this competition. The Asura battle team had only sent 5 players. What's the Asura battle team trying to do? Could they trying for another complete victory? That shouldn't be the case. Even if the Asura battle team has nothing but fools, they must know that the Evil Dragon battle team is no longer the same as it was. Miracle now leads the team. Although Miracle is only a super first-rate guild, it even has stronger and more experts than some super guilds. I think they're deliberately trying to lose. Now that Miracle has taken over the Evil Dragon battle team, the battle team's strength has transformed tremendously. The Asura battle team must have recognized that they are no match for Evil Dragon and decided to send 5 members to conserve their strength for the next match. Every player in the audience had their own opinions. However, the majority was of the opinion that the Asura battle team intended to preserve its strength, yet they couldn't just throw away their reputation by handing over a complete victory. Hence, they had sent 5 members. As long as they won one of the first 3 matches, they wouldn't have too many issues after all. The information they had collected clearly stated that the Asura battle team only a handful of powerful experts. This only gave the team a fighting chance in the first 3 matches. Once the competition proceeded to the final 2 matches, the Asura battle team had no hope of victory. More players began to place their bets on the Evil Dragon battle team's victory. Because of this, the competition's payout ratio changed again. While the payout rate for the Asura battle team's victory was 1-2, the payout rate in favor of the Evil Dragon battle team plummeted. However, the payout rate for either team achieving a complete victory remained the same. Meanwhile, in a VIP room on the 2nd floor. Big Sis Endless, who do you think we should bet on? Cloud Yarn asked hesitantly. The other Midnight Tea Party members similarly looked towards Endless Scars in hopes of predicting the victor in their adventurer team. Endless Scars was the most capable when it came to deducing other strengths. Oftentimes, when their team members sparred, Endless Scars knew the outcome even before it began. They also intended on participating in the upcoming auction. It was better to have a little more money in their pocket. Stop trying to be devious. We don't have any concrete information about either team right now. It's impossible to judge which team will win. Endless Scars rolled her eyes at her companions. Slowly, she continued, everyone must assume that Zero Wing has no hope of winning. After all, the gap between both sides is simply too massive. However, Zero Wing is not as simple as they think. Let's just observe this battle. Had she not encountered Zero Wing at the Fallen Ark, she definitely would have assumed that the Evil Dragon battle team would win this competition. After all, Miracle had borrowed plenty of epic items from other guilds to secure victory. In addition, Miracle had dispatched its own Apex experts to support the Evil Dragon battle team. It was simply impossible for Zero Wing to win. While the Asura battle team prepared below the stage, Shifeng received a call from Phoenix Rain team leader Yifeng. Does Zero Wing intend to give up this competition? Phoenix Rain asked grumpily. She had rejected 1,000 Miles' offer. She had also put her trust in Zero Wing while shouldering the pressure from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master, yet the Asura battle team only had 5 members on the stage. This made her look like a joke before 1,000 Miles, 9 Dragons Emperor, and the Great Pavilion Master. If the Asura battle team suffered utter defeat, her plans for Thunder Island would likely be finished as well. Currently, the number of superpowers contesting over Thunder Island increased by the day. Meanwhile, the Great Pavilion Master disagreed with the idea of splitting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's power in the contest. He believed that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and Phoenix Pavilion should work together to increase their chances of taking control of Thunder Island. If her performance in the Dark Arena disappointed the Great Pavilion Master, the latter would hand the Phoenix Pavilion's management rights to 9 Dragons Emperor. She wouldn't be in a favorable position. Give up? Shifeng chuckled. He more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had asked such a question. Phoenix Pavilion Master, we haven't given up. We just couldn't find enough capable experts, so we had no choice but to send 5 people. Shifeng wasn't happy with the situation either. However, he had no other choice when he had obtained the inferior legendary treasure chest. It should have been a cause for celebration. Unfortunately, none of them expected the strict conditions for opening the treasure chest. Even Shifeng had been surprised. Opening the treasure chest actually required 3,000 players. The condition was very simple. One needed to send 3,000 players into the inferior legendary treasure chest. These players would then have to clear the trials inside. The treasure chest would only open after all 3,000 players cleared their trials. To ensure their success with opening the inferior legendary treasure chest, Shifeng had gathered every expert in the guild, supplementing the missing numbers with the guild's top elite players. However, he had never thought that, upon entering the chest, the players would be sent to separate trials. Moreover, players inside couldn't contact those in the outside world. They couldn't log out of the game either. There were only 2 ways to leave the treasure chest. The first method was to clear one's trial. The second was to wait for 48 hours. Once the time was up, players would be sent out of the treasure chest automatically. Unfortunately, if even one player failed their trial, they wouldn't be able to open the inferior legendary treasure chest. Among those who entered the treasure chest, Shifeng had performed the best. Even so, it had taken him over 8 hours to clear his trial. While inside, he had fought many monsters, with each being stronger than the last. It felt as if the trial were pushing players to surpass their limits with each battle after Sure Foam, Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Alluring Summer emerged from the treasure chest, one after another. However, even Violet Cloud, who had been the fastest among the four, had needed over 14 hours to clear her trial, whereas Alluring Summer, who had been the slowest, had taken 16 hours. Everyone else was still stuck inside the inferior legendary treasure chest. As the competition in the Dark Arena was about to begin, Sure Foam had no choice but to lead Violet Cloud and the others to the venue first. While Sure Foam had considered looking for substitutes on the way here, he simply couldn't think of anyone suitable for the role. Aside from his group of 5, there wasn't even one level 40+ expert player in the guild. They were all trapped inside the treasure chest. If he brought anyone below level 40 to the Dark Arena, they'd become a laughingstock. Couldn't find enough capable experts? Phoenix Rain was speechless. She even began to wonder if Sure Foam was toying with her. However, seeing Sure Feng's serious expression, the man should not be lying. It was quite possible that Sure Foam knew how powerful the evil dragon battle team was. If that were the case, it wasn't unexpected that he couldn't find enough people capable of challenging the battle team. Since they had no hope of winning the final 2 3-versus-3 matches, there was no point in leading the rest of the members here. It was safer to bet everything they had on the first 3 matches. I understand. It will be alright if you don't win this competition. I just hope that you don't allow the evil dragon battle team to look down on the Asura battle team, Phoenix Rain softly advised Sure Foam. Although their chances of defeat were high, as long as they won 2 of the first 3 matches, their defeat would be glorious in the eyes of outsiders. At that time, she could better explain herself to the Great Pavilion Master. As for achieving another complete victory, in Phoenix Rain's opinion, that was impossible. There were 2 monster-like experts on the evil dragon battle team's roster. They even had the Witch of the West holding down the fort. It would be a miracle if the Asura battle team weren't utterly annihilated. Chapter 1150, Absolute Combat Power Control. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1150, Absolute Combat Power Control. As Phoenix Rain tried to console him, Sure Foam realized that she had definitely misunderstood something. However, he also wasn't in a good position to explain the situation. After all, he could not reveal why he hadn't found any suitable fighters. The inferior legendary treasure chest was of utmost importance. Although it might not make him the enemy of every guild in the game like the city building order would, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would dispatch a large number of experts to steal the treasure chest. The various superpowers would repeatedly assassinate Zero Wing's upper echelons. This is the latest information I've gathered about the evil dragon battle team. Take a look, Phoenix Raid said before forwarding the file she had received from Blue Phoenix to Sure Foam. Although they hadn't uncovered much information about the enemy battle team's members due to time constraints, it could still help Sure Foam form a proper strategy for the competition. Hasn't Miracle invested a little too much into this competition? Sure Foam was speechless after looking through the files. It would have been fine if Miracle only sent the sword freak, Miracle Dragon. However, Sure Foam hadn't expected Miracle to dispatch the assassin Starstreak, who wielded the title Speed Star. Both players were bona fide monster-like experts. However, the name on the evil dragon battle team's roster that confused Sure Foam the most had to be the Witch of the West, Alice. Everyone in the virtual gaming world recognized the title the Witch of the West. Currently, the Witch ranked 21st on the God's Domain experts list. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon was known as an absolute genius that only appeared once a decade. Before even reaching the age of 30, Martial Dragon had grasped a domain. Meanwhile, based on what Sure Foam knew, Alice held the record for the youngest person to grasp a domain. Many super guilds had attempted to recruit Alice. In the end, however, Miracle had paid a high price for her membership. Aside from Miracle's core upper echelons, no one knew exactly what conditions the Witch of the West had demanded after Alice had joined God's Domain. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion trying its best to uncover information about her, the pavilion had only managed to find minor, irrelevant facts. The only crucial information they discovered was that, shortly after God's Domain had launched, Alice had successfully killed 3 of the secret pavilion's apex experts in a row. After that incident, the Secret Pavilion had pushed Alice to the 21st position on the God's Domain experts list. The Secret Pavilion had only provided a brief explanation of the battle that day. The pavilion had not released any concrete information or battle videos. Many Apex experts had been displeased and felt that the Secret Pavilion's judgment had been biased. These experts all rushed to challenge Alice. However, these challenges' outcomes had silenced any objections. Many of these people had even decided to join Miracle afterward. The situation had sparked many super guilds' curiosity. Although Sherfone did not know what had happened, he knew that the Witch of the West was extremely frightening in the past. The Witch of the West had been most well known for her absolute combat power control. It was a unique combat technique that had been tailored for Alice in the past. One had been considered an ordinary expert if they could exert 50% of their total combat power. As for second-rate experts, they were capable of exerting at least 60% of their combat power. First-rate experts could exert 70%, top-tier experts could exert 80%, peak experts could exert over 85%, and apex experts could exert over 90% of their combat power. Meanwhile, the Witch of the West could display 100% of her total combat power. Even Domain Realm experts would struggle to reach such heights. With these three great experts on the Evil Dragon battle team, it was no wonder why Phoenix Rain doubted that the Asura battle team had any chance of victory. While Sherfone plotted a strategy to deal with the enemy roster, the system announced both teams' rosters to the audience. Crap, the Sword Freak is here. I've been one of his loyal fans for a long time. Is the Evil Dragon battle team holding an all-star competition? Sword Freak, Speed Star, Witch of the West. No wonder why the Asura battle team only sent 5 people. They must have given up, knowing that they'd lose for sure. What a bunch of cowards. They aren't even putting up a fight. The audience gasped in shock when they saw the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. Although they had already heard rumors that Miracle now supported the battle team, they had never imagined that the super first-rate guild would provide so much support. The crowd could not help but shiver with excitement when they saw the names on the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. Compared to the Evil Dragon battle team, the previous teams were simply weaklings. Uncle Yuan, has Miracle lost its mind? It actually sent so many of its peak experts. Purple Jade frowned when she saw the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. The various super guilds were treating the Dark Arena like a playground. They would not take the competitions here seriously and expose their expert strengths. However, the combatants that Miracle had dispatched spoke volumes of how seriously the guild took the Dark Arena. It was likely that only teams with the backing of super first-rate guilds and super guilds had any chance of contending with the Evil Dragon battle team. Other guild and major corporation battle teams shouldn't even consider taking a team like that down. Jade, don't forget that the Mind Space system has officially activated. Miracle is most likely growing restless and trying to obtain as many resources as it can as quickly as possible. As the Dark Arena takes shape, it's becoming an excellent source of income. Miracle will start taking the competitions here seriously, Yuan Tishin said. Miracle's actions hadn't surprised him in the least. It's unfortunate that Zero Wing still doesn't have enough experts and can't participate in a competition of this level yet. However, at least we have not wasted our trip, since we'll get to watch a few interesting matches and gain a deeper understanding of the Evil Dragon battle team. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the 2nd floor. Over a dozen people lounged in the VIP room, and every one of them was level 41 or above. Among them, the tall, matey man in the lead was a level 42 berserker and carried a pitch-black greatsword across his back. If Sherfone saw this man, he would recognize this level 42 berserker as Everlasting War. Sitting around Everlasting War were the Glorious Lions reserve members. They all gaped as they stared at the roster over the stage. Vice team leader, we specifically came all the way here to watch the Asura battle team in action, but at this rate, won't the Evil Dragon battle team annihilate Asura? That's right. If the Evil Dragon battle team secures a complete victory, our Glorious Lions' reputation will plummet, since the Asura battle team defeated us. Alright, enough. We're simply here to watch the competition. If the Asura battle team is utterly defeated, this can only mean that they aren't improving fast enough. In that case, we simply need to defeat the evil dragon battle team to redeem ourselves. Everlasting War strictly reprimanded his team after hearing the reserve members' concerns the Glorious Lions had suffered a complete defeat against the Asura battle team. Losing that competition had dealt Everlasting War a massive mental blow. He had never imagined that Shurfeng and the others would be so powerful. Since then, he had finally understood that there was always someone better. In the past, he and his team members were too ignorant and thought of themselves as experts. Henceforth, they had trained desperately and improved themselves. Today, he and his team had come to gain a proper understanding of the Asura battle team. Unfortunately, they hadn't expected the battle team to be so outmatched deep down, though. Everlasting War still hoped that the Asura battle team would win. With this, defeating the Asura battle team in a future rematch would have more meaning. Below the stage, in the evil dragon battle team's resting area, Miracle Dragon glanced at the Asura battle team's roster before turning to look at the distant Shurfeng. When he noticed the swordsman's calm expression, he could not help his disappointment. And here I thought that he would be a formidable rival. Now, it seems he's just a coward, Miracle Dragon said contemptuously. March, I'll let you arrange the matchups. There's no reason to take an opponent that has already surrendered seriously. Understood. Since they are sending an elementalist into the first match, I'll volunteer to fight, Silent March suggested. Fine. However, I forbid you from messing around too much. Just toy with the opponent a little. Do not expose too much of your strength. We need to ensure that we'll progress towards challenging the host, Miracle Dragon instructed. Silent March nodded in response. She then walked up the stage. Chapter 1151, Peak Class. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1151, Peak Class. The moment Silent March took to the stage, cheers erupted around the arena. They restarting the first match with the Purgatory Legion's vice commander. Miracle really is merciless. I heard that she has the Necromancer class and can summon skeletons with high magic resistance. The Asura battle team's elementalist is in trouble. Trouble. More like a tragedy. Magical classes fear close range more than anything. Elementalists are no exception. A necromancer can summon dozens of undead without much trouble. An elementalist has no chance against an army of undead. The audience was comprised of large guild upper echelons and expert players. They were all familiar with various news and details in God's domain. Hence, they were all familiar with the Purgatory Legion's Silent March. Not only was Silent March the vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions, but she also wielded a hidden class. Due to her status, the various large guilds had investigated the woman and had come to understand just how powerful the Necromancer class was. The Necromancer was a peak hidden class that had almost no weaknesses. The class was incredibly powerful in every aspect. A fight between a Necromancer and an ordinary class would simply be one-sided. When Phoenix Rain, who watched from a VIP room, saw the evil dragon battle team's representative for the first match, a shade fell over her white, unblemished skin. They using one of their secret weapons in the first match. 1,000 Miles is really taking this seriously. Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Silent March's gray, gemstone staff. When she had previously met Silent March, the latter had carried a Blackwood staff. Based on her estimates, that Blackwood staff should have only been a top-tier dark gold staff, yet Silent March had changed her equipment, wielding a new staff now. Normally, this was considered a huge PvP taboo. After all, it was impossible to use an unfamiliar weapon to its fullest potential without some practice. Despite knowing this, Silent March had switched weapons. There could only be one possibility for such a decision. Silent March's current staff must be far superior to her prior weapon. Needless to say, the gemstone staff was certainly an epic staff. Moreover, the Necromancer had replaced more than her weapon. She had also switched out 2 pieces of her old equipment. Furthermore, as Silent March was the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, Miracle should have given her at least 1 epic item, to begin with. In other words, Silent March had at least 3 epic items on her. Phoenix Rain's frown deepened as the Phoenix Pavilion's Pavilion Master. She knew full well that epic items provided more than just a massive attribute boost. Epic items also came with powerful skills and effects. Although Phoenix Rain did not know how strong Alluring Summer was, in terms of equipment, the Elementalist was no match for Silent March. The fact that Silent March had earned the position of Vice Commander in one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions showed that her combat standard was at the Flowing Water realm at the very least, which meant she was capable of reading her opponents. Her Necromancer class only further bolstered her combat power. Even against a Void Realm expert with the same quality of weapons and equipment, Silent March had a chance of emerging victorious. As Phoenix Rain despaired over the upcoming fight, Alluring Summer approached the stage. Currently, Alluring Summer wore a black cloak. No one could see her current level or equipment, only her face was visible. However, many among the audience gasped upon seeing her beauty. Alluring Summer's aura was also a stark contrast to Silent March's. If one described Silent March's aura as dark and deathly, then Alluring Summer's was light and vital. Who is this beauty? Why haven't I seen her in the Asura battle team's files before? Is she Asura's secret trump card? How can that be possible? I check for any information about this beauty. She doesn't have any battle records at all. She's likely a newcomer that the Asura battle team is trying to cultivate. They might have let her tag along to gain experience. When Alluring Summer appeared, the audience's attention shifted to her. Although the Asura battle team's defeat was already certain, it was still worth taking note of the team's members. After all, the Asura battle team had secured a total victory against the Glorious Lions. The battle team was still quite powerful. It just hadn't been as lucky this time. Since a new face had joined the Asura battle team, it was only natural that everyone paid attention to her. Silent March smiled as she watched the Elementalist approach the stage. Giggling, she said, "I'm sure you've already discovered that I'm a necromancer. Rest assured, I won't summon a bunch of undead to fight you. Think of it as adding a little more fun to the match." "I have to thank you for that, then. However, I advise you to go all out from the very beginning. Otherwise, this fight will be over very quickly," Alluring Summer said, smiling. Her sweet smile could even melt snow. "Is that so? I'll listen to your suggestion, then. Very soon, I'll show everyone what despair looks like on your face." Silent March sneered. Originally, she had planned to toy with Alluring Summer for a bit. However, she had just changed her mind. Although the audience couldn't hear the conversation between the two women, when they saw the smiles on the women's faces, they somehow felt chills crawl down their spines. The timer above the stage began to count down. 5, 4, 3. Once the countdown began, the audience members focused on the stage, their heart rates increasing. Unlike a duel between ordinary players, experts would descend into a rapid battle as soon as the fight began, pushing their bodies to the limits. If one wanted to view and understand the fight clearly, one needed to pay careful attention. The instant the timer ended, Silent March took action. The Necromancer started off by chanting an incantation, her free hand writing one line of runes after another. Her writing was so fast that no one could even see her hand's shadow. Shortly after, a gray magic array formed beside Silent March, stupefying the spectators. Crap. Triple casting. Is she even human? As expected of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander. Her strength is absurd. Single casting was already difficult for ordinary players. If a spell's incantation and runes were not chanted and written properly, the spell would be significantly weaker. Extremely few experts were capable of double casting. Not only did players need to get the chant and runes of both spells correct when double casting, but players also needed to be fast. Players needed to complete the chants and runes for both spells within a short time. Otherwise, the system would determine the spell's casting time to be too long, and the system would interrupt the cast. All magical class players dreamed of being able to triple cast. It wasn't something that could be achieved through hard work alone. One needed to be talented. Once a magical class player grasped triple casting, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Fighting a triple caster was like fighting 3 players at once. Moreover, these 3 players would cooperate seamlessly while everyone was shocked by Silent March's triple casting. Alluring Summer revealed that she could double cast. Unfortunately, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cry out in despair. Silent March revealed a sinister expression as she sneered at Alluring Summer. She then raised her staff and pointed it toward the sky. Immediately, a black magic array appeared above the fighters, covering half of the stage Tier 1 curse, Call of Death. A magic array had also appeared beneath Alluring Summer's feet, with chains bones sprouting from the magic array to wrap around the Elementalist Tier 1 spell, Bone Imprisonment. Meanwhile, sharp spears appeared around Silent March, aimed for Alluring Summer. This was the Tier 1 spell, White Bone Spears. What a pity. This match is going to end as soon as it began, Silent March taunted, smiling gleefully. She then swung her staff and shouted, "Disappear." The 6 bone spears shot straight for the immobilized Elementalist. Chapter 1152, Staff vs. Staff. _1000 miles, who relaxed in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, frowned as he watched the scene on the stage. In a reprimanding tone, he muttered, "March is taking this too seriously. She should have at least let Alluring Summer struggle. What is the point of an instant win?" The Evil Dragon battle team did not simply want to defeat the Asura battle team. More importantly, they aimed for a complete victory. If they won the first match so easily, it would likely affect the payout rate for the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. He had reminded Silent March to toy with her opponent, creating a misconception for the audience that a complete victory wouldn't be so easy for the Maple. Notify Miracle Dragon and the others right away. Have them ease up a little during the next 2 matches. Understood. The Elementalist, Cleanse Maple, immediately sent Miracle Dragon a message when Silent March revealed her ability to triple cast. Not only had she stunned the guild upper echelons watching, but she had also shocked the experts from the various superpowers in the 3rd floor VIP rooms. Is this Silent March's spellcasting genius? Blue Phoenix couldn't believe her eyes. Although she, too, knew how to triple cast, doing so was far more difficult than ordinary people could imagine. The higher a spell's tier was, the more incantations and runes its casting required. After training arduously, she could only cast 2 Tier 1 spells and 1 Tier 0 spell simultaneously, yet Silent March had cast a Tier 1 curse and 2 Tier 2 spells at the same time. While both were capable of triple casting, the difference between them was massive. Tier 0 spells were no threat to a Tier 1 player. Normally, these spells were only used as a distraction. In other words, one of her 3 attacks was negligible. Ordinary experts could generally complete 2 tasks at once. Thus, defending against 2 attacks wasn't difficult. Her opponents only needed to defend against her Tier 1 spells, ignoring her Tier 0 spell altogether. The most a Tier 0 spell could do was deal some minor damage. If an ordinary expert fought her, as long as they were careful, they could even find an opportunity to counterattack and turn the tables. However, of the 3 spells Silent March used, 2 were significant threats, while 1 could deal a killing blow. While ordinary experts could survive against her for some time, Silent March would kill them instantly. Big Sis Endless, Silent March is amazing. Her triple casting can almost rival yours. Cloud Yarn stated, surprised as she watched the stage. She had never imagined that anyone else could reach Endless Scar's standards. She is indeed. However, she is nowhere near as powerful as Endless yet, the team leader, Breeze Wine, said as he rolled his eyes at Cloud Yarn. Slowly, he explained, Endless relies on her own abilities to cast 3 Tier 1 spells. That woman, on the other hand, is relying on her staff. Her staff. Cloud Yarn grew confused. That's right. That staff is the Crimson Emperor Guild's treasured staff, the Magician's Scepter. This staff has a special effect that provides a 20% error adjustment when spellcasting, Breeze Wine explained as he gazed at the gemstone staff in Silent March's hand. Enviously, he said, Magician's Scepter can improve a magical class's spellcasting tremendously. In the hands of someone like Silent March, that weapon is even more magnificent. Unless that alluring summer can reach endless standards, this fight won't have any meaning. Meanwhile, above the stage, the 6 bone spears transformed into 6 streaks of white light that arrived before alluring summer instantly. Every one locked on to the elementalist's vital points even without bone imprisont's restraints. Alluring summer couldn't escape the bone spear's attacks unscathed. Die. Silent March sneered. Bang. Pang. Pang. As the spears were about to strike alluring summer, a layer of ice appeared around the elementalist, encasing her. Not only had ice barrier removed bone imprisonment, but it had also deflected the bone spears. As for the level 42 Lord-ranked skeleton knight that Silent March had summoned, it could only watch the elementalist helplessly. Not a bad decision. Unfortunately, ice barrier is an elementalist's most powerful life-saving skill. You can only use it once in this match. What are you going to do once the spell's duration ends? Silent March asked contemptuously. She wielded the magician's scepter as well as a peak legacy. She could even challenge a domain realm expert, not to mention alluring summer. However, as Silent March was about to cast another series of spells, she discovered something off about the mana flow above the stage. She tilted her head back to look. The moment she looked up, however, she was startled. A massive, blue magic array gradually formed above the stage. This array was no weaker than her Tier 1 curse. The audience was similarly stunned by this sight. What a decisive move. Even a fool could tell that the magic array was a large-scale destruction spell. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone within the spell's range was free game. However, Ice Barrier was a life-saving skill that gave its user invulnerability during its duration. Alluring Summer could easily endure her own spell. However, summoners did not have invulnerability skills. If Silent March couldn't defend herself against the large-scale destruction spell, she would definitely die. Boom. 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 As one lightning strike descended after another, over half of the stage had transformed into an electric hell. Even Silent March could not escape the spell's range in time. After the thunderstorm had passed, the battlefield was unrecognizable. Alluring Summer finally emerged from her ice barrier as everyone assumed that Silent March was dead. The instant Alluring Summer's ice barrier vanished, the previously summoned Skeleton Knight charged out of the smoke and slashed its long sword at the elementalist. Instinctively, Alluring Summer used her blink skill and instantly appeared 15 yards away from her original position, avoiding the Skeleton Knight's chop. Yuri still alive? Alluring Summer was slightly surprised when she saw Silent March reveal herself from the smoke clouds. The necromancer appeared completely unharmed. Her expression, however, was much darker than before. Good. You are the first person to force me to use my legacy life-saving skill. As a reward, I'll teach you the true meaning of despair. Silent March growled coldly as she stared at Alluring Summer in God's domain. While summoners did not possess any life-saving skills that provided invulnerability, necromancers did. The skill's name was Shield of Death. She had kept this trump card hidden. However, Alluring Summer had forced her to expose it. As soon as Silent March finished speaking, she began to chant once more. At the same time, she controlled the Skeleton Knight to attack Alluring Summer. Alluring Summer was forced to dodge the Skeleton Knight's attacks while interrupting Silent March's casting with ice spears. However, Silent March blocked the incoming attacks with Bone Wall Rise, my undead army. As Silent March finished the last verse, skeleton warriors pulled themselves from the ground before her. Some of the warriors wielded long swords and shields, while others wielded battle axes and some had bows. In the blink of an eye, a small legion had appeared before Silent March. Although the majority of the small legion consisted of level 42 common-ranked skeleton warriors, as undead's magic resistance was quite high, even cannon fodder could prove to be troublesome for an elementalist. Furthermore, among the 60-plus skeleton warriors, there were even a few level 42 elite-ranked skeleton warriors equipped with good equipment. This move was none other than Necromancer's trademark skill, Undead Legion. As Silent March's Undead Legion was still a Tier 1 skill, it could only summon 60 common-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon elites. Upon reaching Tier 2, however, the Necromancer could summon 100 elite-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon special elites. Everyone fell silent as the skeleton warriors filled the stage. Even MT classes like Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors felt chills crawl down their spines. This numerical advantage was overwhelming. You want to fight as a group? Alluring Summer revealed a joyful smile as she grinned at the undead legion before her. Come, then. Saying so, Alluring Summer stored her original staff and retrieved a black scythe from her bag. There were extremely intricate skulls and magical patterns engraved on the scythe. At a glance, it looked like the Grim Reaper's signature weapon. This staff was none other than the staff that dropped from one of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's Death's Sigh. Chapter 1153, One-Sided Bullying. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1153, One-Sided Bullying. When Alluring Summer replaced her staff, her aura began to transform. If Alluring Summer had been akin to the warm sun before, then now, she was cold like the moon. Moreover, her aura wasn't the only thing that had transformed. A faint layer of gray fog had also appeared around her, obscuring her from sight. Is that a staff? Why does it look more like a melee weapon? Rather than an elementalist, the crowd thought Alluring Summer looked like a god of death. That weapon is giving off such a powerful oppression. I bet it's an epic weapon. It's a pity that there isn't much point to switching weapons right now. With so many skeleton warriors and the skeleton knight, she doesn't have a chance. Silent March is waiting for an opportunity on the other side of the stage, too. I know, right? The Necromancer class is simply broken in a one-on-one fight. Although the spectators had realized that Alluring Summer's new weapon was quite powerful, a single weapon could not change this battle's outcome. After all, the difference between the fighters' strengths was simply too vast. Watching up to this point, the upper echelons from the various large guilds finally realized just how terrifying a peak class could be. Unlike the rest of the audience, however, Endless Scars, sitting in one of the VIP rooms, carefully observed Death's Sigh in Alluring Summer's hands. The more she observed the weapon, the more her interest grew. Breezewine was also staring at Death's Sigh, his expression growing more thoughtful. Endless, don't you think that weapon looks just like that weapon recorded in the ancient book? Breezewine asked. The Midnight Tea Party had explored many extremely dangerous locations. During their adventures, they had found an ancient book in a secret location. Although this book did not have any powerful abilities, it had been passed down since ancient times. Many weapons had been recorded within, and players would consider every one of these weapons godly items. Alluring Summer's current weapon looked very similar to one of the weapons in the ancient book. It looked similar, yet quite different. However, I doubt that's the real thing. No matter how I think about it, it is impossible for current players to get their hands on that weapon. Endless Scars denied Breezewine's conjecture. Suddenly, Silent March began her attack immediately. The Necromancer directed her Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Warriors to attack Alluring Summer from all sides. This way, the Elementalist could neither defend herself nor blink away. In the end, Alluring Summer would be surrounded and killed. As the Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Warriors inched closer to Alluring Summer, she responded by using the Tier 1 spell, Blizzard Ace Snowstorm, then enveloped an area of 10 by 20 yards, turning every skeleton warrior within range into an ice statue. A damage of over -6,000 appeared above the skeleton warriors' heads. Alluring Summer frowned. These undead monsters' magic resistance was much higher than she had expected. Unless she used a large-scale destruction spell, she couldn't instant-kill these level 42 skeleton warriors with 45,000 HP. Stop wasting your energy. With the skeleton warriors' magic resistance, the damage they receive from Tier 1 spells is reduced by 70%. Even if you've switched to an epic weapon, you are still no match for them, Silent March said, sneering. Or do you think that you can bridge the gap with one measly epic weapon? Don't forget that I have my own epic staff. As soon as Silent March spoke, 6 white bone spears appeared around her. Once more you had used your life-saving skill to defend against this attack. I want to see how you survive this time. Silent March shouted and swung her staff down immediately. The 6 bone spears flew towards Alluring Summer. Seeing this, the audience assumed that this match was over. Regarding basic attributes or class, Silent March was greatly superior to Alluring Summer. It was impossible for Alluring Summer to secure victory by relying on one epic staff. It's over. However, the Asura battle team has not lost this match in vain. Without any advantages, the loss isn't unusual. The crowd couldn't help but pity the Asura battle team. Although both battle teams had the support of a guild, the difference between Zero Wing and Miracle was massive. In the previous competition, the Asura battle team had relied on their basic attributes, weapons, and equipment to achieve victory. Unfortunately, they were weaker than the Evil Dragon battle team in every aspect. Boom. As an explosion rang through the battlefield, smoke and dust flew into the air. Silent March frowned, confused as she looked at Alluring Summer, who stood amidst the dust and smoke. Alluring Summer had only evaded the 6 bone spears. The Elementalist had not bothered to use skills to defend herself. No magical class expert would make such a simple mistake. 4 bone spears had struck Alluring Summer, her HP falling below 50%. As long as she launched another volley with the white bone spears, she could take the Elementalist's life. In reality, even if Silent March didn't attack, her skeletons could defeat Alluring Summer easily. Giving up already? Silent March could not help but laugh. Giving up? Alluring Summer shook her head. Chuckling, she said, I have not given up. On the contrary, I owe you my thanks. Thanks? Silent March was confused. Thank me for suppressing you with my overwhelming strength? No. This Death Sigh is a very special staff. Only when its user's HP is below 50% can display its true potential, Alluring Summer said, helplessness filling her voice as she gazed at the scythe in her hand. Are you trying to say that you can defeat me once you have less than half of your HP? Silent March could not help but grin at the Elementalist, glaring at the woman with contempt and ridicule. She had 3 epic items on her right now, and every one of them had astonishing effects. She hadn't even used one of their effects thus far. Alluring Summer was dreaming if she thought she could beat her with some epic staff. No, not defeat. Chuckling, Alluring Summer said, this will just be one-sided bullying. Silent March was instantly furious upon hearing Alluring Summer's confidence. Lightly waving her magician's scepter, she activated one of the staff's skills. Mana Amplification. Increases the effects of all skills used by caster by 500% for 10 seconds cooldown, 2 hours. Now, Silent March was even strong enough to face a Grand Lord of the same level immediately. 30 white bone spears appeared around Silent March. Moreover, every one contained more power than the previous spears. The audience was flabbergasted. Crap, this is just too overpowered. She's too strong. Even 10 of me couldn't take her on. Is this the strength of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander? If these players had thought that they had any hope against an expert like Silent March, then now, she felt like an invincible monster turned to ash. Silent March waved her staff towards Alluring Summer. Shio. The 30 bone spears flew towards Elementalist, leaving her with no space to dodge. I was waiting for this. Alluring Summer was unperturbed in the face of the incoming spears. On the contrary, she appeared excited. Gripping Death's Sigh tightly in both hands, she swung the weapon down towards the enemy necromancer. Ping. The sound of glass shattering reached the spectators. The space before Alluring Summer then split like 2 halves of a broken window, following which, both the incoming bone spears and the skeleton legion turned into ash and dust. Although Silent March tried to say something, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her vision faded to gray before she saw nothing but a black void. Before everyone could react, the system signaled the match's end, the sound echoing throughout the arena. The victor's name appeared above the stage. Victor, Alluring Summer. Chapter 1154. 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin. Chapter 1154, 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Seeing the victor's ID hovering above the stage, silence reigned over the competition venue for a moment. It seemed as if this silence had blanketed the world. The match's outcome confused everyone. No matter how they looked at it, Silent March should have won this match with ease. Alluring Summer simply had no hope of winning. Yet she had overturned the match with a single skill. Everything had happened so suddenly that, before they even realized it, Silent March, who had 100% of her HP remaining, was dead. What just happened? Silent March was defeated. What kind of attack was that? Many people's eyes widened in shock when they watched the replay. However, even in the end, they hadn't seen Alluring Summer's attack process from beginning to end. Alluring Summer had only lightly swung her scythe. After that, the space before Alluring Summer had split in half, killing the undead and Silent March, who had been 30 yards away, instantly in God's domain. Ranged attacks normally had a trajectory indicator. For example, when Silent March had fired the white bone spears at Alluring Smile, the spectators had seen trajectory indicators for a brief moment, allowing them to predict where the attacks would land. However, Alluring Summer's attack hadn't displayed any trajectory indicators. It was as if Alluring Summer had struck Silent March the moment she swung Death's Sigh. Big Sis Endless, I just watched the replay multiple times, and I couldn't see any indicators. Does Alluring Summer's skill not use them? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask. If she were to point out who knew the most about God's domain, then it would definitely be Endless Scars. If Endless Scars didn't know something that no one else in the team would either, you don't need to look for them. Her attack does not have any trajectory indicators. Endless Scars' eyes shone with excitement as she stared at the scythe in Alluring Summer's hands. I really didn't expect this. Although it isn't the real deal, I'm shocked to see that Zero Wing has obtained such a weapon. Silent March had not lost without reason. Breezewine nodded in agreement with Endless Scars' words, fear filling his eyes as he looked at Alluring Summer's weapon. He was certain that the weapon Alluring Summer wielded was a replica of one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, Death's Sigh. As for the weapon being the real deal, that was very unlikely. According to the ancient book, the real article had been destroyed long ago. Even a blacksmith god couldn't repair it. Thus, he was absolutely confident that the elementalist's Death's Sigh was a replica. However, the imitation was considerably similar to the real thing if it could even use dimensional fracture. Dimensional fracture was an unblockable skill. Even invulnerability could not stop it. Dimensional fracture ignored distance and all forms of protection. When activated, the skill would even penetrate invincible defenses and attack the target directly. It was rumored that the real Death's Sigh could instant kill any creature below tier 6. Of course, that was only a rumor. Moreover, Alluring Summer only wielded a replica. Even so, a replica should have no problems instant killing a tier 1 magical class player. She's dead. Phoenix Rain was somewhat confused after watching the match's outcome. This win was too sudden. She hadn't been prepared for such an outcome. Rather than calling this a PvP match, it had been a one-sided display of power. Damn it. Damn it. 1,000 Miles' eyes radiated killing intent as he glared at Alluring Summer. He wanted to rush onto the stage and kill the elementalist back to level 0. This single loss had foiled his plans to annihilate the Asura battle team. He had bet tons of resources on the Evil Dragon battle team achieving a complete victory. Now that his plan had failed, why wouldn't he be furious? He had intended to use those resources to compete for the authority over Thunder Island now, however, they were gone. Very quickly, 1,000 Miles calmed himself down. He turned to Cleansed Maple and said, "Notify Miracle Dragon immediately. I don't want to see them lose another match. I want them to go all out in the next 2 fights." Now that a complete victory was no longer possible, they could only defeat the Asura battle team and recuperate their losses from the competition's winnings. Many large guilds had come to participate in the upcoming auction. Before the auction began, however, many of these guilds would try their luck and bet on the competition. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team won, their winnings might make up for the losses they suffered. Hence, 1,000 Miles was now taking the competition seriously and refused to give the Asura battle team any hope of victory. However, compared to 1,000 Miles' rage, Abandoned Wave had nearly gone mad. In another VIP room, Abandoned Wave had bet practically all of his guild's resources on the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. He could not afford for the team to lose even a single match. Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Shurfeng's group below the stage. Zero Wing had spoiled several of his plans now. He resolved himself for the final struggle. Drunkard, notify the Beast Emperor and tell him that I'm willing to become an evil god apostle. Moreover, I'll sacrifice 1 million players to him. However, I want both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing annihilated. Guild Leader. Laughing Drunkard panicked at abandoned waves command. The Blackwater Corporation's upper echelons wanted to develop the guild. If they sacrificed the guild members, these upper echelons would not let abandoned wave off the hook, regardless of his position as young Master Jing's trusted aide. Relax. I won't use our guild's members. In any case, contact the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave said. Despite such a reply, Laughing Drunkard still thought that Abandoned Wave had lost his mind. The Beast Emperor was an extremely mysterious fellow. Every time they had met, the man's face had been wrapped in bandages. They had never seen his true appearance. Even the name of Beast Emperor was a fake. The Beast Emperor had sought them out, stating that he could help them achieve great things. However, he had a condition. They must become evil god apostles. After hearing his deal, they researched what it meant to become an evil god apostle. Only after investigating the matter did they understand how horrible it would be to become an evil god apostle. Becoming one would make them an enemy to almost everyone in the game. Moreover, after becoming an evil god apostle, unless one deleted their accounts and restarted, they would remain an evil god apostle forever. Furthermore, if NPCs captured them, their accounts would be useless. Hence, Abandoned Wave had refused to become an evil god apostle, content with conducting trades with the Beast Emperor. Enough. Just do as I say. I'll explain things to young Master Jing, Abandoned Wave coldly ordered as he shot the motionless Laughing Drunkard. A glare. Understood. With no other option, Laughing Drunkard left the room, traveling to where he usually met the Beast Emperor. As the competition's first round had come to an end, the audience quickly shifted its attention to the second round. The second round was a 2-on-2 battle. Unlike one-on-one matches, players could rely on teamwork to display even greater power. The instant the Evil Dragon battle team declared their participating members, the spectators' expressions grew serious. They can't be serious, right? It seems that the Evil Dragon battle team is pissed off now. They sent those two to fight. This trip was really worth it. Many large guild upper echelons and superpower members grew excited when they saw the names of the Evil Dragon battle team's representatives for the second round. For the second round, the Evil Dragon battle team dispatched the Witch of the West, Alice, and the Speed Star, Starstreak. Both these players were famous experts from Miracle. Even super guilds had to take these two players very seriously. Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. As everyone watched, Alice and Starstreak slowly walked onto the stage. Although neither spoke a word, just by standing on the stage, the audience could feel an intense pressure emanating from the two. So strong. That is the Witch of the West. Shock filled Blue Phoenix's eyes as she stared at the confidently smiling, blonde, doll-like girl on the stage. Although Alice currently wore a black cloak, she had not bothered to hide her appearance or equipment. Thus, Blue Phoenix could determine that the witch wore the Flaming Sun set equipment. The Flaming Sun was a level 50 fine gold set equipment for elementalists. The set had a total of 8 pieces. Blue Phoenix had recognized the set because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also possessed the chest piece. That was one of the several pieces of equipment they had obtained after killing a level 55 Grand Lord in a temple ruin in the Apocalypse Empire, yet Alice wore the complete set that was a level 50 fine gold set equipment they were talking about. Why wouldn't she be shocked? After reaching level 50, even mysterious iron equipment became very difficult to obtain, much less fine gold set equipment. The Flaming Sun set equipment had a slightly unique effect. After gathering all 8 pieces, players could equip the set at level 45 inches. Other words, Alice was at least level 45. She even surpassed the first-ranked player on the Fire Dragon Empire's ranking list when pairing Alice's superb combat standards with the level 50 Flaming Sun set equipment and level 45. She was practically invincible among current players. Miracle really is impressive. I never expected that they had secretly conquered the temple ruins. Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she watched Alice. She had wanted to conquer those ruins for a long time. The ruins contained a treasure called the Fire God's Eye, something she sorely needed. Now that the Witch of the West wore the complete flaming sunset equipment, this meant that the temple ruins must have been cleared. Needless to say, they must have taken that treasure. She had planned to use the Fire God's Eye as a trump card on Thunder Island. Now that Miracle had it, her chances of success had decreased. Moreover, Phoenix Rain did not doubt that Alice currently had the Fire God's Eye equipped. If the information she had found described the item correctly, there was no point in competing in the second round. "Why haven't you sent anyone up yet?" "I don't want to wait here all day," Alice asked indifferently as her aqua-blue eyes gazed down at Sherfong beneath the stage. Although Silent March's defeat had surprised her as well, it had only increased her interest in Alluring Summer. As for the other members of the Asura battle team, she didn't care about them at all. She only wanted a quick end to this boring farce. "Please wait a moment. We are still swapping weapons," Sherfong said. "Swapping weapons?" Starstreak glanced at Alluring Summer, who stood beside Sherfong, curiously. Immediately, his expression tensed. Alluring Summer had just passed her death's side to Violet Cloud. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. Was that staff supposed to be an elementalist staff? Moreover, when he recalled the skill Alluring Smile had used with Death's Sigh, he grew more serious. Damn! The Asura battle team is simply too cunning. They're passing the staff they used in the first round to the person fighting in the second. Genius! The competition has no rules limiting weapons or equipment to one person. With this, the next match will be interesting to watch. Naturally, the audience noticed Violet Cloud receive Death's Sigh. An excited discussion swept through the venue. They had already witnessed dimensional fractures might, and they had to admit that it was extremely powerful. If the skill were used again, they might see a replay from the first round. When Thousand Miles saw this, his expression twisted, yet he couldn't accuse the Asura battle team of cheating as there were no rules against their actions. While everyone chatted among themselves, Sherfong and Violet Cloud approached the stage following which, the name list for the second round was officially announced on the floating screen above the arena. Elementalist Alice and Assassin Starstreak versus Swordsman Yifeng and Cleric Violet Cloud. Everyone was confused about the Asura battle team's choice of classes. In terms of classes, both sides had their own advantages. Both the Elementalist and Assassin class were classes with high burst damage. If Alice and Starstreak worked together, they could easily instant-kill a player. On the other hand, the combination of Swordsman and Cleric was more suited for attrition battles. With a Cleric's support, the Swordsman could fight without worrying too much about defense. However, against a pure burst damage combination, the Swordsman and Cleric combination would be at a huge disadvantage. If Alice and Starstreak combined their attacks, the two could easily kill Sherfong before Violet Cloud could heal him. The Asura battle team should have fielded a Swordsman and an Assassin instead. Is the Asura battle team trying to rely on the move from the previous match and sending their sole remaining magical class player onto the stage? Everyone had their guesses. Staff weapons could only be used by magical class players. Among the 5 members the Asura battle team had brought to the Dark Arena, excluding Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud was the only magical class player remaining. Taking Death's Sigh into consideration, it wasn't surprising to send Violet Cloud into the second round. You can't be hoping to rely on the move that killed March to defeat us, right? Alice asked Sherfong. Laughing, she continued, I admit that the move is indeed powerful. However, its flaws are obvious. If we didn't know about the skill, it would certainly kill us. However, we know about it already. As long as we treat that cleric like a melee player, we can easily disable the move. Furthermore, you have to face Starstreak and me, not March. Or do you think that you will have an opportunity to use that skill? Alice hadn't spoken quietly. Hence, the audience had heard her clearly. Some of the players who originally thought that the Asura battle team had a chance of victory couldn't help but agree with Alice's words. Although the Asura battle team's plan was a good one, had they forgotten who their opponents were? They were talking about the Witch of the West and Speed Star. If the two worked together, even if they hadn't known about Death's Sigh, they could easily emerge victorious. No, I believe you have misunderstood two things. First, Death's Sigh isn't an elementalist-specific weapon, Shifeng said, waving his hand. Second, Alluring Summer didn't loan this weapon to Violet Cloud. Rather, Violet Cloud had loaned the weapon to Alluring Summer. It has simply been returned. The venue fell silent after Shifeng's explanation. Nobody could believe what he had just said. Such a lethal weapon wasn't actually an elementalist weapon? Only a fool would believe that. A bluff. This is definitely a bluff. That's right. How could a weapon like that be meant for a cleric? Everybody instinctively rejected Shifeng's declaration. They all knew how massive the impact would be to use a weapon not suited for one's class. It would be impossible to exert the weapon's full power. Looking back at the power Alluring Summer had displayed with Death's Sigh, that weapon should be meant for elementalists. As everyone assumed that Shifeng had been bluffing, the competition's timer began to count down. Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Although Shifeng had not spoken loudly, every word he said made everyone present shudder involuntarily, particularly the members of the Evil Dragon battle team, who had thought that they were already at the cusp of victory, now wore stiff expressions on their faces. He must have deliberately said those words to disrupt Alice's and Starstreak's mental states. Does he really take us for fools? Since they're too weak, they can only use small tricks like these to have any hopes of winning. That's right. It's a pity that their opponents this time are Alice and Starstreak. Even if what he said is true, it won't change the outcome of this match. He's just bluffing. Let's see how Alice will take care of them in a moment. None of the Evil Dragon battle team members believed Shifeng's words. They all began laughing in ridicule as they looked at Shifeng and Violet Cloud. Is it really a bluff? Unlike his teammates, however, Miracle Dragon continued scrutinizing Shifeng. However, even after observing the swordsman for some time, he did not discover any awkwardness on Shifeng's face. On the contrary, Shifeng's eyes were practically glowing with confidence. Seeing this convinced Miracle Dragon that the swordsman's words were true. If Shifeng was telling the truth and that Death's Sigh was actually a weapon meant for clerics, then the current Violet Cloud was definitely a very threatening cleric. However, even after coming to this conclusion, Miracle Dragon did not bother doing anything. He only smiled as he silently watched the timer above the stage count down slowly. Everything was just as Alice said. Violet Cloud might be a threat in this match, but she wouldn't be able to control its outcome. If the Asura battle team really thought they could win this match, then they were seriously underestimating the Miracle Guild. When only 5 seconds remained on the timer, Alice and Starstreak, who had been motionless all this while, suddenly moved. Alice directly chose to distance herself over 30 yards away from Shifeng and Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Starstreak circled around to Violet Cloud's side. His motive could not be any more obvious: to kill Violet Cloud first. When Alice was 35 yards away, she took out a crimson, wooden staff, which had a crimson flame burning at its tip, the flame looking just like an eye that could see through everything. The moment this staff appeared, fire-type mana began massing rampantly around Alice, the mana casting a faint, red glow around the elementalist. At this moment, it was as if Alice had become the goddess of fire. Although I don't know whether your words are true or not, the fact that you've exposed your trump card so soon will only lead to your miserable defeat. After Alice completed her preparations, she smiled faintly at Shifeng. Right as she finished speaking, the timer above the battlefield hit 0 at the same time. Alice began chanting. Although she was only double casting right now, her chanting and writing speeds were much faster than Silent March's. In the blink of an eye, a massive, crimson magic array appeared before Alice. A tornado of flames then emerged from the magic array and extended rapidly towards Shifeng and Violet Cloud. At the same time, a gigantic, dark blue magic array formed beneath the swordsman's and the cleric's feet, freezing the ground beneath them completely. Ice-cold fog then rose from the ground, enveloping a radius of 15 yards. This scene stupefied the audience members. This is the Witch of the West. She is simply a monster. Blue Phoenix's eyes were wide open as she stared at the stage, her heart twinging with helplessness like never before. The two spells Alice displayed were the Tier 1 Curse Torrent of Flames and the Tier 1 Curse Freezing Fog. Although both these spells were extraordinarily powerful, they were extremely difficult to learn. Moreover, their casting times were also considerably long. Blue Phoenix herself needed around 3 seconds to cast either of those spells. In a PvP match between experts, these spells were simply too impractical. Nevertheless, despite double casting 2 curses, Alice had managed to complete them in less than 2 seconds. This casting speed was unbelievable, as expected of the Witch of the West. To think she has managed to grasp even the technique to double cast Tier 1 curses. Phoenix Rain wore a grim expression as she looked at Sherfong and Violet Cloud, who were about to face an assault from Ice and Flame's magical class. Players were generally countered by speed-based classes due to their weak melee capabilities and long casting times. However, in their research into the combat techniques of God's domain, the various superpowers had discovered a technique to shorten the casting time of spells, speed casting, which even allowed some higher-tiered spells to be cast instantaneously in God's domain. The purpose of chanting incantations and writing runes was to assist in forming an accurate magic array and hasten the gathering of mana for a spell. The higher the accuracy of a magic array, the higher the completion rate of the spell cast. Meanwhile, the higher the completion rate of a spell, the greater the power said spell could display. At 50% skill completion rate, the system would determine a skill to be effective and allow its activation. Hence, as long as players managed to visualize a sufficiently accurate magic array in their minds, they could still use a spell successfully, even without chanting or writing. Only, the higher tiered a spell was, the more complex its magic array would be, which naturally made imaging the magic array in one's mind more difficult. If one wished to accomplish this, they needed to go through a long adaptation process. Meanwhile, speed casting was a technique that required players to form a prototype mental magic array of sorts while using incantations and runes to compensate for the imperfections in the magic array. By doing so, players could save up on plenty of time. Although the principle sounded very simple, in actual practice, the technique was extremely challenging, not to mention applying it in double casting. This was no longer a feat that was achievable through hard work. Fortunately for Alice, she was wielding the Fire God's Eye, which Phoenix Rain had been hoping to obtain all this time. The Fire God's Eye had a passive effect that improved the skill completion rate of fire-type spells by 5% and other types of spells by 3%. While this increase might seem very small, it could allow elementalists that were still a step away from grasping speed casting to grasp the technique, raising their combat power to a whole new level. At the same time as Alice launched her attack, Starstreak had entered stealth and was waiting for an opportunity to land a fatal blow on Violet Cloud Ice Fire domain. She's using her trademark move right off the bat. The corners of Sherfang's mouth twitched as he looked at the approaching tornado of flames. The Ice Fire domain was Alice's trademark. She would first use ice-type spells to restrict her opponent's movements, then follow up by attacking with a large-scale, fire-type spell. The combination of these two opposing elements would amplify the power of both spells exponentially. When she used this move against an MT of the same level, even if said MT had activated a life-saving skill, they would either die instantly or have most of their HP taken away. It's up to you now, Sherfong said softly as he looked at Violet Cloud. Nodding, Violet Cloud began twirling the scythe in her hands while chanting an incantation. Boom. When the tornado of flames came into contact with the icy fog, like a keg of gunpowder coming into contact with fire, a massive explosion ensued, releasing a torrent of blue and crimson mana. Even Alice, who stood quite a distance away, had her mage robes blown back by the resulting shockwave. As for Starstreak, who was relatively close to the epicenter of the explosion, he nearly got swept off his feet. The power of the attack greatly surpassed that of a Tier 1 curse. The explosion engulfed everything within 20 yards of Sherfong and Violet Cloud, the range of the attack surpassing even that of Alice's freezing fog. This range could already rival that of a large-scale destruction spell. Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. As the explosion came to a roaring end, the rampant mana also gradually began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the might of Alice's Icefire domain had stupefied the many experts present. Everybody capable of taking part in the dark arena was someone of high status and position. Among them, there was no lack of powerful experts from large guilds at this moment. However, every one of these experts had their breaths taken away by the Witch of the West, particularly those magical class experts, who even found themselves gasping for air when they witnessed this scene spell combination. This is too amazing. It's a true spell combination. Someone has actually managed to turn theory into reality. So this is the Witch of the West. At this moment, the magical class players present could not help but want to rewatch the earlier scene several hundred times. Double speed casting was already plenty amazing. However, using it as a base, the Witch of the West had displayed an even stronger ability, and that was spell combination. This was a peak technique that countless magical class players dreamed of bringing off in God's domain. The sight of melee classes combining the strength of their attacks was no longer rare. However, the difficulty of superpositioning two different types of spells was much greater than that of stacking the strength of melee attacks. The reason for this was, firstly, players had less control over their spells than over their bodies. Secondly, one's grasp of timing needed to be extremely accurate. Due to these two reasons, spell combination was deemed to be an impossible technique. Yet, now, the Witch of the West had displayed that technique before everybody. Isn't she a little too strong? If she's grasped spell combination, no player in the same tier can match her. Cloud Yarn was filled with shock as she looked at Alice, who was standing proudly on the stage right now. The other members of the Midnight Tea Party agreed with Cloud Yarn's words. From the destructive power they saw, they could tell that the effect of spell combination was much stronger than that of strength stacking. Even just the combination of two ordinary Tier 1 spells resulted in a power that could rival that of a Tier 2 spell. Being able to cast Tier 2 spells as a Tier 1 player would provide one with an overwhelming advantage over others, not to mention being capable of combining two Tier 1 curses together. Anyone who did not possess a defensive skill that provided invulnerability would be killed instantly. What a pity. Endless Scars could not help but sigh as she took another look at the Asura battle team. Her view of the battle was mostly the same as her teammates. However, unlike them, she did not consider Alice invincible among those of the same tier. At the very least, among the experts she knew, there were many that could contend against Alice. One of the said experts was none other than the Sword King Black Flame, whom she had met just recently. Unfortunately, Black Flame was not participating in this competition. Otherwise, there would definitely be an interesting fight to watch if the two of them fought. Just as everyone believed that the Asura battle team's members had already been killed and was waiting for the system to announce the victors, two vague figures appeared standing amid the scattering smoke. They managed to survive even that. Everyone could not help but grow confused. Even an MT with their life-saving skill activated would most likely die when going up against that kind of destructive power, not to mention a swordsman and a cleric, which were inferior to MTs when it came to HP and defense. The instant Violet Cloud's figure emerged, Starstreak, who had been looking for an opportunity to strike all this time, activated Shadow Steps and dove straight into the smoke clouds. He then stabbed his pitch-black dagger at the back of the petite figure before him. Starstreak completed the entire process like flowing water. He made no sound whatsoever as he moved, and included no excess movements in his actions. Immediately, the pitch-black dagger struck at Violet Cloud at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ambush. Dang! Sparks flew into the surroundings as the clangor of metal clashing resounded throughout the stage. Amid the little sparks, one could faintly see a long sword wrapped in blue lightning holding back the advance of Starstreak's pitch-black dagger. He blocked it. Starstreak was inwardly surprised. However, as a peak expert, he would not fall back just because one of his attacks failed to land. He promptly adjusted his previous strategy as he flipped the silver dagger in his left hand into a reverse grip. In the next moment, the silver dagger began emitting cold air. He then activated the epic ranked Frosttooth's strongest skill, Frost Burst, at Sheer Foam and Violet Cloud. Frost Burst was a skill that dealt a large amount of ice-type damage in a fan-shaped area before the user. At the same time, the skill would also freeze all creatures within the affected area for 5 seconds. Even if one used a control removal skill, they would still be affected by Frost Burst's other effect, which reduced the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a 20-yard radius for 10 seconds. With this, Starstreak would have an absolute advantage throughout the skill's duration boom. The space before Starstreak immediately turned into a world of frost following which, he used Absolute Strike and struck at Violet Cloud once more ping. However, before he could reach his target, Starstreak, who had transformed into a streak of shadow, found himself stopped without warning. It was as if his entire person had crashed into a wall. What's going on? Starstreak was thoroughly bewildered at this moment. There was actually an invisible wall before him. Meanwhile, not only had this invisible wall stopped his absolute strike, but even the ice burst he used before had been blocked. Both Sherfong and Violet Cloud were completely unharmed in the next moment. The invisible wall shattered, and a blue sword light suddenly struck at Starstreak. The link between the two processes was simply perfect, giving Starstreak practically no time to react. Ping. In the nick of time, Starstreak managed to move a dagger into the path of the blue sword light. However, as soon as Starstreak stopped this sword light, several more followed in rapid succession, every one of them targeted at the assassin's weak points. What fast swordsmanship! Starstreak hurriedly brandished his two daggers to fend off the onslaught. Each time he repulsed an attack, it felt like a hammer pounding his arms, the resulting vibrations inflicting pain. Meanwhile, watching the numerous sword lights interweaving with one another, the audience was dazzled by what they saw. Everyone could only see the afterimages of the hands of both sides. They could not see the swords and daggers clashing against one another at all. The speed of the battle had everyone holding their breath in the blink of an eye. Dozens of attacks had been exchanged. If Starstreak was careless for even a moment, he would definitely get hit. How are his attacks so fast? After receiving dozens of attacks, Starstreak was confounded. Frost Burst could reduce the speed of all enemies within 20 yards, yet the speed of Sherfang's attacks did not seem to have been affected whatsoever. If not for Starstreak being an agility-based assassin, Sherfang's attacks would have struck him by now. However, what Starstreak did not know was that the opponent he currently faced was a level 49 swordsman equipped with the level 50 magic light set equipment as well as a fragmented legendary item. If not for Sherfang's speed having been reduced, he would have long since defeated Starstreak in their contest of speed. Seeing as Sherfang had already secured the advantage, Starstreak had no other choice but to activate his Berserk skill. Once he activated his Berserk skill, he intended to force back Sherfang and open a distance between them to prevent the swordsman from furthering his assault. Then, he would look for an opportunity to strike. After all, an assassin did not have many advantages against a swordsman in a frontal clash. With this in mind, right when their weapons were about to clash once more, Starstreak activated his Berserk skill, Phantom, his strength and speed soaring by a large margin. In the next instant, both his daggers abruptly struck at the killing ray in Sherfang's hand. Ping. Starstreak felt like he had just attacked a steel wall, both his hands aching from the resulting vibrations. In contrast, the arm Sherfang used to swing killing ray only trembled slightly. Impossible. Starstreak was stunned. Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Starstreak knew full well the pros and cons of his Berserk skill, Phantom. However, even though Phantom provided only a 50% increase to his strength, which was lower than what some other Berserk skills provided, when combined with his equipment, even repulsing a Berserker of the same level was child's play to him. Yet, now, even such a huge boost to his strength did next to nothing to change the result of his clash with Sherfang. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak suddenly came up with an incredible thought. Sherfang had not been going all out at all during their previous clashes. As for the possibility of Sherfang having activated a Berserk skill as well, it was simply impossible. Berserk skills would manifest on a player's body one way or another when activated. Moreover, the strength of a player's aura would also increase. Currently, however, Sherfang showed no such signs. Hence, the only possibility was that Sherfang had been hiding his strength. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak could not help but shudder. Sherfang's basic attributes were actually so high that he could hold his ground even after Starstreak had activated his Berserk skill. Although Starstreak had only briefly fallen into shock, this duration was enough for peak experts like Sherfang to land a killing blow. Disappear. Illusory Shadow. 6 blue sword light struck at Starstreak from 6 different angles. Starstreak instinctively defended himself with his daggers. However, the instant his daggers came into contact with the sword lights, his complexion immediately darkened. The sword lights had actually moved through his daggers unhindered. It was as if these sword lights were phantoms that did not possess a physical body. Just as the 6 sword lights were about to land on Starstreak's body, the assassin gnashed his teeth and reluctantly used Vanish. His entire person then disappeared from everyone's sight. The brief invulnerability provided by Vanish also neutralized the 6 sword lights. After disappearing, Starstreak did not retreat. Instead, he chose to launch another assault. This time, he used the ultimate move of the epic dagger he wielded with his other hand. Tooth Blade. 3 phantoms suddenly appeared around Sherfong, a white eagle, a hungry wolf, and a black bear. Starstreak and the 3 phantoms then attacked Sherfong from 4 different directions at the same time. Starstreak himself remained in stealth, so Sherfong could not see what exactly he was doing. Vanish was a life-saving skill that forcibly placed one into a stealth state for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, so long as one did not do anything, they would remain in a forced stealth state. In other words, not only could Vanish be used to escape, but it could also be used to attack. A majority of the information a human received from their surroundings came from one's vision. Hence, it was extremely difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see, not to mention doing so while receiving other attacks. One's vision would automatically shift their brain's focus towards the things that they could see, and this only made it even more difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see. Dang. 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 A series of metal clashing sounds echoed throughout the battlefield. What decisiveness! Starstreak's mouth twitched as he looked at the completely unscathed swordsman before him. The instant he launched his attack, Sherfong had activated Defensive Blade without hesitation, preventing Starstreak from doing any damage whatsoever. However, this was also a good outcome as Sherfong no longer possessed any life-saving skills. Furthermore, Starstreak's Tooth Blade skill had a duration of 10 seconds. He could definitely finish off Sherfong during this period. On the other side, Alice had also begun chanting an incantation. With a light wave of her staff, over a dozen ice arrows and fireballs appeared around Alice. She then sent the attacks flying at Sherfong and Violet Cloud. At this moment, Violet Cloud was also done chanting her own incantation as she slammed the butt of Death's Eye on the ground. Immediately, over 100 pitch-black blades appeared around Violet Cloud, densely circulating around her body. This scene instantly stunned everyone in the arena. How can this be? Endless Scars's eyes widened, her mind utterly confused as she looked at the scythe in Violet Cloud's hands. Could that possibly be the real deal? According to the ancient book she read, these 100+ dark blades should be the manifestation of Shadow Rage, the strongest skill of Death's Sigh. The only thing different was that the information recorded regarding Shadow Rage stated that it would summon thousands of shadow blades when activated, each one possessing the power to heavily injure even Tier 5 monsters. When these blades were concentrated, they could slay even gods. Just as Endless Scars was entertaining such thoughts, Violet Cloud controlled the shadow blades to counter the approaching ice spears and fireballs. She also sent some to attack Starstreak. Upon seeing this, Starstreak immediately panicked. He hurriedly controlled his 3 phantom beasts to defend him from the oncoming shadow blades. Dang! 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 The power packed within the shadow blades was massive. Even when Alice combined the power of the ice spears and fireballs, the spells had only managed to slow down the speed of the shadow blades and weaken their power slightly. The blades still proceeded to fly towards Alice after shattering the elementalist spells. Meanwhile, on Starstreak's side, despite him having activated his berserk skill already, he just barely managed to defend against the shadow blades with the help of his 3 phantom beasts. However, every shadow blade he blocked numbed his arms. His HP also decreased by over 200 each time. On the other hand, Alice was brimming with excitement rather than feeling anxious. Waving the fire god's eye, she suddenly formed a massive, crimson magic array before her. Just as the shadow blades were about to land on Alice's body, the ground in front of her suddenly shattered. A flaming hand then emerged from the fissure and blocked all the oncoming shadow blades, following which, the fissure on the ground grew steadily larger. Shortly after, another hand emerged from it, the two hands appearing as if they were trying to rend the ground and clamber up. How can this be? She can summon the Flame King all by herself. Phoenix Rain was deeply shocked as she looked at the flame giant, which was slowly climbing into the stage right now. The reason why she wanted to obtain the fire god's eye was not just its ability to improve the completion rate of spells. More importantly, it could summon the Flame Monarch from hell. However, summoning the Flame Monarch required a large amount of mana, roughly 10 magical class players' mana. If she had the Flame Monarch strength, claiming 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island would not be impossible. Meanwhile, the fact that Alice had managed to summon the Flame Monarch by relying on only her own power was simply inconceivable for Phoenix Rain. The appearance of the Flame King made the audience members gasp. Flame Monarch, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 65. HP 60,000,000/60,000,000. Now that the Evil Dragon battle team had summoned a level 65 Grand Lord to assist them, there was no longer a need to continue this match. Not to mention 2 experts, even 20 experts would be cannon fodder when going up against a level 65 Grand Lord. As a matter of fact, regardless of how Violet Cloud tried to attack Alice using her Shadow Blades, the Flame Monarch blocked all her attacks without any difficulty. The Grand Lord was like an indestructible wall. That move of yours really is amazing. I never thought that I would have to use this trump card of mine. However, this match is as good as over now. Although the Flame King I summoned isn't in its completed form, it still possesses the strength of a Grand Lord. You two have no chance of winning. You might as well give up now. At this moment, Alice's complexion was slightly pale. As for her mana, not a single point remained at the moment. However, the pride in her eyes was unwavering. Flame Monarch, show them your strength. At Alice's order, the Flame Monarch roared, its voice echoing throughout the arena. Immediately after, the air on the stage began steaming as columns of fire shot up from the ground. The columns of fire then transformed into massive fireballs, their numbers reaching 36. Every fireball was the size of a house. One could just imagine what kind of scene would occur when these massive fireballs landed on the ground. The audience members felt their scalps tingling when they saw these fireballs. How was this a fight between players? It was more appropriate to call this a battle between NPCs. Compared to the usual PvP matches, this match was on an entirely different level. Alright, time to end this. Alice then pointed at Sherfong and Violet Cloud. Suddenly, the 36 massive fireballs descended on the duo. Chapter 1159, Matching Up Against a Grand Lord. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1159, Matching Up Against a Grand Lord. Alice, have you lost your mind? I'm still here. Starstreak was furious as he glanced at the descending fireballs. Violet Cloud's Shadow Blades still had him pinned down. He did not have any concentration to spare for an escape. If these fireballs struck, he would get caught in the impact with no other options. Starstreak decided to use his final life-saving skill, his Epic Boots additional skill, Flash Steps. The skill allowed him to teleport to any location 15 yards away. It had a 1-minute cooldown and 3 charges. Starstreak used Flash Steps twice and instantly moved 30 yards away. Meanwhile, although Violet Cloud desperately blocked the incoming fireballs with her Shadow Blades, the fireballs were unaffected. She also had no hope of dodging these attacks. Similar to her Shadow Blades, Alice controlled these fireballs. Not only did they contain massive power, but they also had a wide attack range. With so many of the fireballs, if Alice wanted to, she could even destroy the entire stage. Phoenix Rain, who watched the fight from a VIP room, could not help but shake her head. The Asura battle team had lost this competition. Although each competition in the Dark Arena had 5 matches, the Asura battle team had only brought 5 members. Once they lost this match, regardless of whether the battle team won the next or not, the Evil Dragon battle team would win the competition. After all, the final 2 matches were 3-on-3. The Asura battle team did not have enough members to participate. Hence, so long as the Evil Dragon battle team won one of the first 3 matches, the competition would be over sure enough. Defeating the Evil Dragon battle team is impossible for the Asura battle team. Phoenix Rain was, more or less, disappointed although she hadn't bet any excess resources on this competition. With how lively the Dark Arena was today, they would still earn a significant amount if the Asura battle team won. However, she had only considered the idea. In another VIP room, Purple Jade gritted her teeth as she watched the massive fireballs above the stage, frustration flashing in her eyes. However, that feeling wasn't due to the match's ending, rather, she was frustrated with herself. The Witch of the West had made her feel like a child, new to the world. Before this match, she had believed that she was only a thread away from the virtual gaming world's pinnacle. Looking back at it now, however, the idea was laughable. She was far weaker than Alice regarding both combat techniques and items. It was no wonder why her guild leader constantly told her to work on her foundations and explore the world with Yuan Tianxin more often. Jade, do you see it now? This is a battle at the pinnacle of God's domain. If you wish to challenge these people, you need to grasp your own domain, Yuan Tianxin advised Purple Jade. But don't feel down. You are still young. Unlike this old man, who no longer has any hope of reaching that realm, you will join their ranks one day. In the past, he had also dreamed of leading the secret pavilion towards the apex of the virtual gaming world. However, only after encountering people of that realm did he realize that the virtual gaming world was not as simple as he had assumed. Virtual reality games have been popular all over the world for over a century now. With the world's population being so high, countless gaming experts from the younger generation emerged each year. Furthermore, God's domain gained more influence with each passing day. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shifeng abruptly jumped towards the massive fireballs, meeting them in the air. Guild leader Violet Cloud, who was desperately trying to counter the attacks, was confused. Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his aura immediately transforming. Golden divine runes flickered across his body as if he had donned golden armor. Alice sneered when she saw Shifeng activate a berserk skill. The massive fireballs were the result of the Flame Monarch's Tier 3 curse, Wrath of the Stars. Each fireball was powerful enough to rival a Grand Lord. Tier 1 players had no hope of defending against such attacks. The difference in power was simply too great. Even if Shifeng had a skill that provided invulnerability, she could simply control the 36 fireballs to attack him one after another. Invulnerability skills generally had short durations. If she hit him once every second, she could continue her attack for 36 seconds. As Shifeng was about to collide with a fireball, he activated Blade Liberation immediately. Power flowed into him from Killing Ray, allowing his attributes to soar once more. Looking at the fireballs before him, Shifeng tightened his grip on the sacred sword in his right hand and swung it forward. Thundering Flash. Combat technique, for Moon Lotus. Like a sharp blade, arcs of blue lightning sliced through the massive fireballs, one after another. All the crowd had seen were 4 streaks of light leaving Shifeng's hand in the blink of an eye. 23 of the 36 unstoppable fireballs split in half and exploded like fireworks. Silence fell over the arena. No one had expected this shocking reversal. Even Alice was stunned. A Tier 1 player had sliced the fireballs, which contained the strength to rival level 65 Grand Lords, in half. No matter how she looked at it, this was impossible, yet Shifeng had done just that. Just how powerful is he? Phoenix Rain's gaze was fixed on Shifeng, who remained in midair. She could not bring herself to believe that the man she was looking at was the same person she knew. Just who is he? Thousand Miles unconsciously tightened his grip on his swords as he watched the detonating fireballs. He knew full well how powerful the fire god's Eyes Flame Monarch was. After all, he had handed the staff to Alice personally, yet a Tier 1 player had sliced one of the Flame Monarch's team wipe moves in half. This was simply inconceivable. If this competition had been held before Shifeng's visit to the Fallen Ark, he wouldn't have been able to repel the Flame Monarch's attacks. However, he had obtained epic pauldrons from the killing the mythic fossilized Tyrannosauruses. They were called the Tough Pauldrons. Aside from epic ranked basic attributes, these pauldrons only had one skill. Moreover, it was a passive skill. The passive skill was called Power of Destruction. When the player faced attacks with higher strength than their own, the wearer's strength would increase by 35% against weaker enemies. This skill had no effect whatsoever. However, against stronger enemies, this passive skill was godly. Hence, Shifeng's strength had increased by 35% as he fought the massive fireballs. In addition, he had triggered Angry Tyrant's second passive skill, Angry Blow, which had doubled his strength. It was only thanks to those passive skills and Thundering Flash's effects that his plan had succeeded. However, after a brief silence in the arena, Shifeng activated Wind Rider and charged towards Alice, who was over 30 yards away. While he had neutralized the fireballs, he was still helpless against the Flame Monarch itself. Once Blade Liberation's 20-second duration ended, he would be powerless to turn things around. You want to kill me? Despite seeing Shifeng flying towards her, Alice was neither surprised nor afraid. On the contrary, she was a little excited. It had been a long time since she had faced such a challenge. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Saying so, Alice merged her body with the Flame Monarch's without hesitation. Shifeng executed Chop against the Flame Monarch. However, before killing Ray slid even 1 meter into the Flame Monarch, its advance halted. The sacred sword couldn't reach Alice in the Flame Monarch's core. I've already told you that you have no chance of victory. I know that you can't maintain this power for long. Unfortunately for you, my Flame Monarch can last for 5 hours. Alice said, shaking her head. She then controlled the Flame Monarch to attack Shifeng. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, I'm not your only opponent, Shifeng calmly stated. Suddenly, realization dawned on Alice as she looked across the stage. Immediately, she noticed Violet Cloud swing down Death's Eye in her direction. Compared to when Alluring Summer had used Dimensional Fracture, Violet Cloud used it at full HP. The instant Violet Cloud swung the scythe, the spectators faintly saw a giant phantom appear behind her. The sight was enough to make them shudder. Starstreak, who had planned to help Alice, was stunned. He felt as if his body were full of lead. Death's phantom. It's the real thing. Endless Scars was astonished when she saw this. Waves of emotion crashing in her heart. Space above the stage suddenly split apart with its hulking body. The Flame Monarch couldn't dodge the attack in time. In the blink of an eye, both the Flame Monarch and Alice split in half. Chapter 1160, Victory Declaration. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1160, Victory Declaration. The scene of the Flame Monarch's body splitting in half burned itself into everyone's minds. The audience shuddered. It died. How can such a powerful skill exist? He was telling the truth. Dimensional Fracture's power far surpassed the spectators' imaginations. They finally realized that Shifeng hadn't been bluffing. Compared to Violet Cloud's Dimensional Fracture, Alluring Summers was child's play in God's domain. There were many surekill skills capable of instant killing players of the same tier. However, they couldn't accept a skill that could split a Grand Lord in half. Countless players would despair against a Grand Lord's high defense. That Shifeng's weapon had pierced the Flame Monarch so deeply had already been impressive. They won. Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Alice's bisected body gradually transform into particles of light and disappear. That was the Witch of the West they were talking about. Moreover, Alice had controlled a level 65 Grand Lord. No matter how she looked at it, Alice should have had an overwhelming advantage. None of the audience had believed that the Asura battle team could win this round. At most, they had expected Shifeng and Violet Cloud to struggle as long as they could for survival. Just how many secrets is Zero Wing hiding? Yuan Tianxin's eyes twitched uncontrollably when he saw the attack split the Flame Monarch in half. As one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons, he knew much about God's domain. In reality, Violet Cloud's Dimensional Fracture had only dealt slightly over -100,000 damage. To the Grand Lord, this could barely put a dent in its 60 million HP. However, splitting the Flame Monarch in half had injured it severely. There were very few means current players could employ to injure a Grand Lord. Normally, one had to rely on powerful Tier 3 magic scrolls to do so, yet the cleric had done so with her weapon's additional skill. As far as Yuan Tianxin knew, none of the various large guilds possessed such a weapon or equipment in God's domain. It was also common knowledge that the more powerful a weapon or piece of equipment was, the more difficult it would be to obtain. Still, an upstart guild like Zero Wing had obtained such a powerful weapon. No matter how Yuan Tianxin looked at this matter, he found it simply inconceivable. The Death Sigh in Violet Cloud's hands had also astonished the Midnight Tea Party's endless scars and breeze wine. According to the ancient book they had found, Death Sigh, one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, had long since been destroyed. Not even a blacksmith god could repair it. However, no matter how they looked at it, the cleric's Death Sigh looked more like the real article than a replica. When she had used Dimensional Fracture, she had even summoned forth Death's Phantom. The pressure Death's Phantom emitted was no laughing matter. Without a doubt, that was definitely divine might. Otherwise, there was no way an expert of Starstreak's caliber would suddenly freeze up under such pressure. No replica could reproduce divine might. When Endless Scars and Breeze Wine thought about how Violet Cloud wielded the real Death Sigh, they were overcome with shock. A fragmented legendary item. Although this term was no longer foreign to experts like them, they hadn't heard of any guild obtaining a fragmented legendary item until now. Fragmented legendary items were godly items that experts constantly strove to find. Meanwhile, such a weapon had appeared before their very eyes. Why wouldn't this fact shock them? However, Endless Scars and Breeze Wine did not know that the Death Sigh Violet Cloud wielded was not, in fact, a fragmented legendary item. It was simply a replica only. This replica was slightly special. Death Sigh, Replica, Two-Handed Staff, Epic Rank. Level 45, Level 120, Level 45. Equipment Requirement, Strength 400, Intelligence 700. Attack Power plus 1650. Strength plus 120, Agility plus 80, Endurance plus 105, Intelligence plus 142, Vitality plus 161. When staff is wielded. Casting speed increased by 15%. Cast range plus 10. Magic damage increased by 20%. All healing effects increased by 25%. Spell critical rate increased by 10%. Mana consumption decreased by 10%. All magical skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 10 durability 220/220. Additional passive skill dash. Death's Harvest. Whenever a creature dies within 40 yards, wielder will regenerate 1% of their mana. Simultaneously, wielder will receive a death buff, reducing the death penalty by 1% when wielder dies. Buff can stack up to 30 times additional active skill 1 dash. Dimensional Fracture deals absolute damage 2 tiers above wielder's tier, up to a maximum of tier 4, to an area of 20 by 60 yards. Attack ignores all defensive and invulnerability buffs. At the same time, the attack will inflict a stun debuff to everyone within 40 yards of the wielder for 3 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. Additional active skill 2 dash. Shadow Rage, use mana to form Shadow Blades. Every Shadow Blade costs 100 mana. Each Shadow Blade strength is equal to 150% of wielder's intelligence and inflicts an additional 20% shadow damage. Wielder can produce a maximum of 300 Shadow Blades. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. The blacksmith god Soros crafted this replica using the fragments of the legendary staff Death Sigh. Replica can be upgraded by absorbing 5 god crystals. Current crystals absorbed, 0/5. Although it was a replica, it contained fragments of the real article, making it far stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. When Shifeng had appraised this weapon, he had been shocked. As long as they gathered a sufficient number of god crystals, Death Sigh could evolve into fragmented legendary weapon. Zero Wing really does possess a lot of secrets. As endless scars stared at the weapon in Violet Cloud's hands, she could not help but cover the appearing on her face, joy and passion burning in her eyes. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions and returned to her usual calm and indifference. It seems that I need to have a chat with Abandoned Wave. Meanwhile, after Alice's death, the summoned flame monarch began to disappear from the stage. Fear filled the audience's eyes as they stared at Sherfong and Violet Cloud and all. Currently, Starstreak was the only member of the evil dragon battle team remaining on the stage. Unfortunately, he had no hope of defeating both Sherfong and Violet Cloud. The match was as good as over. A recently established guild had contended with Miracle, which had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years. No one would believe this. Although the competition's outcome had yet to be decided, the various Dark Arena battle teams would record the Asura battle team's fame, listing it as a team to take note of. After all, this competition wasn't like the Asura battle team's matches against the Glorious Lions in the previous competition. Battle Wolves had treated the Dark Arena's competitions like a hobby. Hence, the Super Guild hadn't sent its full force into the competition. Meanwhile, it was obvious that Miracle took the competition seriously. Otherwise, the super first-rate guild would not have dispatched the Witch of the West and Speed Star. Most importantly, it had instructed the Sword Freak, Miracle Dragon, to lead the team. Indeed, as everyone had expected, Starstreak stood no chance against Sherfong, who had activated twofold Berserk. After a few bouts, Starstreak had exhausted his means of protecting himself. Eventually, Sherfong killed him with Instant Strike, surprising the crowd once again. Starstreak's defeat ushered in the start of the third round. This upcoming fight would decide the outcome naturally. For such an important battle, Miracle Dragon, the battle team's leader, took to the stage himself. Miracle's reputation was riding on this battle. They could not afford to lose this next match. With each step Miracle Dragon took, his aura grew slightly stronger. By the time the man reached the stage's center, the audience felt as if they were staring at death itself. It'll be too boring to fight only one person. The rest of you just face together. I'll end this battle in 10 moves. Miracle Dragon proudly proclaimed as he thrust his great sword into the ground and looked towards Sherfong and the others. The instant Miracle Dragon said so, the audience immediately broke into an uproar. Chapter 1161, Sword Freak. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1161, Sword Freak. Upon Miracle Dragon's sudden declaration, the arena boiled with excitement. Does he want a 1-on-2 fight? As expected of the Sword Freak. He's too domineering. Has Miracle lost their minds? They could have won this competition, yet they want to take such a risk. Miracle is probably trying to earn back their reputation. That sounds about right. The Evil Dragon battle team has already lost 2 rounds. Even if they win this competition, it won't be anything to boast about. The audience discussed the declaration fervently, each person having their own opinion. Some felt that Miracle Dragon was being a fool, while others thought that the Sword Freak wanted to show off the guild's strength. However, they could all agree on one thing: Miracle Dragon's gamble was somewhat risky. The Asura battle team still had 2 players remaining. One was a berserker, and the other was an assassin. This class composition was somewhat disadvantageous for a swordsman like Miracle Dragon. Berserkers had higher strength than swordsmen, while assassins were faster and more nimble. Although Miracle Dragon possessed superior combat techniques, if he had to clash head-on with a berserker while guarding against an assassin's interference, he would easily lose any advantage. Moreover, both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were relatively famous experts in God's domain. While the guild could redeem much of its lost reputation if Miracle Dragon won, its reputation would plummet further if the swordsman lost. Big Sis Rain, the Asura battle team actually has a chance of winning. Although Miracle Dragon is very famous, when it comes to strength, he is no match for the Witch of the West. If Fire Dance and Gentle Snow work together, they'll have at least a 50% chance of emerging victorious. Blue Phoenix said excitedly. Miracle Dragon was also known as the Sword Freak. Almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew of him. He had gained his fame due to the secret pavilion's evaluation. He had been deemed as the expert closest to grasping a domain. Due to this reputation, Peak experts from various super guilds had challenged him, using the opportunity to improve themselves. After all, only domain realm experts were considered super guilds and super first-rate guilds true mainstays. Many had also challenged Miracle Dragon to gain an understanding of just how far they were from their own domains. Hence, Miracle Dragon's fame had grown with each passing day. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, neither Fire Dance nor Gentle Snow was a match for Miracle Dragon. However, if these women worked together to supplement their weaknesses, they should be able to defeat him, emerging victorious. Phoenix Rain quietly observed Miracle Dragon. I don't remember him being a rash person. It was common knowledge that Miracle Dragon was wildly arrogant. However, this arrogance was due to his strength. While Miracle Dragon might act crazily, he almost never did anything without being confident of success. A 1-on-2 fight was already disadvantageous, but Miracle Dragon had also claimed that he would win in 10 moves. He had forced himself onto a path with no retreat. This was no longer arrogance. He was simply seeking death. As Phoenix Rain considered warning Sherfong, Miracle Dragon glanced at the other swordsman, who had remained silent all this time. What? Are you afraid? I've already offered you an edge in this match, a higher chance of winning the competition. If you don't want to accept the challenge, then just send your fighter up here. But don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The moment Miracle Dragon finished speaking, the audience began to echo his words. Asura battle team, are you a bunch of cowards? You're even afraid to accept this challenge. You guys are even too scared to accept a 2-on-1 match. It seems that the rumors are true. You guys only have a few capable experts, the rest of you are just for show. The spectators were either large guild upper echelons or famous experts. The outcome of the competition between Asura and Evil Dragon was none of their concern. They only wanted to collect as much information as possible. They could learn far more if the Asura battle team sent 2 experts to face the Sword Freak, rather than 1. Just what is his goal? Meanwhile, inside a VIP room, Miracle Dragon's behavior had confused Purple Jade. Among the many swordsmen in God's domain, she was most eager to challenge Miracle Dragon. There were 3 reasons for this. First, unlike other swordsmen who used 2 one-handed swords, both of she and Miracle Dragon used greatsword. Second, Miracle Dragon was known as the closest swordsman to achieving a domain. If she fought Miracle Dragon, she could get a clearer view of her future goal. As for the third and most important reason, she wanted to learn Miracle Dragon's trademark skill, weakness observation. This ability was precisely the reason Miracle Dragon had few rivals among experts of the same realm. It was also the reason he had earned the title Sword Freak. By observing his opponents, he could grasp their weaknesses and launch a series of seemingly crazy attacks. However, while he might have appeared to have gone mad, in reality, he was extremely calm. His attacks were perfectly choreographed. In the end, his insane attack method would throw his opponents off, and he usually beat them senseless. How could an expert, who had mastered such a powerful move, take such a huge risk and provoke the Asura battle team? Jade, your observation is correct. Yuan Tixin nodded, smiling. As you suspected, Miracle Dragon does not take risks lightly. He only acts when he is absolutely confident of succeeding. But, defeating both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow in 10 moves is too difficult, even for him. Purple Jade simply could not figure out how Miracle Dragon could win in 10 moves. No, he can, Yuan Tixin said as he caressed his beard. Chuckling, he continued, some time ago, he had secretly class-changed into the hidden class Magic Swordsman. Moreover, he received a Tier 3 Sure-Kill skill book, which the guild had only obtained after much difficulty. With the epic equipment the Miracle Guild has lent him, his combat power has risen significantly. Magic Swordsman. Purple Jade's eyes sparkled when she heard these words, a hint of envy blooming in her heart. Magic Swordsman was a hidden class that focused on attacks. Although the class could not compare to a peak class like the Necromancer, it was one of the few advanced classes. Do you think Miracle Dragon would be so foolish and challenge the Asura battle team for no good reason? Yuan Tixin could not help but shift his gaze towards Sherfong. I wonder how Yifeng intends to respond. If it were up to me, I'd refuse this challenge. At most, I'd give up this round and leave both players to fight in a 2-on-3 match. This way, we'd have a higher chance of winning the competition. Although Miracle took this competition seriously, there were only 4 noteworthy experts on the Evil Dragon battle team. Although the remaining 6 were extraordinarily strong, there was an obvious gap between them and the former 4. If the Asura battle team wanted to win this competition, a 2-on-3 match would be more advantageous. As soon as Yuan Tixin said so, Shifeng stood up, a serious expression on his face as he looked at Miracle Dragon. All right, we don't have any issues. I hope you don't regret your decision. Regret? Rest assured, I will not regret it. Miracle Dragon did not take Shifeng's warning seriously in the least. However, he liked Shifeng's personality. Unfortunately, the man's worries were superfluous. Rather, Shifeng should focus on helping Fire Dance and Gentle Snow survive against him for 10 moves. When the audience heard Shifeng agree to Miracle Dragon's request, they erupted into cheers. Ha! What a fool! Yuan Tixin could not help but roll his eyes at Shifeng. Despite knowing that it was a trap, Shifeng decided to jump right in. Chapter 1162, Madness vs. Madness. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1162, Madness vs. Madness. When the participants for the 3rd round had been decided, the arena's audience began to grow restless. Part of the reason was that Shifeng had accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, while another was the anticipation for the competition's outcome. If the Asura battle team won this match, they would secure a complete victory. Seated in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, Thousand Miles watched Shifeng, who stood beneath the stage, with burning rage. Phoenix Rain has truly done it this time. She even kept our intelligence department in the dark. Due to the Evil Dragon battle team having lost 2 matches in a row, they had no choice but to expose the strength Miracle Dragon had kept hidden to restore some of the guild's reputation. Not only did this disrupt his plans, but it also lost him a lot of resources. This mess's culprit was none other than the guild Phoenix Rain secretly supported, Zero Wing. Zero Wing was simply a recently established guild in a small kingdom. If not for Phoenix Rain's support, how could Zero Wing possibly obtain such a powerful weapon that could instantly kill 2 of Miracle's generals? Maple, investigate Zero Wing thoroughly. Find someone to tail every member of the Asura battle team as well, Thousand Miles instructed. Cleansed Maple understood. Cleansed Maple promptly bowed before taking his leave. At this point, Miracle was completely helpless against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After all, both were super first-rate guilds, and neither feared the other. If their guild started an all-out war against each other, only other guilds would benefit. However, Zero Wing was different. It was only a subordinate guild Phoenix Rain controlled. It would be simple to cause trouble for the upstart guild, especially now that the Asura battle team had revealed that it possessed so many dazzling weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain, I'll let you enjoy this situation for now. Thousand Miles could not help but shift his gaze towards Death's Sigh in Violet Cloud's hands, greed flashing in his eyes. The Evil Dragon battle team had only dared to expose their epic items because they didn't fear becoming targets. However, the Asura battle team didn't have that luxury. Revealing such items was akin to placing a fresh piece of meat before a pack of hungry wolves. Not only would the Asura battle team lose this competition, but they would also lose their weapons and equipment. As the 3rd match's rules changed abruptly, the Dark Arena's host adjusted the team's payout rate. The Asura battle team's payout rate for a complete victory, in particular, had risen to 1-9, breaking the Dark Arena's record. The host is quite bold. What's there to be afraid of? This is the final match. In any case, we know that the Asura battle team has no chance of winning. Moreover, the host has earned a fortune this time. Before the competition had even begun, many had bet on the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. This time, the host must be trying to lure even more idiots away from their money. It's a pity that not many people here are fools. Rather than bet on the Asura battle team, it would be safer to bet on the Evil Dragon battle team. Although the returns are low, it's better than nothing. Everyone among the audience was sorely tempted as they looked at the new payout rates. However, practically no one would bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. Instead, they all bet on the Evil Dragon battle team. Some of the players that had previously been reluctant to gamble had even placed bets on the Evil Dragon. Miracle had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years now. The sword freak Miracle Dragon was even famed for never acting without confidence. If he lost this next match, the Asura battle team would secure a complete victory. Yet, despite such a huge burden, Miracle Dragon still dared to do so. This could only mean that he was confident of succeeding. Meanwhile, inside another VIP room on the 3rd floor, although 4 people occupied the room, an extraordinarily chill atmosphere dominated the space. 9 dragons, why are you here? Phoenix Rain glanced at 9 Dragons Emperor and Martial Dragon with disinterest. When she had previously rejected 1,000 Miles' proposal, 9 Dragons Emperor had already spoken ill of her in front of Ku Rong, the Great Pavilion Master. He had even advised the guild elders to reduce her authority within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the Asura battle team's performance thus far had been astonishing. As a result, those who had schemed against her within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no choice but to remain silent for now. Rain, must you be so cold? At the end of the day, we are from the same guild. 9 Dragons Emperor frowned. Very quickly, however, a kind smile formed on his face as he said, "Moreover, I am here to thank you. If not for your determination to support the Asura battle team, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with Miracle and gain the support of many of their guild elders. If you're trying to flaunt your relationship with Miracle, then let me congratulate you. Only, do you think the Great Pavilion Master will be pleased to see you work so closely with the guild's longtime rival?" Phoenix Rain giggled. 9 Dragons Emperor was momentarily speechless. After joining God's domain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had frequently butted heads with Miracle. Recently, their guilds had caused a huge scene due to the situation on Thunder Island. In the end, they had exposed Thunder Island, and many other superpowers had begun to intervene. Due to this, Ku Rong's hatred for Miracle had grown more intense. So what? 9 Dragons Emperor said after recollecting his thoughts. Proudly, he proclaimed, "As long as I gain sufficient authority on Thunder Island, it won't matter if the Great Pavilion Master disapproves of my methods. After all, he wants a beautiful future for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion more than anything. You, on the other hand, are in a far more pitiful state. Now that you've invested so much money and resources into a useless, upstart guild, you don't even have the resources to hire help. How do you intend to compete on Thunder Island now? However, I can point you to a brighter path. Bet everything you have on the Evil Dragon battle team. This way, you can, more or less, earn what you need. At the very least, you'll be able to hire 1 player. Otherwise, you will only bring shame to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." Standing by the side, although Blue Phoenix wanted to say something, she was not in a good position to do so. Sarcasm tainted 9 Dragons Emperor's words. While he seemed to be offering advice, secretly, he was sealing off their path of retreat. They had already rejected 1,000 Miles' proposal. How could they bet on the Evil Dragon battle team now? If news of this matter spread, Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would certainly be awkward. Thank you for your kind suggestion. Smiling, Phoenix Rain turned to Blue Phoenix and said, "Blue, take this epic mage robe and these items and bet them on the Asura battle team." Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix was stunned when she saw the items Phoenix Rain traded to her. Was this wager a little too drastic? Phoenix Rain had passed her the items they had prepared for the campaign on Thunder Island. If they lost these items now, they would suffer for it on Thunder Island. Amazing. In the guild, others often call me ruthless. However, it would seem that I am no match for you, Rain. Although I've bet plenty of resources and items on the Evil Dragon battle team, they are of little importance. You, on the other hand, actually bet the epic mage robes the guild obtained on the Asura battle team. I really must hand it to you." 9 Dragons Emperor praised the calm, composed Phoenix Rain. Inwardly, though, his heart fluttered in joy when he saw the items Phoenix Rain intended to gamble. The host was no fool if they were willing to offer a 1-to-9 payout rate. If one bet a piece of epic equipment, they could get 9 pieces if the Asura battle team won. Although the host wouldn't actually hand out 9 pieces of epic equipment, they would still offer items of equal value. However, could such an ideal situation happen? While Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor had been talking, the timer above the stage had begun to count down. The arena fell silent as everyone focused on the 3 people on the stage. The spectators couldn't help but gasp when they saw the Asura battle team's formation. What are they trying to do? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Fire Dance walk to a corner of the stage while Gentle Snow stood within 20 yards of Miracle Dragon. These women's intentions couldn't be more obvious. The Asura battle team was trying to pick a one-on-one fight with Miracle Dragon. Chapter 1163, Swift Sword. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1163, Swift Sword. Despite the timer's clear indication that the battle would begin soon, everyone stared at Sherfone, who stood below the stage. They actually letting one person take on Miracle Dragon. Aren't they underestimating the sword freak a little too much? That's right. Miracle Dragon is being kind enough to give the Asura battle team a chance, yet they're trying to throw that chance away. What fools! Has the Asura battle team's leader given up on the competition? How boring. He accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, yet he's playing such tricks at the very last minute. Does he think that he can save his team's reputation even if they lose? The spectators couldn't help but glare at the Asura battle team with contempt. The originally exciting match had become a disappointing farce. Ha ha ha. This Asura battle team really is interesting. 9 Dragons Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw the formation. Turning to look at Phoenix Rain, he said, "Rain, although I know you have a lot of resources on hand, there's no need to waste them like this, right? You might as well just give them to me if you want them gone so badly." As soon as Phoenix Rain had bet the epic mage robes their guild had obtained after much difficulty, the Asura battle team had pulled such a move. 9 Dragons Emperor even wondered if the Asura battle team were working for Miracle. The Great Pavilion Master had personally awarded the epic mage robes to Phoenix Rain. If she lost the robes here, one could just imagine how angry the Great Pavilion Master would be. Phoenix Rain remained silent. However, she looked rather pale. Just what is Yifeng trying to do? She had not bet all of the weapons, equipment, and tools she had prepared for Thunder Island due to 9 Dragon Emperor's provocation. Rather, she had done so after carefully considering the matter. Currently, she didn't have enough resources to hire enough capable experts. Although she had signed an agreement with Sherfone, it was simply too difficult to occupy 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island. If she only managed to occupy 1 monster encampment, her results would be no match for 9 Dragon Emperors, who was working with Miracle. Her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be no different than if she failed to occupy a single encampment. Hence, rather than wait for her inevitable fate, she'd rather go broke and gamble everything on the Asura battle team's complete victory. At the very least, if the team succeeded, she'd have a higher chance of occupying 2 encampments on Thunder Island. Even if she failed to do so, she was confident of occupying 1 encampment. However, Shifeng's current decision had placed her in a very awkward position. Meanwhile, Blue Phoenix burned with rage. She wanted nothing more than to rush up to Sherfone, crack his head open, and take a look at what was going through the man's mind. Sherfone had thrown away their chances of victory. As everyone chatted amongst themselves, the timer finally came to an end. Standing on the stage, Miracle Dragon glanced at Fire Dance in the corner. He then shifted his gaze to the valiant war goddess before him, anger burning in his eyes as he asked, "Is this the arrangement you have decided on?" Originally, he thought he would get to enjoy a good fight. He hadn't expected the Asura battle team to make such a move. Gentle Snow was certainly talented. She had even led a first-rate guild before. She was also a great beauty. In the virtual gaming world, many knew her as a peak expert and a goddess. However, none of that meant anything to players on his level. In his eyes, Gentle Snow's only noteworthy achievement was her fight in White River City, during which she had reached the refinement realm mid-battle. However, with such combat standards, he could have killed Gentle Snow even before he had become a magic swordsman. That's right. I'll be your opponent, Gentle Snow calmly declared. Are you trying to annoy me? Miracle Dragon asked with a frosty tone as he glared at Gentle Snow. Even the area around Miracle Dragon had frozen. I'll give you one last chance. Come at me together. However, Gentle Snow and Fire Dance remained motionless. Neither of them showed any signs of changing their minds. So be it. Don't blame me for being merciless. Miracle Dragon bellowed. Activating Wind Blade, he dashed towards Fire Dance. The audience barely saw his afterimages in the blink of an eye. Miracle Dragon crossed 10 yards. Less than 100 yards separated the swordsman and the assassin. It would only take a few seconds for Miracle Dragon to reach his target so fast. The spectators were surprised by Miracle Dragon's speed. Even peak assassins, who were famed for their speed, would be no match for him. However, even when less than 20 yards separated Miracle Dragon and Fire Dance, the latter refused to move as she quietly watched the swordsman approach Yuri looking to die. Miracle Dragon growled. He had long since locked his killing intent on Fire Dance in hopes of forcing the assassin to react. However, Fire Dance's attitude was still lax. She underestimated him. Miracle Dragon no longer held back. He unsheathed the light blue greatsword from his back and swung it at Fire Dance. The instant Miracle Dragon slashed at Fire Dance, everyone heard the whistle of the blade slice through the air. No one in the audience could see Miracle Dragon's greatsword or his hands. It was as if they had vanished as expected of the sword freak. His swift sword has improved once again. Nine Dragons Emperor exclaimed as he watched Miracle Dragon. What a pity. Fire Dance won't even know how she died. Swift Sword was one of Miracle Dragon's trademark moves. Although the attack with his greatsword seemed like a normal slash, that swing contained the power of every muscle in his body. With this power, he could manipulate his greatsword like a whip. His attack could exceed the normal speed limit the system had set on players. This technique's principle was similar to that of strength superpositioning. However, while the theory was simple, very few peak experts could achieve it. Not a single player could employ the technique to Miracle Dragon's level. This was the reason behind Miracle Dragon's title of Sword Freak. Even a Void Realm expert would struggle to perceive Miracle Dragon's attacks. They would need all of their concentration, pushing their five senses to their very limits, to barely combat the swordsman's attacks. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had only recently set foot into the refinement realm. No one expected her to see Miracle Dragon's greatsword. This was also why the Asura battle team only had a chance if both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow attacked Miracle Dragon together. Dang. The clang of metal reverberated throughout the arena. Miracle Dragon's greatsword had stopped roughly 5 yards away from Fire Dance. Before anyone had realized it, Gentle Snow had appeared before Fire Dance, her silver greatsword acting as an immovable wall that prevented Miracle Dragon from reaching the assassin. Miracle Dragon was confused when he saw Gentle Snow. He simply could not figure out how Gentle Snow had appeared before him. He couldn't understand how the Berserker had managed to stop his swift sword. Either. As Miracle Dragon pondered these questions, Gentle Snow put some strength into her arms, using her silver greatsword to force Miracle Dragon a few steps back. The gap between their strengths was now obvious. Can you take this match seriously now? Gentle Snow glanced at Miracle Dragon, her voice extremely calm as she spoke, acting as if Miracle Dragon's swift sword wasn't worth her concern. Chapter 1164, Duel of Swords. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1164, Duel of Swords. Miracle Dragon's eyebrows jumped in surprise when he saw Gentle Snow's calm exterior. The audience was similarly stunned. Gentle Snow was incredibly famous in the virtual gaming world. However, when it came to combat standards, she could only reign supreme among first-rate guilds. Compared to the older generation's peak experts like Miracle Dragon, however, she was greatly inferior. No one had expected her current performance. Even Galaxy Past and Purple Eye, Gentle Snow's old rivals who had come to watch this competition, were dumbfounded. Is that really the Gentle Snow I know? Purple Eye balled her fists as she stared at Gentle Snow, her heart refusing to believe this. In the past, she hadn't been very familiar with superpowers peak experts. She only knew that these experts were extremely powerful, and they lived in two completely different worlds. There was little chance for them to encounter each other. However, after participating in the secret pavilion simulation training system, she understood how strong these peak experts were. Their combat standards were beyond her imagination. With equal equipment and levels, even 10 of her wouldn't be enough of a warm-up for one of those peak experts. Yet, the gentle Snow, who had stood on the same stage as the Star Alliance, could now hold her ground against a peak expert like Sword Freak. How could she not find this shocking? I have truly underestimated you. It's no wonder why you had become Ouroboros's guild leader. Miracle Dragon could not help but smile. The blade of disaster, which still trembled in his hands. However, whether or not you take me seriously will depend on your ability to block my next move. Saying so, Miracle Dragon's expression changed. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and executed Swift Sword once more. This time, however, he did not settle for a single slash. Rather, he launched a series of attacks. While Swift Sword was difficult to defend against, an expert of similar standards would have no issues blocking one strike. Hence, Miracle Dragon decided to up his assault and execute multiple Swift Sword attacks. This way, even an expert of the same standards would not casually challenge Miracle Dragon head-on. Shrill, whistling sounds reached the audience's ears. Everyone was fascinated as they watched Miracle Dragon attacks. This was especially true for the swordsman experts among the crowd. Miracle Dragon's swordsmanship was the peak they all aimed for. Enraptured by the flashing sword lights, even Starstreak, who was on the same team as Miracle Dragon, had goosebumps. If he stood in Gentle Snow's shoes, he would have no choice but to activate a life-saving skill against Miracle Dragon's consecutive swift swords. Just before the sword light struck Gentle Snow, the Berserker swung her silver greatsword. Suddenly, an explosion shook the arena as Gentle Snow continued to brandish her greatsword. A series of explosions rang out from the stage. It sounded as if the stage were being bombarded. After several seconds, Miracle Dragon stopped his assault, shock plastered on his face. Even when he had faced Domain Realm experts, they had only blocked a portion of his attacks while relying on their footwork to evade the rest. However, among the 15 attacks he had just launched, Gentle Snow had effortlessly blocked every one. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since joining God's domain. However, Miracle Dragon did not know that Gentle Snow currently wore the level 50 magic light set. Although she was missing the chest piece, she still had the 7 Luminaries battle armor, which possessed the passive skill magic reinforcement, increasing her physique by 30% with her superior basic attributes and physique. Gentle Snow had no issues blocking Miracle Dragon's swift sword. Too strong. She's just too strong. Was the snow goddess always this strong? Crap. Is she the incarnation of the war goddess? The skill Gentle Snow displayed flabbergasted the audience. Although many experts watched the battle, the number of people that could actually block Miracle Dragon's consecutive swift swords could be counted on one hand. Everyone had assumed that the Asura battle team had given up and just wanted to end this match as quickly as possible. However, it would seem that this wasn't the case. Who is this Gentle Snow? 1,000 Miles' expression was twisted and ugly. Even the various large guilds had detailed information on Gentle Snow's leadership of Ouroboros, not to mention a super first-rate guild like Miracle. However, no matter how many times 1,000 Miles read through Gentle Snow's files, he had not found any information that hinted at the woman's capability of standing against Miracle Dragon. Although Gentle Snow originated from a first-rate guild, she had never taken part in any of the superpowers training systems. She hadn't been tutored by a famous expert either, yet she now stood, toe-to-toe, against a peak expert like Miracle Dragon. Seeing Gentle Snow's aura, 1,000 Miles was even afraid that the woman would surpass Miracle Dragon at any moment. How could this happen? In another VIP room, Blue Phoenix was ecstatic. The Asura battle team has won for sure this time. If Gentle Snow alone could already put Miracle Dragon into such a bind, the duo should have a 70% chance of defeating Miracle Dragon if Fire Dance joined the battle. Phoenix Rain sighed in relief. She hadn't expected the Asura battle team to have such a trump card. Damn it. How has Gentle Snow's combat power improved so much? Nine Dragons Emperor, who sat beside Phoenix Rain, could not help his growing anxiety when he saw Miracle Dragon at a disadvantage. I admit that you are skilled enough for me to take seriously, Miracle Dragon congratulated Gentle Snow. Aside from shock, his gaze contained a hint of joy. I never thought that I would meet an expert such as yourself in the Dark Arena. It seems that I haven't wasted my time making the trip here. I'll show you my latest creation. If you can block this, I'll admit defeat. Saying so, Miracle Dragon activated his Berserk skill. Suddenly, his aura exploded from his body. It felt as if a fierce beast had just woken from its slumber. The man's blade of disaster instantly released a black glow. When the great sword moved, the weapon even sliced apart space itself as it left a black line in its wake. The audience gasped when they saw the great sword's sharpness. It seems that Miracle Dragon is finally getting serious. When Starstreak noticed the blade of disaster cut apart space, his gaze focused on the swordsman in God's domain. The swordsman class had two development paths, the dual sword style and the great sword style. Among them, the dual sword style was more common. As one-handed swords were lighter, they were more suited to players who pursued speed and dexterity. When fighting monsters, one could also use either or both hands to block an attack. As for the greatsword style, needless to say, a greatsword was much heavier than one-handed swords. This, in turn, made greatswords more difficult to handle. However, the advantage was obvious. They possessed great destructive power. Miracle Dragon's talent was suited to the greatsword style. Not only could his combat technique, Swift Sword, make up for the greatsword's lack of speed, but the weapon's destructive power also made up for the Swift Sword technique's lack of power. Most importantly, Miracle Dragon could use weakness observation, allowing him to detect his opponent's weak points and exerting his greatsword's full potential. Moreover, Miracle Dragon was a magic swordsman. With the magic enhancement, his attack speed and power had risen to a whole new level. Even those old, domain realm monsters wouldn't casually face the man head-on. Fall. 6 extreme slashes. As Miracle Dragon opened his eyes, he dashed at Gentle Snow as he launched 6 slashes. However, his attacks were faster than his consecutive swift swords. This time, he completed all 6 slashes in a single breath, targeting Gentle Snow's blind spots. It was simply impossible for the Berserker to dodge all of the attacks. The instant Miracle Dragon executed 6 extreme slashes, the peak experts in the various VIP rooms held their breath as their eyes widened, deeply afraid of missing this exciting moment. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, the recipient of this powerful technique, could feel the pressure from Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. The pressure weighed down her arms and legs. How could she block such a technique? Gentle Snow had no choice but to go all out. Legacy Berserk skill, Starlight Saint. 7 Luminaries Domain. Chapter 1165, Complete Victory. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1165, Complete Victory. She's too strong. Is she an NPC in disguise? When Gentle Snow had activated her Berserk skill, the crowd had been startled as Gentle Snow activated Starlight Saint. Her originally pitch-black armor transformed into a white, feathery gown. 3 pairs of silvery white metallic wings, decorated with golden divine runes, stretched from her back. Golden divine runes also surfaced on Gentle Snow's unblemished cheeks and forehead, adding a hint of divinity to her appearance. However, the players in the audience were experts. They naturally would not be frightened by a change in appearance. The real reason that they were intimidated, the feeling of power Gentle Snow gave off. This feeling was different from the pressure one normally felt from stronger opponents. This was kind of like the fear they felt when facing creatures of a higher life rating. Normally, they only experienced this feeling when facing NPCs or monsters, yet they were afraid of Gentle Snow. Inside a 3rd-floor VIP room, surprise colored Phoenix Rain's expression as she watched. Does she have a hidden class as well? This thought surfaced in Phoenix Rain's mind. She had already taken a look through the files of the Asura battle team's members. Although the information recorded stated that Gentle Snow possessed this kind of berserk skill, as most berserk skills would alter the player's body, she hadn't bothered to look into the matter further now. However, Phoenix Rain was certain that Gentle Snow possessed a hidden class. She would never give off such a powerful feeling otherwise. The only explanation Phoenix Rain could come up with was that Gentle Snow had used one of those mysterious Legacy Berserk skills. Meanwhile, only peak legacies possessed Legacy Berserk skills. Thinking up to this point, Phoenix Rain could not help her growing curiosity about Zero Wing. She could accept the fact that the Asura battle team's members exposed one epic item after another. However, she could not fathom how Zero Wing had managed to obtain a peak legacy in God's domain. Peak legacies were much rarer than epic weapons and equipment. Even now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had not found a single clue leading to a peak legacy, much less obtaining Onis for Miracle. Only after mobilizing all of the guild's power did they manage to obtain a peak legacy for the Witch of the West. As everyone was shocked by Gentle Snow's display, Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes descended on the female player. This 6 extreme slashes technique was Miracle Dragon's current limit. Even peak experts of similar standards would be fortunate if they could block 2 or 3 of the slashes. If they did not activate a life-saving skill, the attack would devour their HPAs. These 6 slashes were about to carve into Gentle Snow. 3 silvery white holy spears appeared before the berserker. Gentle Snow's greatsword had also transformed into 2 one-handed swords. This instantly resolved the issue of her previous blind spots. When Miracle Dragon's greatsword descended, a series of crisp, metallic clangs echoed throughout the arena. In the end, Gentle Snow had blocked all 6 slashes. Moreover, she remained unharmed even after blocking the attacks. She had not lost a single HPU, blocked them all. Miracle Dragon's expression froze. The entire venue fell silent as the crowd stared at Gentle Snow incredulously. 1,000 Miles was more shocked than anyone. Miracle Dragon's strongest technique had been neutralized. How could this happen? While 1,000 Miles had considered the possibility of Gentle Snow blocking all 6 attacks successfully, it was with the assumption that she would use an invulnerability skill. However, Gentle Snow had not used anything like that. She had relied on her own techniques. How does a little guild like Zero Wing have such a genius? 1,000 Miles' jealousy began to bubble up as he watched the snow goddess. That's right, he envied Zero Wing from Gentle Snow's data. He knew that the woman had not received any training from a special system, yet with weapons and equipment on par with Miracle Dragons, she had suppressed her opponent. This was insane. If Gentle Snow joined Miracle, even 1,000 Miles himself couldn't imagine what kind of future lay ahead of the woman. Moreover, Gentle Snow was a talented manager. Rather than calling her a genius, it would be more apt to call her a prodigy. If Gentle Snow became his subordinate, it was highly possible that he could rise to guild leader in the future. Aside from Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, who had taken to the stage in the previous matches, were similarly talented. In Miracle, they would definitely be considered top-class players, yet such prodigies and geniuses continued to emerge within a small guild like Zero Wing. This was ludicrous. 1,000 Miles suddenly had an idea: poach Gentle Snow and the others for Miracle. This is too amazing. She actually managed to suppress the sword freak. Is this the snow goddess's true strength? How did she block that move? Although many among the audience were experts, they all knew that they would die instantly under the onslaught of Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. However, by the looks of Gentle Snow, it was clear that she still had energy to spare after her defense. Everyone in the crowd had goosebumps. They realized that they were about to bear witness to a historic moment. Gentle Snow was going to defeat the sword freak Miracle Dragon. The Asura battle team would annihilate the evil dragon battle team. Big Sis Snow is so amazing. I couldn't even see those attacks, yet she blocked all of them. If I had been in her shoes, I would have been defeated. Violet Cloud watched Gentle Snow with admiration. I wonder when I'll reach that realm. In response, Shurfong simply chuckled. In reality, he wanted to reassure Violet Cloud that her combat techniques were stronger than the snow goddesses. It was the gap between their equipment that made the difference. The 7 Luminaries' battle armor, in particular, was almost a cheat against melee players. Gentle Snow would not fare so well against the Witch of the West. The 7 Luminaries' battle armor had 2 passive skills. Among them, magic reinforcement could improve the user's physique by 30%. Physique improvement in God's domain was not limited to increasing a player's speed and stamina. More importantly, a player's 5 senses also improved, which allowed them to keep up with speeds they normally could not. This was the benefit of an item that had once been legendary equipment. Despite its fragmented state, its effects were still frightening. Miracle Dragon also felt the effects of the 7 Luminaries domain, decreasing his speed significantly. Even if she hadn't used the 3 Holy Spears, with Gentle Snow's current level, basic attributes, and physique, she would have no problem blocking 5 of the 6 attacks. With her battle armor's frightening defense, she wouldn't receive much damage from one strike. This was what made fragmented legendary items so terrifying. A single item could create a peak expert. This was also why the various large guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain fragmented legendary items. Meanwhile, on the stage, just as Gentle Snow was about to display the 7 Luminaries' domain's might, Miracle Dragon revealed a bitter smile as he raised one hand and forfeited the match. Miracle Dragon had kept his word. Before everyone realized what had happened, the system automatically declared Gentle Snow and Fire Dance the winners of this match, following which the competition came to an end. The Asura battle team had achieved complete victory over the Evil Dragon battle team. Chapter 1166, Asura becomes famous. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1166, Asura becomes famous. Only after the system announcement did the audience react. The competition. It's over, just like that. This is ridiculous. The Asura battle team has achieved another complete victory. After these 3 matches, everyone finally understood what high-level PvP truly meant. The duels today were on a whole different level compared to the PvP battles they fought before. Particularly, the experts of first- and second-rate guilds were so excited that they had forgotten to breathe as they watched the match between Miracle Dragon and Gentle Snow. However, they all had to admit that this competition had completely exceeded their expectations. Before the competition had begun, almost no one had believed that the Asura battle team could achieve victory, much less a complete victory. After all, the Evil Dragon battle team's strength was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, this upset had also caused many people to cry out in anguish. They all regretted not betting on the Asura battle team's complete victory. That was a 1-to-9 payout rate they were talking about. If they had wagered all of their guild's resources, the returns would be unimaginable. After all, every player capable of entering the Dark Arena had extraordinary origins. It would not be difficult to collect several hundred pieces of excellent equipment, rare tools, and materials. If they had won the bet, they would earn back several thousand items. Just the thought gave them shivers. After the competition ended, the Asura battle team had officially been added to the various superpowers list of targets. After Miracle Dragon left the stage, Alice walked up to him and asked in a soft, but serious, tone, "Miracle, you're the face of the guild. Why didn't you go all out?" She knew full well how powerful Miracle Dragon was. Others might not, but she had seen his strength with her own eyes. Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes was far from his true power. When Miracle Dragon activated his berserk skill, he could execute 9 extreme slashes. Although there was only a difference of 3 attacks, he could have defeated Gentle Snow, yet the swordsman had not done so. As a result, the Evil Dragon battle team had lost the competition. In addition, this wounded the guild's reputation. "You think too highly of me. Although I did conserve my strength, do you think Gentle Snow wasn't doing the same?" Miracle Dragon could not help but turn to the Asura battle team's snow goddess. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly as he said, "Don't forget, she, too, possesses a peak class. Rather than exposing my 9 extreme slashes and forcing Gentle Snow to use her 2-fold berserk in return, we'd benefit more if I saved that trump card for Thunder Island. Don't forget, Thunder Island is our guild's true target." Hearing Miracle Dragon's explanation, Alice understood. While everyone believed that the strongest aspect of peak classes was the lack of shortcomings, in reality, the true power of peak classes was their ability to use 2-fold berserk. In fact, she hadn't bothered to use 2-fold berserk against Sherfong and Violet Cloud because she wanted to surprise the various super guilds in the contest for Thunder Island. Thinking up to this point, Alice shifted her gaze to Sherfone, her expression tensing. Could he possess a peak class as well? Alice suddenly recalled the scene when Sherfone had sliced apart the Flame Monarch's fireballs. Sherfone definitely had not achieved that feat simply by relying on a single berserk skill. After all, he was only a Tier 1 player, not Tier 2 if this was true. Then Zero Wing really was terrifying. Despite being an upstart guild in a small kingdom, Zero Wing had 2 players that wielded peak legacies. Even Miracle couldn't say the same. They won. Inside a VIP room, Purple Jade's eyes burned with fighting spirit and frustration as she looked at Gentle Snow. Originally, her goal was to defeat the Sword Freak Miracle Dragon. Now, however, Gentle Snow had defeated that old monster, and she was only a few years older than Purple Jade. Moreover, Gentle Snow had never experienced any superpower system training. This realization wounded Purple Jade's pride. However, it also rekindled her hope. At the very least, she now knew that someone from the younger generation could defeat Miracle Dragon with a sword. Zero Wing is truly an interesting guild. They keep surprising everyone. As Yuan Tianxin watched Sherfone, he recalled his first meeting with the young man. The youth, who hadn't been worth mentioning, had grown into an expert that even he feared. It really made him wonder if he were getting old. Jade, let's go. The Dark Arena's auction is likely about to start. We need to send our items over. Purple Jade nodded in response. She then followed Yuan Tianxin and left the VIP room. In another VIP room, Nine Dragons' Emperor was extremely pale. He paled further when he noticed Phoenix Rain's grin. Although the woman hadn't said anything, he felt as if she had plunged a knife into his heart. Miracle. That bunch of trash. They made me lose so many resources. Although he had mentioned that he had only bet a small amount of unimportant resources on the evil dragon battle team, in reality, he had wagered plenty of excellent weapons and equipment. Among them, there were over 50 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. Currently, even independent expert players were only around level 39 or level 40 despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion frequently mobilizing their members to kill field bosses of higher levels. They had a very small stock of level 40 dark gold equipment yet. He had lost over 50 pieces in the blink of an eye with 50 level 40 dark gold items. He could easily employ 10 peak experts. However, what annoyed him the most was the fact that Phoenix Rain had made a fortune. Just the thought of Phoenix Rain gaining the equivalent of 9 epic mage robes was enough to drive him mad. Weary leaving. Without speaking to Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons' Emperor stormed out of the room with martial dragon. Ha ha ha. Big sis Rain, Zero Wing is simply amazing. They actually achieved a complete victory against the evil dragon battle team. Not only have we earned a fortune from outbet, but we also got a huge haul from the competition's total bets. With this, we won't have to worry about needing resources for the competition on Thunder Island. Blue Phoenix exclaimed excitedly after Nine Dragons' Emperor had left the room. We have indeed won this time. However, the contest on Thunder Island is key, Phoenix Rain said, smiling faintly. This victory was only secondary to her. What truly impressed Phoenix Rain was the strength that Zero Wing had displayed today. With the resources she had obtained today, they definitely had a chance of occupying 2 monster encampments. However, inside another VIP room, when Abandoned Wave saw the Asura battle team win, he started to laugh like a lunatic. I'll let you celebrate for now. Soon, however, you will fall from heaven straight into hell. Abandoned Wave wore a sinister smile as he watched Sherfone and the others. However, as Abandoned Wave was about to leave the room, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the Asura battle team's rest area. This person was none other than the commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion. 1,000 Miles showed no anger over the evil dragon battle team's loss. On the contrary, he wore a friendly smile as he approached Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave was shocked. Every time he had spoken with 1,000 Miles, the man wore an indifferent expression. 1,000 Miles didn't respect him at all, yet the man smiled at Gentle Snow. No matter how Abandoned Wave looked at it, he found it odd. Hello, I am 1,000 Miles, a vice guild leader in Miracle. I watched the entire competition, and I have to admit that your performance was dazzling. May I ask if you would be interested in joining Miracle? If you are, I guarantee you that you'll immediately be elevated to the position of Guild Elder and will be promoted to Vice Commander in the Purgatory Legion. In the future, you might even become a Vice Guild Leader. Chapter 1167, Impervious to Reason. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1167, Impervious to Reason. Although Thousand Miles's tone was plain, his words stunned everyone in the arena, even the evil dragon battle team's members, who were approaching from a short distance away, revealed stunned expressions, confusion in their eyes as they looked at Thousand Miles. What's the commander trying to do? Silent March could not believe her ears when she heard Thousand Miles's offer. She was not surprised that Thousand Miles had taken the initiative to invite Gentle Snow to Miracle. Rather, she was shocked by what he promised. The Snow Goddess Miracle was a super first-rate guild. When it came to number and quality of experts, Miracle was even stronger than some super guilds. The guild had no shortage of newcomers each year either. However, no newcomer had ever become a guild elder or vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions the moment they joined. Even Silent March, a genius Miracle had nurtured internally, did not receive such a treatment. The vice guild leader really is going all out this time. Alice simply smiled. It was extremely difficult to become an elder in Miracle as there were a limited number of spots. Unless the guild expanded, it would not add more elders. As for the position of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, countless players vied for such an honor. Thousand Miles didn't have the authority to give it away. Even Miracle's guild leader could not make such a decision alone. Such an important matter needed to be discussed among the guild's upper echelon. Since Thousand Miles had spoken with such certainty, he was definitely prepared to pay a massive price to recruit Gentle Snow. Based on the woman's performance in the last match, it was possible that he could fulfill those promises. Miracle Dragon didn't comment on the matter at all. However, Miracle's other experts glared enviously at Gentle Snow. He had offered her the position of one of Miracle's elders. They all strove for that position. Only by becoming an elder would one have truly joined the ranks of Miracle's upper echelons. It was like joining a company's upper management. If they became one of Miracle's elders, even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds had to treat them with respect. Thousand Miles had even promised Gentle Snow the position of vice guild leader. If they could become a vice guild leader, they would receive a portion of the guild's shares. They could also influence the guild's decision. Standing by the side, Sherfong said nothing in regard to Thousand Miles's offer, though he did frown. Thousand Miles's poaching method was the perfect representation of how super first-rate guilds operated. Thank you for your invitation. However, I have no intention of leaving Zero Wing. Gentle Snow rejected the offer without hesitation. Why? Is Miracle not a match for Zero Wing? Thousand Miles frowned. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to reject him so straightforwardly. She hadn't even considered his offer. This reaction irked him a little. You are very strong. If you remain in a guild like Zero Wing, you won't be able to fulfill your potential. However, if you join Miracle, you'll be able to display your abilities fully. In the future, as Miracle continues to develop, you will even have the opportunity to become a branch guild leader and manage an entire kingdom or empire. Although Thousand Miles hadn't been loud, the many expert players present could hear his words clearly, and they all gasped in shock. Many upper echelons and guild leaders stared at Gentle Snow enviously. They all wished they were standing in her shoes. Everyone knew that God's domain was massive and that even super guilds could not single-handedly rule over the entire game. Hence, superpowers would create branch guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to develop and expand their guilds as a whole. These branch guilds' management would be left to the branch guild leaders. Becoming a branch guild leader was the equivalent of establishing a guild of their own. Moreover, this guild would have the support of a super guild. Becoming one of Miracle's branch guild leaders was many times better than becoming a vice guild leader. Even the main headquarters guild leader would have to treat them with respect. This was far better than being the guild leader of a measly first-rate guild. How about it? Won't you consider my offer? Thousand Miles had already investigated Gentle Snow's situation. He knew that Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. Ouroboros no longer existed in the virtual gaming world. However, if Gentle Snow became a branch guild leader, she would be fully capable of establishing another Ouroboros. Only, said Ouroboros would bear the name Miracle's name. He believed that this offer could tempt the snow goddess. It was certainly a higher honor than being Zero Wing's vice guild leader. Thank you for your high evaluation, vice guild leader Miles. However, I've already stated that I will not leave Zero Wing. If you have nothing else to discuss, I will be on my way, Gentle Snow said. She then turned and left, wanting nothing to do with 1,000 Miles. Everyone in the arena was flabbergasted. Gentle Snow had tossed away such a heaven-sent opportunity. They simply could not figure out what was going through Gentle Snow's mind. Had she lost the ambition she had when she had been the guild leader of a first-rate guild? Even if she had lost this ambition, she should still want to grow stronger. In that case, joining Miracle should be her best option. Big Sis Snow, you're so cool. I almost fell for you. Violet Cloud's eyes shone brightly as she tugged on Gentle Snow's delicate arm. Feng also released a sigh of relief. He was a little touched by Gentle Snow's response. Very few could hold themselves back when faced with the temptation of reality, not to mention the conditions 1,000 Miles had offered. As for fire dance and alluring summer, they simply smiled at 1,000 Miles. Although they had a word or two for the man, in the end, they chose to turn and leave. Miracle might be an insurmountable existence to Zero Wing right now, but the same could not be said for the future. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Feng transformed Zero Wing into an existence that even surpassed Miracle. What a fool. She is simply impervious to reason. Wrathful flames burned in 1,000 Miles' eyes as he glared at Gentle Snow's departing figure. Just you wait. It won't be long before you beg to join Miracle. The struggle for dominance in God's domain was only beginning. Mainstream players were beginning to obtain mounts, and various groups were beginning to occupy NPC towns. It was only a matter of time before conflict broke out between countries. Moreover, various industrial titans had begun to set their sights on the game, investing large sums. Soon, the competition between guilds would intensify. There was a saying that destruction pursued the great. In such a competitive environment, it would not be surprising for today's Overlord to vanish from the game tomorrow. At the end of the day, only superpowers like Miracle would continue to stand tall. Following which, 1,000 Miles led his subordinates out of the arena and headed for the Dark Arena's auction venue. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room upstairs, the Midnight Tea Party's members had watched every second of the competition. What an interesting guild. Endless Scars's cherry-red lips formed a joyful smile as she looked at the Asura battle team members. Due to this incident, Endless Scars's interest in the guild known as Zero Wing had grown. Her opinion was the opposite of those who were shocked and confused. The fact that an upstart guild could keep a former guild leader of a first-rate guild from leaving showed that this upstart guild held something even more attractive than what a super first-rate guild could offer. There was no other reason that someone, who had once led their own guild, would dismiss a rare opportunity to display their abilities on a larger stage, preferring the small state that no one paid much attention to. After the competition had ended, Feng headed towards the Dark Arena's exchange counter. Before the competition had begun, he had brought all of the guild's resources with him. Afterward, he had deliberately agreed to Miracle Dragon's challenge to push the Dark Arena's host to increase the competition's payout rate, and indeed, just as he had expected, the host had eventually offered a payout rate of 1-9 for a complete victory. After that, he had bet everything he could afford to lose on the Asura battle team. Here's my ticket. I would like to redeem my resources. Feng smiled as he handed over the ticket the Dark Arena's host had issued him to the female player manning the counter. He had bet 300+ pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment, 800+ pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment, as well as plenty of high-tiered magic scrolls and rare materials. The total value of his bet easily exceeded 90,000 gold. Sir, the woman manning the counter nearly jumped in shock when she saw Feng's ticket. Chapter 1168, Dark Auction. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1168, Dark Auction. Is there a problem? Feng asked the female receptionist. No, the amount is just a little too high for me to handle. I'll have to ask my superiors before I can transfer the resources, the receptionist said, smiling bitterly. The amount of resources recorded on the ticket Shurfong produced was frightening. There were usually many bets placed in the dark arena, and it was not uncommon to see players gamble several hundred or even over 1,000 weapons, equipment, rare materials, and tools. However, Shurfeng's wager was completely outside of the norm. Just the level 40 dark gold equipment he had bet numbered more than 300. Various large guilds' mainstream equipment was still level 35. Level 40 weapons and equipment were still rare, much less level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment. Normally, guilds let their experts use these items. Very few guilds would be willing to gamble these items in this competition. Although there were quite a few first-rate guilds that had level 40 dark gold equipment, they had only bet around 20 to 30 pieces at most. Even then, it was considered an extravagance. Overall, the majority of the guild's wagers were level 35 weapons and equipment, tools, and rare materials. Most importantly, Shurfong had bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. The Dark Arena had to compensate him with 9 times the resources he had bet. According to the Dark Arena's rules, players would get priority over resources of the same rank when claiming their winnings. In other words, if a player had bet level 40 dark gold equipment, once the competition was over and said player collected their winnings, the Dark Arena would give that player the level 40 dark gold equipment that had been wagered on the losing team. Only when the Dark Arena was out of level 40 dark gold equipment would it compensate the player with items of a lower rank. Meanwhile, this competition was unusual. Rather than relying on the system, the Dark Arena's host was the bookkeeper. As a result, the bets did not follow the natural payout rates, which resulted in an unbalanced payout ratio. If the bets on the losing battle team were not enough to cover the bets placed on the winning battle team, the host would have to cover the rest. Shurfong had bet over 300 level 40 dark gold weapons and pieces of equipment. In other words, the Dark Arena had to pay him over 2,700 level 40 dark gold equipment. Shurfong was also going to redeem over 7,000 level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment. He was definitely going to wring the host dry. With so many weapons and equipment, one could easily arm a legion of 1,000 level 40 experts and have plenty to spare. Even the Dark Arena's host couldn't collect so many items within a short time. As the Dark Arena, there was a minimum requirement of the quality of the items wagered. For example, level 35 secret silver equipment would not be accepted. The bare minimum was level 35 fine gold weapons or equipment. The same was true for rare materials and tools. Although many had bet on the Evil Dragon battle team, there were still a few players who had bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. In fact, one person had even gambled an epic item. After considering all of the bets, the remaining resources would not be enough to pay off Shurfeng's claim. After a moment, the receptionist finally received feedback from her superiors. Turning to Shurfong, the receptionist awkwardly reported, "Sir, as your wager was somewhat large, so we aren't able to transfer all of the required resources within a short period. Aside from resources of the same rank, may I know if you are willing to accept a portion of the payment in coins or magic crystals?" "That's fine. I'll take payment in both coins and magic crystals." Shurfong nodded. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome. The host had set the payout rates too high. Even if a lot of people had gambled on the Evil Dragon battle team winning, there were bound to be a few who tested their luck. It was only natural that the host was in a predicament. After all, it was not that easy to procure top-tier resources. Even super guilds were not immune to the difficulty. In fact, the only reason he had so many items lying around was thanks to Pantheon, Blackwater, and Heaven's Burial. If he had not trapped and killed so many of their expert and elite players, he wouldn't have been able to collect so many items either. After all, when he placed items of such rank in the guild warehouse, guild members traded in their GCPs very quickly unless, of course, the host was willing to let their own guild experts go naked. Obviously, this was impossible. Afterward, Shurfong had fired Dance and the others transport his winnings. In total, Shurfong had won tens of thousands of weapons, equipment, tools, and rare materials. Even his own bag space couldn't hold that many items. Guild leader, did you just rob the Dark Arena's warehouse? Fire Dance was breathless as she looked weapons and equipment in her bag. If it were simply common weapons and equipment, she wouldn't have said anything. Even the most inferior item was a piece of level 35 fine gold equipment. Our harvest is even greater than when we annihilated the Blackwater army. With this, our guild won't have to worry about weapons and equipment for some time. Gentle Snow's eyes shone as she looked at Shifeng's winnings. With these weapons and equipment, our guild can start expanding again. Weapons and equipment were a guild's foundation. To develop a guild, one first needed to develop the guild's weapon and equipment supply. Currently, guild's main sources for weapons and equipment were powerful field bosses and large-scale team dungeons. This was also why the various large guilds needed experts. Without experts taking the lead, it would be very difficult for elite and ordinary players to kill powerful monsters or raid difficult team dungeons. However, what Gentle Snow did not know was that their harvest from the Dark Arena not only helped prepare Zero Wing for its next expansion, but it also covered their construction fees for upgrading Stone Forest Town to intermediate rank next. Shifeng simply needed to pay the construction fees and NPCs would begin rebuilding Stone Forest Town. According to the Grandmaster town design, transport these items back to the guild for now. I'll go and participate in the auction. When Shifeng glanced at the time, he noticed there were less than 10 minutes before the dark auction began. It would be a huge loss to miss out. Moreover, Shifeng had just obtained 420,000 magic crystals and 50,000 gold coins from the host. He had practically emptied the host's pockets, following which, Shifeng hurried to the auction venue. The dark auction was known as one of the largest auctions in God's domain. There were always a plethora of items up for auction, and every one of them was of excellent quality. Even fragmented legendary items had been for sale in the past. Although many large guilds wanted to participate, it was extremely difficult to do so. The minimum requirement to attend the dark auction had been the same to enter the dark arena in the past. Moreover, each invitation was limited to one person. One could not bring guests, of course. These rules hadn't been implemented yet. Any player that had received an invitation to the dark arena could take part. As soon as Shifeng reached the underground arena's top floor, he noticed a sea of people. There were more than double the number of players who had watched the competition. Upper echelons from super guilds and super first-rate guilds that had not been in the audience had arrived here. As Shifeng searched a place to sit, a familiar voice came from behind him. Yifeng. When Shifeng heard this voice, he could not help but turn towards its source immediately. He noticed Autumn Goose. She had already risen to level 41 and wore silver armor trimmed in red. Standing beside Autumn Goose was the Wind God Spear's commander, Fallen Wind. The man had already reached level 42. His level was quite eye-catching as he stood among the crowd. A glamorous beauty stood next to these two. The woman wore deep red leather armor and had a tattered and broken sword hanging from her waist. Although she had hidden her level with her black cloak, one could easily tell she was a first-class assassin based on her sharp aura. Moreover, Shifeng was very familiar with this beauty's face. Almost every superpower in God's domain knew the woman's nickname. She was Arrogance, one of the Flower of Seven Sins. 7 Sins. Chapter 1169, Legacy Item. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1169, Legacy Item. They actually know each other. Shifeng was a little surprised to see these three walking together. He had never imagined that the Wind God's Spear would have a connection with the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that not even super guilds dared to provoke. Meanwhile, within the organization, the most famous players were none other than the Seven Sins. The peerless beauty standing before him wielded the title Arrogance, Hidden Soul. In the past, the Flower of Seven Sins had been hired to assassinate a super guild's guild leader. Eventually, the organization completed the task. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul was among those who took part in the assassination. A super guild's guild leader was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risen to that position in the first place. In addition, a large group of peak experts usually followed these guild leaders, making assassinations nearly impossible, yet the Flower of Seven Sins had succeeded. Due to that incident, Hidden Soul's fame had skyrocketed. That incident had shocked the entire virtual gaming world. Noticing Autumn Goose's excitement, Hidden Soul glanced at Sherfong before asking softly, "Autumn, is he an acquaintance?" At this moment, Sherfong wore a black cloak, so she couldn't check his level. However, the fact that the man had been allowed into the dark auction house proved his status. Yifeng is the expert we told you about before. If not for his help, our wind god's spear would have suffered tremendously. Autumn Goose nodded. That's right. If not for Brother Yifeng lending a hand, we would have been trapped inside the trial of God. Fallen Wind said so. This is the guy you were talking about. Hidden Soul could not help but study Sherfong more carefully. While Hidden Soul quietly observed Sherfong, Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose approached him to say hello. Brother Yifeng, long time no see. Smiling, Fallen Wind continued, I never thought that you'd be here to participate in the auction as well. Why don't you join us? He had personally witnessed Sherfeng's strength, and he admired the man. It was also thanks to Sherfong that he had improved his combat standards. If possible, he really wanted to spar with Sherfong in the future. That's right. We came here with Big Sister Soul this time. Big Sister Soul's invitation card allowed us to use a room on the second floor. You get to know what items are up for auction in those rooms. This way, you'll have an easier time bidding on what you want, Autumn Goose added. Originally, Sherfong had wondered why Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose had been surprised to see him. Logically, they should have seen him in the arena. However, he understood after hearing the players' comments not many people were particularly interested in the Dark Arena's competitions. After all, the various superpowers would never reveal their true strength here. However, it was a different story for the Dark Auction. Hence, it wasn't unusual for others to be unaware of his situation. Moreover, Hidden Soul had brought Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose as her guests. It was even less likely for them to know about the Asura battle team, seeing as both Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose had passionately invited him to join them. Sherfong agreed after considering the matter. Not just anyone could enter the second floor rooms. Only superpowers had this privilege. Meanwhile, as Autumn Goose had said, the second floor rooms provided a preview of the items that were up for auction. With this insight, one could organize their funds and plan the items they wanted to buy. It was an advantage of status and position. For people from first-rate guilds or below, they could only wait for the items reveal patiently. While Sherfong chatted with Fallen Wind as they walked upstairs, Hidden Soul pulled Autumn Goose to a side and asked softly, Little Autumn, did you say that Rain refused to leave her guild because of him? I'm not sure. I only know that Yifeng has quested with Rain several times. After that, no matter how much I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't leave Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing is impressive. Now that I think about it, even I envy her a little, Autumn Goose said, shaking her head. So, that's how it is. Hearing Autumn Goose's words, Hidden Soul shot Sherfong a frosty look. It seems that I'll have to find an opportunity to get to know him properly. The Dark Auction House's second-floor rooms were quite spacious. Each one was roughly the size of a basketball court. Aside from the staff members stationed within, there was a table lined with precious alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. Any bottle on display could easily sell for 50 or 60 silver coins, with some worth over 3 gold. The fact that the Dark Arena's host offered the guests as many of these beverages as they wanted showed just how wealthy they were. Fallen Wind gulped when he saw the alcohol. Even he couldn't afford to indulge in alcohol worth 3 gold per bottle. Normally, he considered wine worth several dozen silver extravagant enough. After Sherfong and the others took their seats, the staff member handed each of them a list of the auctioned items. Dear guests, our auction will be split into 2 segments. We will host the first segment, and all of the items for sale have been recorded on that list. The second segment will be a trading session. If you have any items you wish to put up for trade, our auction house will represent you. However, to assure the product's quality, we will charge a processing fee of 40 magic crystals or 10 gold coins for each item. In the case of raw materials, we will charge 60 magic crystals of 15 gold coins per stack. After everyone received the list, the staff member explained the Dark Auction's general process. Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose frowned when they heard the explanation. This is simply too fraudulent. Autumn Goose whispered just getting the auction house to help promote their items cost a minimum of 40 magic crystals or 10 gold coins. There wasn't even a guarantee that their trade would be successful. This was practically daylight robbery. Even expert players had to grind for a long time to collect 10 gold coins. Otherwise, they wouldn't worry about affording a Mount Fallen Wind, and Autumn Goose finally understood why the host offered so many expensive beverages in these second-floor rooms. It felt as if they had already paid for the drinks in the auction. The crowd was more interested in the trading session than the organizers' items. After all, there were many priceless treasures in God's domain. Those present generally had little need for coins and magic crystals. They were more willing to spend these currencies to purchase items that weren't available on the market. Hidden Soul simply smiled at Autumn Goose's reaction. Anyone capable of receiving a second-floor room invitation had an extraordinarily status or position. To people like them, 40 magic crystals and 10 gold coins were nothing more than spare change. Moreover, the requirement's purpose was to ensure the quality of players' items. If the item were not of particular value, it wouldn't be worthwhile to invest 10 gold to trade it. Everyone here was wealthy. They naturally would not waste their time checking out worthless items. After the staff member finished his explanation, 3 people approached the auction hall center. Among them, 2 were tall, beautiful ordinary female players. These women were specifically tasked to display the auctioned items. The last person was a middle-aged man. He was obviously the auctioneer. When these 3 people took center stage, the venue fell silent. These players had fallen silent because the first auctioned item was simply too frightening. It was a legacy item that allowed one to class change into a hidden class. Chapter 1170, Difference in Wealth. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1170, Difference in Wealth. It's really a legacy item. The host is simply too amazing. They're actually auctioning such an item as well. What wealth! The auction hall was suddenly in an uproar. Even the people in the second-floor rooms could not help but pay attention to the item that was brought out. Although they had long since known that a legacy item was going to be put up for auction, the information they had regarding the item was very vague. As a result, they could only wait for the auction house to officially announce the specifics of the legacy item. Hidden classes were no longer a secret in God's domain. However, obtaining one was still extremely difficult, even more difficult than getting an epic item. Moreover, unlike epic items, where there would eventually come a time when they would be discarded, hidden classes could accompany players throughout their entire gaming career in God's domain. Currently, any guild that obtained a clue or item leading to a hidden class would not even think of selling it. Meanwhile, seeing as the first item revealed in the dark auction was already so impressive, it was certain that the subsequent items would be of roughly similar quality. I believe everyone has already seen this item for themselves. As for the item's exact information, pardon us for not publicizing it. Consider this a security measure for the buyer. However, I can still share the basic details of this item with everyone. This is a Magic Knight's Legacy Shield. According to the legacy ranks, it is considered an advanced legacy. However, it is a defense-type hidden class. I believe everyone should know full well that its value is no less than that of peak legacies. As this item is very special, the seller of this item is accepting only magic crystals. The starting bid is set at 20,000 crystals, and each increment should be no less than 1,000 crystals. Let us begin. The instant the auctioneer finished speaking, a furor broke out in the entire auction hall. The starting bid was simply too high. Everyone could not help but be shocked by it. The dark auction accepted payment in both magic crystals and coins. However, compared to magic crystals, the various large guilds preferred to pay using coins, as magic crystals were truly difficult to obtain. Unlike coins, the sources of magic crystals were only dungeon bosses or monsters in certain regional dungeons. There were no other reliable methods of obtaining magic crystals. The only bright side was that the various large guilds had always been saving up on magic crystals for unexpected situations. Meanwhile, in order to successfully purchase the items they were aiming for, they had naturally brought their entire stockpile just in case. Nevertheless, just the starting bid was already 20,000 magic crystals, a price very few guilds could afford. Even first-rate guilds shuddered at this figure. However, the hidden class in question right now was a defensive-type hidden class. The various large guilds and famous adventure teams still had to give it a try, even if they knew the price was ridiculously high. After all, an MT was the core of a team. A team with a powerful MT would have their overall strength elevated to a whole new level. 22,000 crystals. 24,000 crystals. 26,000 crystals. Immediately, people all over the auction hall began shouting out bids one after another. In the blink of an eye, the price of the legacy shield shot past 30,000 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that would be equivalent to 7,500 gold, a considerable amount even for first-rate guilds. Moreover, even if one had 7,500 gold, they would not be able to purchase 30,000 magic crystals. Magic Knight. Sure Feng was somewhat astonished as he looked at the massive, tattered shield displayed on the stage. He had never thought that the Dark Auction House would be capable of obtaining the legacy for the Magic Knight class. The Magic Knight class had been a very famous hidden class in the past. It significantly strengthened not only an MT's attack capabilities but also their defensive capabilities. Most importantly, MTs that class changed to the Magic Knight class received a massive boost to their magic resistance. The class was an extremely rare hidden class. If he could have one of the guild's MTs become a Magic Knight, he would have a much easier time raiding the level 50 regional dungeon Tower of Time in the future. In the past, the Tower of Time was a place contested by all nearby kingdoms and empires. Not only did the Tower of Time produce magic crystals, but most importantly, it also produced 7 luminaries crystals. The mind space system had been activated a lot later in the past. Hence, by the time it was activated, mainstream players had long since exceeded the level limit of entering the Tower of Time. Even then, the battle for the dungeon had never once stopped. With the mind space system having been activated this soon, Sure Feng could imagine how intense the competition over the Tower of Time would be. Meanwhile, practically all of the monsters inside the dungeon dealt high magic damage. Needless to say, the bosses inside were the same. Without sufficient magic resistance, entering the dungeon would simply be suicide. Currently, the main forces of the various guilds in God's domain were only a short distance from reaching level 50. Hence, Sure Feng needed to make some preparations in anticipation. Before Sure Feng could even place a bid of his own, he suddenly heard Hidden Soul bidding 50,000 crystals. Immediately, the entire auction hall fell silent, everyone turning to look at the room Hidden Soul was in. If not for the second-floor rooms concealing the occupants' identities, most likely, the gazes from the first floor might have killed Hidden Soul several times already. Meanwhile, Autumn Goose and Fallen Wind, who sat beside Hidden Soul, were looking at their companion in shock. They never imagined that Hidden Soul could take out so many magic crystals. The Wind God's Spear could be considered an extremely famous adventure team in the Dark Knight Empire. However, even they would be hard-pressed to gather up 10,000 magic crystals at a moment's notice. Yet, Hidden Soul, who did not belong to any guild, had actually placed a bid of 50,000 magic crystals. Moreover, players could not call out a bid if they did not possess the corresponding items. After the first floor hall fell into a momentary silence, many people promptly gave up on the legacy shield. Although they wished to obtain it, they simply did not have the ability to do so. 51,000 crystals. 52,000 crystals. 53,000 crystals. Suddenly, the number of first-rate guild upper echelons calling out bids on the first floor decreased drastically. At this moment, any guild on the first floor capable of bidding was using practically every magic crystal the guild possessed, prepared to break the bank in order to get the legacy shield. As a result, the price of the legacy shield continued increasing by the 70,000 crystals. This was the bid of 1,000 Miles, who likewise was in a second-floor room. This price immediately silenced the first-rate guild upper echelons on the first floor, who were still considering bidding. That was 70,000 magic crystals they were talking about. Converted to coins, that would be 17,500 gold. With that kind of money, they could even purchase a good plot of land in the imperial capital of an empire. 80,000 crystals. At this time, a new bid came from another room. This time, the bid increased directly by 10,000 magic crystals. This situation stupefied the players on the first floor. Just taking out 50,000 magic crystals had already sunk the various first-rate guilds present into a financial crisis. Yet, from the behavior of those in the second-floor rooms, they were just getting started. The disparity in the economic strength of both sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. Pavilion Master, if we spend 80,000 magic crystals to buy this legacy, it'll be somewhat risky when the bidding for those two items begin, Martial Dragon reminded. In their trip to the Dark Arena this time, watching the competition was only secondary. Their true objective was two of the Dark Auction's finale items. It doesn't matter. Even if we really try to compete, it is impossible for us to get both of those items. Rather than end up getting nothing at all, it is much better if we secure this Magic Knight legacy first. Later on, we can simply settle for competing for just one of those items, Nine Dragons Emperor replied calmly. Before the revelation that the legacy item was for the Magic Knight class, he indeed had not been interested in it. However, a defensive-type hidden class would be of significant help to him on Thunder Island. Moreover, if he had one of the guild's guardian knights start the class change process immediately after he returned, they could still make it to the contest in time. However, as soon as Nine Dragons Emperor placed his bid, a new one appeared in the hall: 100,000 crystals. This was a price that made even the players in the various rooms on the second floor wince. Just what kind of background do those people in that room possess? Could they have lost their minds? At that price, one can even buy a fragmented legendary item. Everyone could not help but turn to look at the room that placed this bid. Big Sis Soul. Autumn Goose felt as if this was her first time meeting Hidden Soul. The price of 100,000 magic crystals also gave the players in the second floor rooms pause. They all felt that this price exceeded their initial expectations. 100,000 crystals going once. 100,000 crystals going twice. Just as the gavel was about to land for the third time, a new bid appeared in the auction hall: 120,000 crystals. Chapter 1171, Solomon's Fragment. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1171, Solomon's Fragment. The words 120,000 crystals echoing throughout the quiet auction hall caused a sudden commotion. Just who is it that's so rich? You can buy several epic items at that price. This is crazy. 120,000 crystals. That is already double our guild stockpile. Everyone present was shocked by the price of the Magic Knight legacy. Meanwhile, 1,000 Miles, who had placed the bid, sent an anxious glance at Hidden Soul's room. Now that I've raised it by 20,000, I refuse to believe you will dare to compete with me. Initially, 1,000 Miles expected to get the legacy for only 90,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, he would still have a goodly amount of crystals to compete for the finale items. Now, however, his plans were disrupted. In order to guarantee his purchase of the legacy, he had no choice but to raise the price by 20,000 crystals to scare off any possible competitors. However, after a moment of silence, Hidden Soul called out a new bid once again: 130,000 crystals. She did not have even a shred of hesitation when calling out this bid. Sure enough, the Flower of Seven Sins really is wealthy. Surephone was astounded as he looked at the calm woman sitting close to him. Unlike super guilds, the Flower of Seven Sins did not have countless players collecting magic crystals for them. When it came to magic crystal gathering speed, the organization should be no match for super guilds at all. Nevertheless, Hidden Soul still managed to take out 130,000 magic crystals with ease. One could tell just how powerful the assassin organization was. 135,000 crystals. 1,000 Miles bellowed. This price was already nearing his acceptable limit: 140,000 crystals. Hidden Soul simply smiled as she placed an even higher bid. This price already deterred everyone else in the auction hall from competing for the legacy shield. Damn it. Just who is trying to compete with me? 1,000 Miles was burning with rage right now. The Magic Knight class was a hidden class perfectly suited to him. Yet, judging by the opponent's reactions, they still possessed plenty of funds to spare. The other party also seemed adamant in obtaining the Magic Knight legacy no matter what. Since you wish to compete against me, I want to see just what kind of ability you have. 160,000 crystals. The instant he placed this bid, even the players occupying the second-floor rooms were taken aback. Even super guilds would need a long time to accumulate that many magic crystals. Yet, now, all these resources were being spent on just an advanced legacy. Instead of doing so, getting oneself an entire set of epic equipment would be much better. The improvements such a set could bring would definitely be much more than what the Magic Knight class could. Only when the auctioneer slammed his gavel for the first time did everyone wake up from their daze as expected from the dark auction. Hidden Soul could not help but shake her head helplessly, a smile appearing on her face as she turned to look at Thousand Miles's room. However, this is also a good outcome. At the very least, I'll have one less competitor later on. Now that the Legacy Shield's price had already reached this point, even she could no longer compete for it. The reason was not a lack of magic crystals. She had come here this time for 2 items, one of which was the Magic Knight Legacy that the Flower of Seven Sins had found out about in secret. However, the other item had a higher priority. If she bought the Magic Knight Legacy now, she definitely would not be able to obtain the other item. When the auctioneer's gavel descended for the second time, the entire auction hall was still silent. Seeing this situation, Thousand Miles involuntarily breathed out a sigh of relief. He had permission to use only 140,000 of the magic crystals the guild had prepared for this auction for himself. He had cleared out his own stockpile to cover the excess amount and had even borrowed a lot from Alice. If someone called out a higher bid now, he really would have no choice but to give up on the legacy. Fortunately, however, he was finally able to achieve his goal by spending 160,000 magic crystals. 165,000. Just as the auctioneer's gavel was about to land for the 3rd time, a new bid rang out again. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Hidden Soul's room. Damn it. Didn't he already give up? A cold glint flashed in Thousand Miles's eyes. Meanwhile, inside Hidden Soul's room, Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose were staring at Sherfone with dumbfounded expressions. Why does he have so many magic crystals? A bewildered Hidden Soul also stared at the calm swordsman. She simply could not believe this situation was true. If a superpower had offered that many magic crystals for the Magic Knight Legacy, she would, at most, feel a little frustrated at her loss. However, Sherfone didn't belong to any superpower, yet he still managed to come up with this many magic crystals, hence her extreme shock. After all, a first-rate guild stockpile of magic crystals did not even amount to half of this price. Meanwhile, Autumn Goose and Fallen Wind were similarly shocked. Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Just as everyone thought that the price of the Magic Knight Legacy would continue increasing, contrary to expectations, Thousand Miles fell silent. Although the price had increased by just an additional 5,000 magic crystals, this was an amount he could not come up with no matter what right now, unless he utilized the guild's prepared magic crystals. However, this was obviously not a viable option. Hence, he had no choice but to watch the auctioneer knock his gavel again and again. Let us congratulate the guest in room 017 for obtaining the Magic Knight Legacy. At this moment, the auctioneer was thrilled. This was only the first auction item, yet it already sold at such a good price. The rest of the auction would no doubt be even livelier. Meanwhile, Sherfone also gritted his teeth as he paid 165,000 magic crystals to the auction house. If not for the 7 luminaries crystals in the Tower of Time, he wouldn't spend 165,000 magic crystals for the Magic Knight Legacy no matter what. Following which, auction items sold one after another. However, rarely any of the subsequent items managed to attract the attention of the players in the second-floor rooms. Those who contested for these items were mainly players in the first-floor hall. The prices of these items were naturally no match for the Magic Knight Legacy. However, they still sold for at least 200 gold. There was even another hidden class, however, it was only a basic legacy. Eventually, the first-rate guild Silver Knights purchased it for 18,000 magic crystals. Aside from that, a complete level 40 dark gold set equipment also went up for auction. The various superpowers of God's domain considered level 40 set equipment among the best equipment currently available. When the set equipment appeared, it immediately set off another bidding war in the auction hall. Eventually, 9 Dragons Emperor bought the 8-piece Wild Claws set equipment for 4,450 gold. At this price, one could already purchase an epic item. As the auction proceeded. The finale items of the day were finally ushered into the auction hall. There were 4 finale items in total, every one of them posing a great temptation for sure. One was an ancient book, one was an epic weapon, one was an epic tool, and the last one was a secret technique tablet. When Sherfong had seen the list of items for auction, he nearly had jumped up in fright. He could not help but admit that the dark auction house was really powerful. Every one of these items could only be encountered by luck. Epic weapons were much more valuable than epic equipment. After all, weapons were things that could significantly improve a player's damage output. Meanwhile, epic tools were even rarer than epic weapons. Moreover, they would not occupy a player's equipment slots. Even an epic tool of average attributes would be far more valuable than an epic weapon. All 4 of the finale items were simply things that usually could not be bought even if one had the money to do so. This was especially true for the secret technique tablet. This was something highly sought after by all the various superpowers. As long as a guild had a secret technique tablet, they would be able to allow their experts to learn better and more powerful combat techniques. Although Sherfong wanted to have his guild members enter the secret technique tablet he possessed, unfortunately, grasping how to produce intermediate magic arrays was simply too difficult. Currently, aside from himself, only 2 other people had managed to do so. One of them was Violet Cloud, and the other was Alluring Summer. Sending only 3 people to use the secret technique tablet would be a tremendous waste. Hence, Sherfong had never bothered using it all this time. If not for the host trying to increase the dark auction's fame, they definitely wouldn't sell such a precious item. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bids will be the first finale item of today's auction. Without further ado, let me present to you the one-handed sword Netherworld Brilliance. Saying so, the auctioneer publicized Netherworld Brilliance's information. Everyone's eyes glowed when they saw the weapon's attributes, drool nearly flowing from their mouths. As for Sherfong, he grew even more shocked after reading the weapon's introduction. Solomon's Fragment. Chapter 1172, Sword of Death. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1172, Sword of Death. The host is simply too generous. They're actually willing to sell even a famed sword. This weapon's attributes are much stronger than those of ordinary epic weapons. This is definitely the most amazing one-handed sword I've seen. Everyone gasped when they saw the attributes of Netherworld Brilliance. Players that used one-handed swords could not help but wish they could grab the weapon and give it a few swings right this instant. They really are going all out this time. There are only a total of 36 famed swords in God's domain. They are all unique epic weapons. Every one of them is a weapon that countless swordsman experts dream of obtaining. Yuan Tianxin, who was seated inside a second-floor room, was slightly astonished when he saw Netherworld Brilliance. Practically everyone in the second-floor rooms came from one of God's domain superpowers. To them, epic weapons were indeed rare but not entirely out of their reach. Getting one of their own was only a matter of time. However, famed swords were a different story. These were weapons adored by sword-wielding experts. If utilized properly, one could draw in those sword fanatics who were normally very difficult to recruit. Among the 8 sword meisters on the God's domain experts list, 3 were independent players. If the secret pavilion used a famed sword as bait, recruiting one of them might really be possible. Netherworld Brilliance, one-handed sword, epic rank. Level 40, Level 110, Level 40. Equipment requirement, Strength 700, Agility 400. Attack power plus 1340. Strength plus 101, Agility plus 72, Endurance plus 60. Attack speed plus 15. When attacking, 20% chance to trigger heavy crash, increasing strength by 30% and attack speed by 20%. 20% chance to trigger blur, making the attack impossible to be parried or blocked. 30% chance to trigger double critical when equipped. Strength increased by 10%. Agility increased by 5%. All sword-related skills plus 3 levels. Ignore levels plus 15. All sword-related skill completion rates increased by 2%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Death Devour. Any creature that dies within 200 yards will provide wielder with a Death Devour buff, increasing wielder's attack speed by 1% and all sword-related skill completion rates by 0.1% for 30 seconds. Buff can be stacked up to 30 times. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Death's Phantom. Wielder's physique improves as HP decreases. Physique can improve up to a maximum of 20%. A Sword of Death created by famed Smith Jax using a piece of mysterious sword Fragment. Netherworld Brilliance is one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, ranking 30th. Anyone that wields this sword will be enveloped in an aura of death, decreasing all their attributes by 20% and doubling the death penalty they suffer. Can be evolved. Cannot be destroyed. However, when everyone was finally done reading through the weapon's introduction, they all shook their heads and sighed. Netherworld Brilliance was indeed an amazing weapon. This was especially true for the increase to sword-related skill completion rates. Although it was only a meager 2%, boosting an 88% completion rate to 90% would allow a skill to undergo a qualitative transformation. Unfortunately, not only did the weapon decrease its wielder's basic attributes by 20%, but it also doubled the death penalty they would suffer, which was something most people wanted to avoid. Leveling up was extremely difficult in God's domain. Although Netherworld Brilliance would boost one's combat power significantly, nobody could say with certainty that they would not die. If one would originally lose 1 level when they died out in the fields, then they would lose 2 levels if they were wielding Netherworld Brilliance. Moreover, practically everyone present frequently raided large-scale team dungeons. Dying in such dungeons was common. Normally, they would only lose 10% of their EXP when dying in dungeons. If this penalty doubled to 20%, just thinking about it gave everyone chills at this moment. Everyone finally understood the auction host's generosity in putting a famed sword up for auction. Most likely, nobody in the host's guild wanted to be anywhere near the weapon at all. Hence, rather than let it sit in a warehouse and collect dust, the guild opted to exchange it for resources. Noticing the audience's lack of interest, the auctioneer chuckled and said, "Now that everyone has seen the weapon, I believe you all know the flaws of Netherworld Brilliance. However, at the end of the day, this is still an epic weapon. Moreover, this weapon can be evolved. If you manage to discover the method of evolution, this sword could become a godly weapon in the future. It might even become a fragmented legendary weapon. The starting price for this weapon is 8,000 gold. Each increment must not be lower than 200 gold." Hearing the starting price of the weapon, everyone inwardly cursed the auction house for being fraudulent. If not for the famed sword's flaws, not to mention 8,000 gold, even spending 18,000 gold to obtain it wouldn't be a problem. After all, it was an epic weapon that could be used all the way to level 110. In addition, there was the possibility of evolving it. Alright, then. I'll get it as a collection item. I bid 8,000 gold. I can attract quite a number of people if I put it on display in my guild. I'll bid 8,200 gold. 8,400 gold. The audience in the auction hall was not particularly active in bidding for Netherworld Brilliance. After a dozen or so bids, the price eventually stopped at 11,000 gold. Shifeng's heart began beating madly as he looked at the weapon displayed on the stage. To others, this weapon would indeed be of little value. To him, however, it was a priceless treasure. Solomon's sword had been broken into 5 fragments. Among them, 3 were in locations that current players could not reach. Meanwhile, of the 2 remaining, Shifeng had already obtained one of them, the sacred sword Killing Ray. The last fragment was none other than this Netherworld Brilliance. Originally, Shifeng had planned on thinking of a way to obtain Netherworld Brilliance. However, he never imagined that the Dark Arena's host had actually gotten it already. Moreover, they even put it up for auction. This was one of the 10 great legendary weapons they were talking about. As long as he could gather all 5 fragments, he could reproduce the God Sword of the past once again. Just thinking about it excited Shifeng. 12,000 gold. Shifeng raised the price slightly. Obviously, no one was that interested in Netherworld Brilliance. However, as it was a famed sword and also had the potential to evolve, there were still some people who were willing to bet on that possibility. Hence, he would not raise the price by too much. If he suddenly raised it too high, people would no doubt become suspicious. Thus, when calling out his bid, he could not offer too high or too low what rich people. I don't want it anymore. Amazing. Someone's actually betting 12,000 gold on luck. Just as the other bidders were giving up one after another, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire hall: 13,000 gold. Meanwhile, the person who had placed this bid was none other than 1,000 Miles. You stole my legacy away. Do you think I'll let you get that weapon so easily? 1,000 Miles sneered as he looked at the room Shifeng occupied. Although 1,000 Miles did not know who was occupying the room, he could easily tell which room had placed the 12,000 gold bid. After noticing Shifeng's interest in Netherworld brilliance, he naturally could not allow him to have an easy time. The person in that room is really vengeful, Autumn Goose growled as she looked at 1,000 Miles' room. Brother Yifeng, if you don't have enough money, just say the word. I can lend you all the money I have. Fallen Wind also grew indignant at 1,000 Miles' behavior. Thanks. I'll definitely borrow from you if I need to, Shifeng said. He then proceeded to place a new bid: 20,000 gold. This is madness. Even if that person is angry, there's no need to waste so much money, right? The rich are really willful. The new bid Shifeng made stupefied everyone. Everyone present was someone of high status and position. However, none of them would treat their money as lightly as Shifeng did, raising the bid by an additional 7,000 gold just to let off some steam. One could already buy another epic weapon with that kind of money. Wow. How rich. Alright, then. I'll let you have it. 1,000 Miles laughed over this situation. However, he no longer dared to continue bidding as this might be a trap for him. He was already satisfied with getting Shifeng to waste an additional 8,000 gold, following which, the auctioneer knocked his gavel 3 times. Let us congratulate the guest from room 017 for obtaining the famed sword Netherworld brilliance. At this moment, the auctioneer was close to laughing out loud in joy already. Originally, he thought that getting to sell the famed sword for 12,000 gold was already plenty good. Now, he had actually sold it for 20,000 gold. On the other hand, after Shifeng paid the 20,000 gold and obtained Netherworld brilliance, he too was inwardly jumping for joy. He couldn't care less about what others thought of him. He had just spent 20,000 gold to purchase one of the 5 fragments of Solomon's sword, one of the 10 great legendary weapons. This was an unimaginably low price. If the Dark Arena's host knew what they had just done, they would surely faint from shock. In the past, every fragment of legendary items put up for auction, regardless of whether they were usable or not, had readily sold for at least 50,000 gold, not to mention the fragment of one of the 10 great legendary weapons. The epic tool subsequently auctioned was roughly the same as Netherworld brilliance in that it was somewhat useless. However, it could still be used to brew magic wine, which provided effects similar to the high-density mana environment in Stone Forest Town when consumed. However, the wine required rare materials for brewing. As a result, its production was fated to be low, only enough for the members of one's own guild, at most. However, for guilds that did not possess the magic tower, the magic wine was undeniably an excellent way to improve the strength of their guild members. In the end, Phoenix Rain bought the tool for 14,000 magic crystals. As for the ancient book, Shifeng spent 70,000 magic crystals to purchase it. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that many among you have come here today for this last item. I won't waste words giving you an introduction. The starting bid for the secret technique tablet will be 200,000 magic crystals. Each increment must be at least 2,000 magic crystals. Let us begin. Chapter 1173, Legacy of Ancient Gods. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1173, Legacy of Ancient Gods. 200,000 magic crystals for a stone tablet. The players in the first floor hall clamored when they heard this 200,000. I didn't mishear, right? What is this stone tablet? This is a joke, right? The majority of the players in the first floor hall were curious about the secret technique tablet. The most expensive item sold in the auction thus far was the Magic Knight Legacy. Even then, it still sold for less than the minimum price of the secret technique tablet. Everyone just could not figure out what kind of godly purpose the tablet served. However, none of the players occupying the second floor rooms was surprised by this price at all. The matter regarding the secret technique tablet was something the various superpowers had kept a tight lid on all this time. Even the first-rate guilds that knew about this secret were extremely few, not to mention other guilds following which, the auctioneer revealed the appearance of the secret technique tablet to everyone. This secret technique tablet had a bronze color and was named the Secret Spellcasting Technique. Secret Spellcasting Technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/12. I knew the host wouldn't be that generous. Sure enough, they're just selling a bronze tablet, 1,000 Miles said contemptuously. Based on current information, secret technique tablets could be categorized into 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Among them, the secret techniques on bronze tablets were the weakest, while the secret techniques on gold tablets were the strongest. The fact that they're even willing to sell one is already a miracle. After all, it is still a secret technique tablet. Our guild already has a tablet for the secret spellcasting technique. If we obtain another piece, we'll be able to learn a more completed version of the spellcasting technique. Alice was elated at this situation. At the end of the day, a secret technique tablet was still a secret technique tablet. Regardless of the tablet's rank, the technique stored inside would be of great help to magical class players like herself. Part of the reason why she succeeded in grasping the double speed casting technique was the secret spellcasting technique. If they could gather 2 tablets for the secret spellcasting technique, she might even be able to improve her technique. Just thinking about this filled Alice with anticipation. I guess you're right. If not for them trying to popularize the dark auction, they really wouldn't be willing to auction such an item, 1,000 Miles laughed. Regardless of the circumstances, he was going to obtain the secret spellcasting technique no matter what. Big sis Rain, look. That's the secret spellcasting technique. Our guild doesn't even have a tablet for it right now. Blue Phoenix's eyes glowed as she looked at the bronze tablet. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obtained a few secret technique tablets, they all catered to physical classes. Not one of them suited magical classes. Even so, she and Phoenix Rain had still managed to benefit a lot from them. If Phoenix Rain could win the secret spellcasting technique in this auction, both of them might be able to improve their combat standards. If that happened, they would have more cards to play on Thunder Island. We have to obtain the tablet this time. At this moment, Phoenix Rain's eyes also burned with passion as she looked at the tablet on the stage. A bronze tablet. Purple Jade could not help but sigh. I knew they wouldn't be that generous. She had personally experienced the wonders of the secret technique tablets before and was aware of the enormous difference between bronze and silver tablets. Even if one entered a bronze tablet 2 or 3 times, the harvest wouldn't be comparable to a single trip into a silver tablet. Rumor had it that a golden tablet had once appeared in Blackwing City. However, an NPC stole it. What a pity. It's actually a tablet meant for magical classes. Yuan Tianxin was slightly disappointed when he looked at the tablet. Never mind. Let's bid for it first. Despite the bronze tablet's introduction, the players in the first floor hall were still confused, not understanding what was so good about this secret spellcasting technique. As a result, their interest remained lackluster. Even a fool could tell that the host had no intention of selling the secret technique tablet at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put such a high price tag on it. Even a super guild would be hard-pressed to pull out this many magic crystals at a time. Not to mention, this was only the starting price. Just as the players on the first floor thought that the tablet would go unsold, someone from one of the second floor rooms suddenly shouted out a bid: 210,000 crystals. 9 Dragons Emperor stated calmly, this is insane. How rich is that guy? If he wants to buy it, then just do it. Is there a need to increase the price by an additional 10,000 crystals? Does he have too much money to waste? As expected of a superpower. They really are wealthy. 9 Dragons Emperor's bid shocked the players on the first floor. This amount of magic crystals was already more than 3 times what some first-rate guilds possessed. Meanwhile, 9 Dragons Emperor was actually spending so many magic crystals just for one stone tablet. Even fragmented legendary items wouldn't cost so much. However, even before the auctioneer could knock his gavel for the first count, the occupants of the other second-floor rooms began calling out bids one after another. 220,000 crystals. 230,000 crystals. 240,000 crystals. At this moment, it was as if magic crystals were no different from copper coins. Big sis, endless. Have these guilds gone insane? Isn't it just a stone tablet? Is there a need to spend so many magic crystals? Cloud Yarn gaped in shock when she heard the bids. In the past, she had considered the midnight tea party plenty rich. After all, just the magic crystals they had stockpiled numbered over 20,000. Even if they splurged at the Divine Colosseum every day, they wouldn't be able to exhaust their stockpile within a short period. However, after arriving at this dark auction, she suddenly felt that the midnight tea party actually seemed beggarly. They were not stupid. This isn't just any ordinary stone tablet. Legend has it that these stone tablets are legacies left behind by ancient gods. Even if you obtain just one complete set, you'll have no problems establishing an empire in God's domain, Endless Scars explained as she looked at the secret technique tablet on the stage. The secret technique tablet was also something mentioned in the ancient book the tea party had. Although the information recorded about the tablets was sparse, it was enough to conclude that the tablet's value was no less than that of legendary items. According to the information in the ancient book, the Fire Dragon Empire, one of God's domain's 4 great empires, had managed to rise to its position today precisely because the first ruler of the empire had managed to collect a complete set. One could see just how amazing secret technique tablets were. If possible, Endless Scars wanted to obtain a piece for herself as well. However, looking at its price, even if she mobilized the Blackwater Corporation's power, it was unlikely she could get her hands on it. After all, the Blackwater Corporation's roots in God's domain were still too shallow. It could not yet compete with the various superpowers of the virtual gaming world. While Endless Scars was explaining the secret technique tablet, the price of the secret spellcasting technique had gone up to 296,000 magic crystals. This was a price that even those occupying the second-floor rooms felt was a little excessive. As a result, instead of bidding in increments of 10,000 crystals, they now began raising their bids by 2,000. It seems the other guilds haven't prepared much at all. 1,000 Miles laughed disdainfully. 310,000 crystals. The moment the bid of 310,000 magic crystals was placed, the entire auction hall fell silent. Even Phoenix Rain, who had earned quite a fortune from the competition before, was helpless about this price. It seems that Miracle has prepared plenty this time. Fortunately, the guild leader had anticipated this, Yuan Tianxin said, chuckling. 330,000 crystals. If one were to say which guild made the most money in the entire God's domain, then it would definitely have to be the secret pavilion. When Shifeng heard the bids everyone was calling out, he could not help but fall speechless. Previously, he thought that after earning more than 400,000 magic crystals, nobody present could compete with his wealth. Now, however, it would seem that he had still underestimated the foundations of these superpowers. Had he not contested for the Magic Knight legacy before, he might have been able to contend for this secret technique tablet. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible. 340,000 crystals. Just as the secret spellcasting technique was about to become the secret pavilion's possession, Hidden Soul, who was seated not far from Shifeng, suddenly placed a bid. 350,000 crystals. 1,000 Miles shouted, gnashing his teeth. Hearing the various guilds occupying the second-floor rooms calling out bids in rapid succession paralyzed the players in the first-floor hall. Meanwhile, at this time, Shifeng suddenly contacted Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Pavilion Master, can you lend me 200,000 magic crystals right now? I'll return 300,000 crystals to you in 5 days, Shifeng suggested as he looked at Phoenix Rain in the screen. Chapter 1174, Legacy Secured. Borrow 200,000 crystals and return 300,000. Phoenix Rain wore a surprised expression as she stared at Shurfeng on the screen. She felt as if she were getting to know the man for the first time. A first-rate guild was already considered quite wealthy if they had a stockpile of 60,000 to 70,000 magic crystals, yet Shurfeng wanted to borrow 200,000 magic crystals right off the bat. Moreover, he intended to return them with a 50% interest. This was twice as high as the market interest rate. Magic crystals were not coins. It was impossible to purchase magic crystals in bulk on the market. Guilds could only purchase a small amount from workshops or adventurer teams. Aside from that, guilds had to rely on their own members to raid dungeons and collect them gradually. In Phoenix Rain's opinion, although Zero Wing owned a gold mine like Stone Forest Town and business in the town's battle arena was booming, it was impossible for Zero Wing to earn 300,000 magic crystals within 5 days. Yet all she saw when she looked into Shurfeng's eyes was confidence and serenity. Do you intend to bid for the bronze tablet? Phoenix Rain could not help but ask. That's right. Shurfeng did not try hiding it. After all, it was easy to guess with a moment of thought. Seeing Shurfeng's serious expression, Phoenix Rain shook her head. Chuckling, she said, I advise you to give that thought up. Even if I lend you 200,000 crystals, you won't outcompete them. While 350,000 magic crystals was an astronomical sum to even the best first-rate guild, the super guilds and super first-rate guilds that had come prepared had not yet reached their limit. In her opinion, Zero Wing must have earned a lot of magic crystals in the earlier competition. With the guild's stockpile, they should roughly have around 180,000 or 190,000 magic crystals. Even if Shurfeng borrowed 200,000 crystals, he would only have 390,000 magic crystals or so. There was simply no way to compete against the other superpowers. By her estimates, they would only have a chance of securing the secret spellcasting technique if they had 420,000 magic crystals. If possible, Phoenix Rain wanted to borrow 180,000 magic crystals from Shurfeng. After including her own 250,000 magic crystals, she might have a chance at competing against the other guilds. However, she still needed to make preparations for Thunder Island, so if she did borrow the magic crystals, she wouldn't be able to return it within a short time. I still have 260,000 magic crystals. After including your 200,000, I think I'll have enough. Shurfeng understood what Phoenix Rain was trying to say. Smiling, he continued, if it truly is impossible, I can only admit defeat. 400,000 magic crystals should be the various superpowers' limit. Even if they had more, it wouldn't be too far from that number. While a bronze tablet was inferior to a silver tablet, it had a much lower entry requirement. Silver tablets required players to be capable of drawing intermediate magic arrays. Bronze tablets only required players to be capable of drawing basic magic arrays. As for golden tablets, Shurfeng assumed that players would be required to draw advanced magic arrays to enter. Even someone like himself, who was quite familiar with magic arrays, could not draw an advanced magic array. Even if he obtained a golden tablet, it would be nothing more than a paperweight. On the other hand, if he had a bronze tablet, his guild members could use it. Hence, obtaining a bronze tablet was very important to Zero Wing right now. Even if he was not certain he could win the bid, he needed to try 260,000. You have that many? Phoenix Rain gasped. She never thought that Zero Wing would have even more magic crystals than her. Immediately, her lips curled into a smile as she said, let's do it like this, I'll lend you 250,000 crystals. I won't ask for any interest either. Just pay me back in full in 5 days. However, I want 10 slots to enter the bronze tablet. We'll split the slots into 2 months, with 5 people entering each session. Secret technique tablets could only be used once a month. Even if she obtained one, she would only enter it once. A player would reap the most benefits from a secret technique tablet during their first entry. Afterward, a player would gain less with each subsequent visit. The tablet's greatest advantage was that players could use it repeatedly. She had bid for the bronze tablet mainly to improve her strength before the contest on Thunder Island began. She did not particularly care about the benefits she could obtain during subsequent entries deal. Feng agreed without hesitation. The secret spellcasting technique was intended for magical class players. Throughout Zero Wing, there were only a few magical class experts qualified to enter the bronze tablet. 10 slots over 2 months would be enough, following which, both sides quickly signed a contract. Phoenix Rain then had Blue Phoenix deliver the magic crystals to Feng. While this was happening, the secret spellcasting technique's price had risen to 394,000 magic crystals. The various large guilds in the first floor hall were astounded. Although they had long since known that their guilds were no match for super first-rate guilds and super guilds, they had not realized that the gap would be this massive. Damn it. Just who is competing against me? Thousand Miles bellowed as he glared at 2 other rooms. Currently, the tablet's price neared his limit, yet Hidden Soul and Yuan Tixin showed no signs of giving up. After taking a look at the magic crystals in his bag, Thousand Miles shouted, 400,000 crystals. 404,000 crystals. Hidden Soul declared, maintaining her calm composure. Interesting. At this moment, Yuan Tixin laughed and yelled, 410,000 crystals. Immediately, the auction hall became a battlefield for these 3 people, the atmosphere growing extraordinarily chilly. 440,000 crystals. Thousand Miles no longer planned on holding back as he directly raised the price by 30,000 magic crystals. He hoped to scare Hidden Soul and Yuan Tixin off. Uncle Yuan, the price is already at 440,000 crystals. This is far above the tablet's actual value. Purple Jade said the secret technique tablet would massively benefit players. However, the secret spellcasting technique was only bronze rank. In reality, a tablet for that technique should only be worth around 300,000 magic crystals. It was simply not worth 440,000 magic crystals. I understand, Yuan Tixin said. He had simply bid 410,000 to probe his opponent's limits. In another room, Hidden Soul frowned. Let's give it another try. If it really isn't possible, I can only give up. Hidden Soul also felt that the price was a little too high. Immediately, she shouted, 444,000 crystals. Damn it. Damn it all. Why hasn't he given up? We are already at 440,000. Thousand Miles burned with rage. If not for Miracle already having a tablet for the secret spellcasting technique, he wouldn't be willing to pay the astronomical price of 440,000 magic crystals. However, the guild leader had told him to go all out for the secret spellcasting technique. Hence, he had no choice. He even had to bleed his own stash. This must be that guy's limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen the price by just 4,000 crystals. Even the Witch of the West herself was slightly anxious. 450,000 crystals. Thousand Miles decided to give it one last try. This was also his limit. The moment Thousand Miles called out his bid, the venue fell deathly silent. Just when is he going to reach his limit? Are magic crystals really that easy to obtain? The various guild upper echelons in the first floor hall lost their minds over this situation. Was such desperation really necessary for this stone tablet? Ha! It seems I can only give up. Hidden Soul smiled bitterly as she shook her head. She had never imagined that, despite bringing so many magic crystals with her, she would walk away empty-handed at the end of the day. If she had known this would happen, she would have purchased the Magic Knight Legacy. Seconds ticked by. The auctioneer grew nervous on the stage. However, even after a long moment, no word came from Hidden Soul's room. 454,000 crystals. However, just as Thousand Miles thought that his opponent had given up, a new bid echoed from Hidden Soul's room. How is this possible? Thousand Miles bellowed. He simply could not believe this. Hidden Soul had been silent for so long, yet she had placed a new bid. However, Thousand Miles had nothing more to bet. He had no choice but to watch as the auctioneer's gavel descended again and again. As the gavel descended for the 3rd time, the auction hall exploded with noise. Chapter 1175, Preparations to Construct a City. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1175, Preparations to Construct a City. How does he have so many magic crystals? Hidden Soul began to size the nearby Shifeng up. Seriously, the man had already surprised her by buying the Magic Knight Legacy. Now, he had spent another 450,000 magic crystals to buy the bronze tablet. Shifeng had spent over 600,000 magic crystals in total. Even the Flower of Seven Sins needed time to prepare so much wealth. It seems that we will need to investigate this Zero Wing. Hidden Soul suspected that the guild known as Zero Wing wasn't as simple as Autumn Goose had described. Meanwhile, after winning the bronze tablet, Shifeng quietly rejoiced. Although he had spent a lot of magic crystals, the secret spellcasting technique was akin to the gospel for the guild's magical class experts. At the end of the day, he was only a swordsman, a physical melee class. He could only offer general spellcasting technique advice. He could not guide them as thoroughly as he could the melee classes. As a result, the physical classes' technique standards were higher than the magical classes in Zero Wing. Now that he had obtained the bronze tablet, as long as Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer, and the other magical class experts improved their technique standards, they could guide the other magical classes in the guild. Inside Thousand Miles' room. The tension in the room was almost solid. Starstreak, find out who is in room 017 right this instant. Thousand Miles ordered in a chilly tone. Not only had he failed to obtain the Magic Knight Legacy, but he had also failed to obtain the bronze tablet. He would definitely have a hard time explaining himself when he returned to headquarters. Understood. Starstreak nodded. Immediately, he left to surveil room 017. Although the rooms in the dark auction protected their occupants' privacy and prevented others from spying, the people inside the rooms had to come out sooner or later. At that time, they would discover who occupied room 017. Meanwhile, as the dark auction's first segment came to an end, the popular second segment began. All players in the auction hall could offer their items for trade during the second segment. This bartering session was the main reason behind the various large guilds' visit to this auction. Normally, when the various large guilds obtained a rare material, they wouldn't trade it even if they had no need for it. However, oftentimes, other guilds desperately needed these useless items. Hence, these guilds could use this auction to barter their unnecessary rare materials for things they actually needed. Trading 3 single target, attack-type magic scrolls for 1 set of basic magic arrays. Trading 1 stack of mana cloth for 1 stack of flaming ice crystals. Trading 1 stone skin potion recipe for 1 flame protection potion recipe. Message after message appeared on the large screen above the stage. None of the auction house's patrons had any complaints about the exorbitant processing fee. After all, even the cheapest items they listed were worth 50 gold or more, with some worth several hundred gold. Just looking at the exchange messages on the screen made everyone a little jealous of the host. The minimum processing fee was 10 gold coins. If the host processed 100 items, they would earn 1,000 gold. In an auction with over 10,000 people, if every person placed an item up for trade, the host would instantly receive 100,000 gold. Furthermore, why would any of these players have come here to trade a single item? One had to admit that holding an auction like this was way more profitable than banditry. This was also inspiration for how Shifeng could operate auctions in the candlelight trading firm in the future. He might not be able to invite as many large guilds and superpowers as the Dark Auction House had, but he could lower the standards of his auction slightly, not only allowing large guilds to bid, but independent players as well. Suddenly, Shifeng had an idea. He could establish a bartering site that enabled trade between players in God's domain. Aside from auction houses and underground arenas, player-constructed cities could offer players trading locations. Players could not purchase locations such as auction houses and underground arenas in NPC cities. However, as long as players had their own cities, they could construct their own bartering sites. The city could then allow bartering through the system. In the past, there were no such specialized bartering sites in God's domain. This was due to the various large guilds. When independent players obtained rare items, if they wanted to trade them for good items, their best option was to go to a large guild. After all, independent players were not necessarily well connected. With this, the various large guilds could buy rare items at a cheaper price if a specialized trading post were constructed. However, the various large guilds would have a hard time obtaining rare items cheaply. The lack of such locations had also been due to how rarely independent players got their hands on valuable items. In addition, due to geographical restrictions, players generally only traded in their own country. As a result, there were even less rare items available for exchange. Hence, even after the various large guilds had established their own cities during the mid-late stages of the game, they had not bothered to construct these locations. Even if a guild established a trading post in their city, other guilds wouldn't prosper over much. The amount of money one could earn from such a bartering location would be so pitiful that they would be better off trading with independent players privately. However, Shifeng's situation was slightly different. God's domain was still in its early stages. The various large guilds were having a headache just trying to develop their own towns, not to mention constructing a city. Meanwhile, he had a city building order. This gave him with a massive advantage. If he constructed his city now, he wouldn't have a single competitor. He could be the first one to expand the market, establishing a firm reputation like the Dark Arena. In the future, when players from other kingdoms and empires thought about trading their rare items, they would come running to his city to do so. The other guilds would be helpless to do anything about it. Even after other guilds established their own cities, his trading post would have grown to a considerable scale. He would have a steady supply of rare items. At that time, it would be near impossible for newly established trading posts to compete with his. Although the large guilds obtained plenty of rare items, the majority of God's domain's player base would forever be independent players. If these independent players gathered, they could obtain far more rare items than any super guild. Due to the difficulty of private trades, it was practically impossible for independent players to exchange their items with each other. Hence, they sought large guilds to barter with if a specialized bartering center were available. However, independent players would only need to consign their items. Other players could then purchase those items. They wouldn't need to idiotically contact one person after another. Not only could they save a lot of time and trouble, but they could also obtain the items they wanted. Even if the teleportation fees were expensive, most likely, many independent players would make the trip to visit the trading post. Shifeng could not help his growing excitement. However, to construct his city, he first needed to obtain a sufficient number of 7 luminaries crystals. Otherwise, without the 4 towers of elements protection, defending the city would be too difficult. It seems that I need to put the plan into action now. After pondering over the matter, Shifeng decided to begin collecting 7 luminaries crystals. While 7 luminaries crystals were incomparably rare and precious, there were a few locations that had them. Unfortunately, these locations were extremely dangerous, and he would need to prepare. The easiest place to obtain 7 luminaries crystals Shifeng could think of was the Sea of Death's Demon Island. Only, the journey was particularly dangerous. Demon Island was also a forbidden land for the living. Without sufficiently high darkness resistance, survival was impossible. Shifeng immediately began to browse the auction house's rare items, searching for items that increased darkness resistance. After searching for some time, Shifeng finally found 2 good items on the list the system had provided. Both could significantly increase a player's darkness resistance. One of them was a Master Darkness Resistance potion, while the other was a light cloak. However, before Shifeng could celebrate, he saw the items' prices, and his expression darkened. Is this person insane? Who would use shadow gold and ancient wood to purchase these items? Just as Shifeng was about to curse again, he was stunned by the trader's name. The same person had placed these 2 items up for trade. Silent Wonder. One of God's domain's 10 great Grandmaster Alchemists. Chapter 1176, 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1176, 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists. Why is she here? Even after staring at the trader's name for a long time, Shifeng still could not believe his eyes. That was the 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists they were talking about. These existences stood at the peak of all alchemist players. Even super guilds had to treat them respectfully. One could say that all of God's domain's guilds and players tried to suck up to such individuals. After all, the further one proceeded into the game, the more powerful the monsters became. If players wanted to defeat these monsters, they needed more than just personal strength. They also needed external items. For example, when facing fire-type bosses, a team would burn to death without high fire resistance, regardless of how strong the team was overall. If every member in the team possessed a Grandmaster fire resistance potion, however, they would easily defeat said fire-type boss. Another example was Shifang's new destination, Demon Island. Demon Island was already very dangerous. However, with the ever-present dark miasma, players couldn't set foot on the island without darkness resistance. Aside from that, the Tower of Time similarly required high magic resistance. A team would need a large number of magic resistance potions. However, not just any magic resistance potion would do. They would, at the very least, need advanced rank potions, or better yet, master rank. The guild with the most magic resistance potions would obtain more 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, this was only one of the many benefits of an alchemist. There were simply too many dangerous locations in God's domain that required these external items. Hence, the various large guilds normally treated Master Alchemists and Grandmaster Alchemists very respectfully. Among the 10 great Grandmaster Alchemists, Silent Wonder firmly ranked within the top 3. Even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds would have a hard time arranging a meeting with Silent Wonder, and even if Silent Wonder agreed to meet, they would still have to queue up and wait for their turn. Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood? Shifang fell into deep thought as he looked at the 2 items Silent Wonder wanted in exchange. Shadow Gold was an epic ranked material. If one added a piece of it when crafting weapons and equipment, the weapons produced would deal additional darkness damage, while equipment would provide additional darkness resistance. It was an exceptional material specifically used for producing darkness resistance equipment in the past. 1 ingot of Shadow Gold had easily sold for 300 gold. However, players rarely sold the material. They were normally pieces of lifestyle players' private collections. As for Ancient Wood, its price was even higher. A single log could sell for 500 gold. It was also an excellent epic material used to produce staffs, ships, carriages, furniture, and other wooden products. The total value of these 2 materials greatly exceeded that of a Master Darkness Resistance potion and a light cloak. Why does an alchemist like her want these items? Shifang was incredibly curious. Neither Shadow Gold nor Ancient Wood was used in alchemy. However, Shifang did not think too much on the matter. Immediately, he sent Silent Wonder a message. His message was very brief. I have clues regarding the whereabouts of these 2 items. Current players couldn't get their hands on Shadow Gold or Ancient Wood. Even if one reached the required level, it would still be a difficult task. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered rare materials. However, Shifang urgently needed items with darkness resistance. A Master Darkness Resistance potion and light cloak could not be more perfect. The light cloak, in particular, significantly increased a player's darkness resistance as long as he equipped the light cloak and consumed an intermediate darkness resistance potion. When he reached Demon Island, he could roam the island with ease. Shortly after Shifang sent his message, he received a friend invite from Silent Wonder. Shifang then agreed to the friend request. This way, they could discuss the matter through a video call. Do you really have the clues leading to Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood? Silent Wonder did not appear very old. She looked like a woman in her mid-20s. She had an oval face and large, golden eyes. She also gave off an indescribably cold and strict feeling. Shadow Gold can be used to craft darkness resistance equipment, and Ancient Wood can be used to produce a staff that possesses the power of the ancients, which amplifies the effects of the wielder's spells. Am I correct? Shifang said, smiling. Hearing this, joy illuminated Silent Wonder's golden eyes. Both Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood were extremely rare epic materials. Even she had spent a long time researching to find any information about them. Now that Shifang had casually mentioned the material's functions, he proved how familiar he was with the items come out with it. What must I do for you to tell me the clues? Silent Wonder asked straightforwardly. She had spent a lot of effort in her search for these materials. She had used every connection she had, yet she hadn't learned anything that would lead to their locations. She had simply come to the dark auction to try her luck. She hadn't expected anyone to know anything about these 2 items. You're an alchemist, right? Shifeng responded to her question with a question of his own. How do you know? Did you investigate me? Silent Wonder was slightly surprised, and she could not help but grow cautious. Why would I need to investigate you? Shifeng laughed as he shook his head. Don't you realize that you're wearing the Advanced Alchemist's insignia? Different subclasses had different insignias, and each provided certain benefits to their respective classes. The screen showed that Silent Wonder currently wore an Advanced Alchemist's insignia. This showed that Silent Wonder had already become an Advanced Alchemist. Shifeng had to admit that Silent Wonder was truly impressive. Despite being an independent player, she had grown into an Advanced Alchemist so quickly. The various large guilds had to spend a ton of resources to nurture an advanced lifestyle player. Even then, very few lifestyle players actually reached the advanced rank, yet Silent Wonder had done so without help. One could just imagine how talented she was in alchemy. Moreover, Silent Wonder had been more than just a Grandmaster alchemist, she had also been a Tier 5 class. I completely forgot about that. Silent Wonder could not help but laugh awkwardly as she looked at the insignia on her chest. That's right, I'm an advanced alchemist. Is there a problem with that? Of course, there isn't a problem, Shifeng said, chuckling. You want the clues for those two materials, right? My conditions are very simple. Give me the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak and craft potions for me for 1 month. I'll provide the raw materials. Are you kidding me? Silent Wonder rolled her eyes. It would have been fine if Shifeng had only wanted the 2 items. However, he also wanted her to work for free for a month. He must be crazy if he thought she would agree to such conditions. I never joke around. Shifeng understood what was going through Silent Wonder's mind. Immediately, he sent Silent Wonder a message and said, take a look at this. If you still think my asking price is too high, you can reject it. Are you that confident? Silent Wonder felt as if she had just encountered a lunatic. First, the man wanted her items. Next, he wanted her to work for free for a month. Did he really think he could get her to agree by sending a single message? Following which, Silent Wonder impatiently opened Shifeng's message and read it. However, only after reading a few words, her expression tensed. Why do you have such an item? Silent Wonder felt as if she were dreaming. Shifeng had sent to her none other than the records of potions, which he had obtained shortly after joining God's domain. All alchemists dreamed of owning this treasure, yet, now, it had been placed before her. The records of potions even tempted the brilliantly talented Silent Wonder. Chapter 1177, Reconstructing a Town. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1177, Reconstructing a Town. This is still only a part of it. How about it? Interested in my offer now? Shifeng smiled calmly as he quietly looked at Silent Wonder's joyful expression. Like the Book of Forging, the records of potions was a treasure that could improve one's alchemy success rate. Moreover, it contained basic information about potion crafting. With the records of potions, players would not have to explore basic alchemy techniques blindly. It could pave the way for becoming a master alchemist. As for whether one actually became a master alchemist, however, that depended on the player's talent. Silent Wonder did not have the support of a guild. According to Shifeng's memory, in the past, Silent Wonder had obtained practically all of her alchemy materials by herself. Also, unlike guild alchemists, who could confide in each other regarding alchemy techniques and improve together, Silent Wonder had gained her alchemy techniques without any assistance. Moreover, ordinary NPC cities also did not possess facilities like special workshops. Needless to say, the various large guilds didn't allow non-guild members to use their limited special workshops. After all, they didn't even have enough to nurture their own lifestyle players. Furthermore, independent players had no access to NPC cities with special workshops. Take the holy city of Titan for example. Without sufficient strength and luck, reaching the city was simply impossible for an independent player like Silent Wonder. I'll say this first. Once I've fulfilled my 1-month contract, I'll leave immediately, Silent Wonder stated. With her alchemy skills, she could easily join any large guild. Even super guilds would willingly accept her. However, she hated the various restrictions that came with joining a guild and disliked doing work that didn't interest her. Hence, she had opted not to join a guild overthinking things. It isn't even certain if you are capable of remaining in my employment after a month, Shifeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Hearing Shifeng saying so, Silent Wonder frowned. This was her first time being underestimated like this. She was a bona fide advanced alchemist. She would be an important member of any guild she joined. In fact, she had gained an invitation to the Dark Auction, to begin with, because a large guild wanted to recruit her. In her opinion, Shifeng was trying to use reverse psychology. However, such means were useless against her. Once the month was over, she would definitely leave, following which, Shifeng and Silent Wonder signed a contract. The contents were very simple. Silent Wonder would hand over the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak. Afterwards, she would work at the Candlelight trading firm for a month. In return, Shifeng would share the clues leading to the Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood with Silent Wonder. After Silent Wonder confirmed that there were no problems with the contract Shifeng had sent her, she signed it. You can tell me the clues leading to the materials now, right? Silent Wonder asked coldly. If not for the records of potions, she wouldn't have made such an unworthwhile trade. After all, the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak were both precious items she had obtained after completing a difficult quest. Trading these two items for 2 clues was a loss. Only level 70 and above Darkness-type bosses have a chance of dropping Shadow Gold. Moreover, the bosses must be Grand Lord rank or above. Ancient Wood can be found near the lake in the deepest parts of the neutral map Stuyak. That area is home to elves. They aren't fond of humans, so it won't be easy to get past them. Shifeng revealed the information. The 2 locations he mentioned were the easiest places to obtain Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood. The other places he knew about were far more dangerous, and even if Silent Wonder was quite strong, she couldn't obtain the materials by herself at Stuyak. Silent Wonder checked the system map. When she found Stuyak, she was speechless. Stuyak was an ancient forest located north of the Frostwolf Empire. The forest had always been the biggest threat to the Empire. You had to be at least level 80 to enter. Moreover, the neutral map size rivaled that of a medium-sized kingdom. She simply did not know what to say about this. With her current strength, it was impossible for her to act on any of the information she had just received. Ivy already told you the clues. You are to report for duty at Starmoon Kingdom's Candlelight trading firm by tomorrow night at the latest. After Shifeng was done speaking, he immediately disconnected the call. Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood were both epic ranked rare materials. If Silent Wonder wished to obtain them, she needed to reach level 80 at the very minimum. Particularly, Ancient Wood was highly sought after by even super guilds. If Silent Wonder wished to procure some all by herself, she could not even consider doing so before reaching level 100 and class. Changing to her tier 3 class. Hence, Shifeng had not spoken in detail when he mentioned the clues to Silent Wonder. If he told the woman the minimum strength required to obtain these materials, she would most likely lose her mind afterward. Shifeng received the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak, delivered to him by a staff member. Without waiting for the Dark Auction to end, he said his goodbyes to Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose before returning to White River City. Although there were many rare items up for trade in the Dark Auction, there wasn't anything that Shifeng was particularly interested in. So, there was no need for him to stay behind. Shortly after Shifeng exited the room, Starstreak, who had been in a stealth state this whole time, appeared a short distance away from room 017. Why is it him? Starstreak found it somewhat unbelievable when he saw Shifeng coming out of room 017. In his opinion, anyone capable of spending over 600,000 magic crystals within a short period of time must be an upper echelon of a major power. Yet, the buyer of both the Magic Knight Legacy and Bronze Tablet was actually Zero Wing. However, Starstreak did not ponder too much on the matter. Immediately, he forwarded the information to 1000 Miles Watt. Zero Wing was the one who bought those 2 items. Starstreak was given a fright by this message. However, he quickly revealed the sneer on his face as he said, "Good. Very good. Starstreak, go and make some preparations. Get Cleanse Maple to assist you in leading the departed Legion, and kill Zero Wing's experts. Make sure to steal that Magic Knight Legacy, as well as those epic weapons and equipment from them. Any large guild that obtained a bronze tablet would definitely store it in their guild warehouse. Unless they burned down the guild residence storing the bronze tablet, it would be impossible for them to obtain it. However, it was a different story for the Magic Knight Legacy item, and epic weapons and equipment. If one wanted to obtain the Magic Knight Legacy, they would have to complete the Legacy quest. As long as Zero Wings experts left their guild residence, there would be plenty of chance to strike at them. Starstreak was momentarily stunned by 1,000 Miles' words. Very quickly, however, he nodded and said, "Understood." The departed legion was Miracle's Assassination Legion. It was a legion specifically formed to target the upper echelons of the various superpowers. In Starstreak's opinion, they were simply making a mountain out of a molehill by mobilizing the legion against Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom's White River City, Shurfong had also stealthily arrived at the Adventurers Association. Without hesitation, he paid 30,000 gold to the association to have them begin reconstructing Stone Forest Town. The moment Shurfong handed over the 30,000 gold coins, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. As Zero Wing is the first guild in God's domain to have reconstructed an intermediate town, guild popularity increased by 200,000 points. You will also receive 1 bronze guild residence promotion order. Chapter 1178, Promotion to a 3-star Guild. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1178, Promotion to a 3-star Guild. The sudden system notification put Shurfong into a daze. For a long time he had merely reconstructed an intermediate town, yet Zero Wing's guild popularity had instantly soared by 200,000 points. It should be known that a 1-star guild only needed 30,000 popularity to promote to a 2-star guild, while a 2-star guild needed 100,000 popularity to promote to a 3-star guild. The further one progressed into the game, the more difficult it was to obtain guild popularity when a guild was still at the 1-star standard. Guild members could earn quite a lot of guild popularity just by completing ordinary guild quests. With how many players there were in a large guild, the number of guild quests completed each day was plenty. It would take no time for a guild to accumulate 30,000 popularity. The truly difficult aspect of promoting a guild to 2 stars lay in obtaining the guild residence promotion order. However, after a guild reached 2 stars, guild members would no longer obtain guild popularity through completing ordinary guild quests. They could only do so by completing advanced guild quests. However, advanced guild quests were very rare and limited in number. So, it would take a significantly longer time for a 2-star guild to accumulate 100,000 guild popularity. Even super guilds would need a long time to do so. Meanwhile, due to various factors, Zero Wing's popularity accumulation rate was currently on par with super guilds. According to Shurfeng's estimates, it would take another month or so for Zero Wing to accumulate 100,000 popularity. However, now that Zero Wing had received an additional 200,000 popularity, it had fulfilled the condition to promote to a 3-star guild. A bronze guild residence promotion order. Shurfong looked at the bronze, diamond-shaped token that had suddenly appeared in his bag. The token was emitting a faint, golden glow. It was much more powerful than the silver guild residence promotion order he had obtained before. Bronze guild residence promotion order. Promotes the star ranking of a guild residence that fulfills the required popularity by 1 star. Can be promoted up to a 4-star guild. What a powerful guild residence promotion order. Shurfong was astonished. As far as Shurfong knew, guild residence promotion orders were all graded. Meanwhile, different ranking promotion orders could be used on guilds of different star rankings. For example, in order to promote a 1-star guild into a 2-star guild, a 2-star promotion order would be required, while promotion to a 3-star guild would require a 3-star promotion order. However, the Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order was actually capable of promoting any guild between 1-star to 3-star status by 1 rank. There would be no need to search for promotion orders of specific rankings. Looking at the Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order, Shurfong considered saving it for when Zero Wing was upgrading its residence from 3-star to 4-star status. In God's domain, guild residence promotion orders were not easy to obtain. Aside from a rare few that could be obtained through adventuring out in the fields or opening treasure chests, the normal method of obtaining guild residence promotion orders was through raiding certain large-scale team dungeons. However, only by procuring the first clear of such dungeons would one have a 100% chance of receiving a guild residence promotion order. Afterward, the cleared dungeon would have less than a 1% chance of dropping the promotion order. This was also one of the reasons why the various large guilds were adamant about competing for the first clear of large-scale team dungeons. Aside from being able to raise their own guild's fame and influence, they could also quickly raise their guild star ranking by obtaining first clear. If the first clear was taken away by another guild, it would become significantly more difficult to obtain a guild residence promotion order. This was especially true for the 3-star guild residence promotion order. This was something that only dropped in the hell mode of level 50 large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, such large-scale team dungeons were different from the dungeons that dropped 2-star promotion orders. In the latter's case, every major city would have one of them. For 3-star and above, however, there would only be one such large-scale team dungeon in every few, or even more than a dozen, major cities. If the first clear of such a dungeon was secured by a guild, other guilds would have no choice but to continuously raid said large-scale team dungeon for their own promotion orders. Thus, the 3-star guild residence promotion order would cause the competition between guilds to become even more intense. In the future, guilds would have to struggle with not just other guilds in the same city, but guilds from other cities as well. As for the 4-star guild residence promotion order, competition for it would become even more frightening, as each kingdom would only have 1 or 2 large-scale team dungeons that dropped it. While empires had a little more, these dungeons were still extremely limited. Excuse me, I want to promote the Zero Wing Guild. After giving the matter some thought, Feng immediately took out the Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order and handed it over to the NPC administrator. The reason why players even bothered joining guilds was because guilds provided benefits that could help their members level up and improve their strength much more quickly. Hence, the faster a guild was promoted, the better it would be for the guild's future development. Lord Protector, may I know which guild residence you wish to promote to a 3-star residence? The administrator asked after receiving the promotion order. The guild residence in White River City, Feng said in a straightforward manner. White River City was Zero Wing's base camp. It was also extremely safe, as it was located in a major NPC city. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before White River City would be promoted to the next rank and bring many benefits to the players inhabiting it. Naturally, he had to prioritize promoting the residents there. As for the residences in Stone Forest Town and Lake Heart City, those would have to wait for another chance to appear in the future. Alright. Promoting a 2-star guild residence into a 3-star guild residence will require a 5,000 gold reconstruction fee, the administrator said. However, as a city protector, our association will offer you a 20% discount, so Lord Protector only needs to pay 4,000 gold. Feng took out another 4,000 gold without hesitation after the handsome administrator confirmed that there were no problems. A series of system announcements rang out in Feng's ears. Star Moon Kingdom System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to own a 3-star guild residence. Guild emblem upgraded to bronze rank. Rewarding guild with 1 set of basic defensive magic array, 1,500 gold in guild funds, and 1 employment center building order. White River City System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in White River City to own a 3-star guild residence. Rewarding guild with 1 training room promotion order. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing loudly in everyone's ears. What? A 3-star residence? That's impossible, right? Most guilds are just beginning to promote their residences to 2-star. How does Zero Wing already have a 3-star residence? Zero Wing is too amazing. As expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. I must join Zero Wing, no matter what. The benefits of a 3-star residence will definitely be spectacular. The players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were stunned by the rewards stated in the system announcement. This was especially true for the members of the various large guilds. They were all greatly envious of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's guild emblem was directly upgraded to bronze rank. A guild emblem wasn't just the symbol of a guild. Similar to the insignia of lifestyle classes, the guild emblem also possessed some functions. A common guild emblem did not carry with it any functions at all. However, once a guild emblem reached bronze rank, it came prepared with some functions. A bronze guild emblem had two functions. The first function was a teleport ability. Even without a guild transfer scroll, guild members could directly teleport to any guild residence. There was no need to buy the guild transfer scroll of a specific guild residence. Not to mention, players could only carry one guild transfer scroll at a time, making it very inconvenient. The second function increased the attributes of guild members. As long as there were over 20 guild members within a 100-yard radius, the guild emblem would increase the wearer's maximum HP by 3% and attack power by 1%. Although the increase seemed minor, once players reached higher levels, even 1% could make a huge difference. This was especially true when players were raiding team dungeons. Less than a minute after the system announcement ended, news of Zero Wing obtaining a 3-star guild residence began spreading like wildfire. In just a short 10 minutes, whether it were the guilds in Starmoon Kingdom or the guilds in the neighboring kingdoms and empires, they all held an emergency guild meeting at the same time. The various large guilds currently bartering for rare items in the dark auction also received news about this situation. What? Zero Wing has just obtained a 3-star guild residence? Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock as she read the message she just received. She simply could not believe this to be true. How could this be possible? Chapter 1179, General Trend. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1179, General Trend. Big Sis Rain, what happened? Blue Phoenix asked when she noticed the strange expression on Phoenix Rain's face. I just received news stating that Zero Wing already has a 3-star guild residence now, Phoenix Rain said enviously. With this, Zero Wing is now the undisputed #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom. Blue Phoenix was momentarily stunned when she heard this. Quickly, she reacted and said, "How is this possible? Didn't they say that 3-star guild residence promotion orders can only be obtained from the Hell mode of level 50 large-scale team dungeons?" Although there was only a single rank separating a 3-star guild residence and a 2-star guild residence, there was a qualitative difference between the two. It was similar to shops that were promoted from 2-star to 3-star status. For 3-star shops, aside from having more special workshops, they also had the basic meditation rooms that were very beneficial towards the development of subclasses. In the case of a 3-star guild residence, the guild would receive a qualitative improvement on all its existing benefits. A 3-star guild residence would also be capable of constructing buildings that were not available to 2-star guild residences. Among them, there were 2 buildings of particularly significant importance. One of them was the employment center. Originally, the local NPCs would post quests in the quest area of the guild hall, and guild players were free to pick up any of them. Meanwhile, once a guild established its own employment center, all quests commissioned to the guild in the future would be placed in the employment center instead. In addition, the guild quests in the employment center weren't only limited to the local area. Certain quests would even involve other NPC cities, which would give rise to the number of advanced guild quests. However, these were still not the most important matters. Once a guild possessed its own employment center, it would also unlock large-scale guild quests such as a crusade against orcs, or assisting nearby kingdoms in battles against foreign races. The amount of EXP and coins one could gain from these quests was extraordinary. In addition, one could also obtain plenty of rare tools, weapons, and equipment. The other building was the training room. Unlike the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, which required players to blindly discover and learn combat techniques, the training room allowed players to receive the system's basic combat training from NPCs. This allowed players that had just joined the guild to grasp basic combat techniques, as well as skill utilization techniques, within a shorter period of time, thus allowing them to quickly go from being a new member to an elite member more quickly. It should be known that Zero Wing was a guild that walked the path of the elite. Currently, the guild only had around 100,000 elite members. Over half of its members had yet to reach the elite standard. However, once Zero Wing possessed the training room, the remaining members would be able to promptly become elites. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing would have more than 200,000 elite members. With so many elite players, even first-rate guilds would barely be a match for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, this was under the assumption that Zero Wing did not expand and recruit new members. If the guild did a mass recruitment, Phoenix Rain did not dare to imagine how frightening the guild would become. However, unlike Phoenix Rain, who was feeling envious of Zero Wing, the large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms were currently dying from anxiety. Previously, although Zero Wing was known as the #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom, that was only a title. Rather than Zero Wing, these large guilds feared first-rate guilds even more. This was because with the number of elite and ordinary members Zero Wing possessed, the guild would only be able to occupy a limited number of locations in the kingdom. Now, however, things were different. Now that the guild had obtained a 3-star guild residence, whether it was the guild's elite member count or total member count, both would see an explosive increase soon. By then, Zero Wing would have enough manpower to occupy other NPC cities and capture more towns. Eventually, it would become a first-rate guild in the truest sense. Damn it. How did this happen? Why did Zero Wing suddenly obtain a 3-star residence? The various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were each suffering from a huge headache over this matter. Previously, they had been celebrating over the fact that Zero Wing had defeated the Blackwater Guild. After all, with Blackwater having suffered such severe losses, it was unable to expand its influence and control over the various major cities at all. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing's case, the guild did not have the required manpower to dominate and manage other NPC cities. This had given them an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Ever since the war between Blackwater and Zero Wing, various locations in Starmoon Kingdom had become war zones, as the various large guilds all vied to take control of their own NPC city. However, the current situation had greatly exceeded the numerous large guilds' expectations. Inside Overwhelming Smile's residence in Maple City. Due to Zero Wing obtaining a 3-star guild residence, Overwhelming Smile was forced to hold an emergency meeting. Yulan, are you trying to betray Overwhelming Smile? Feng Xianyang screamed angrily as he smacked his desk. Just now, Yulan had actually had his subordinates transfer from Gale City and Twin Lion City to a border city on Starmoon Kingdom's western area. He had gone to great lengths in order to get Gale City and Twin Lion City up and running. Yet, shortly after he had built up some of his own foundations, without any warnings, Yulan had suddenly come and told him to go to a border city. Moreover, the city was a small one with a player population of around only 300,000. This was no different than stabbing a knife into his heart. This can't be helped. I believe you should have a greater understanding than I do on what kind of functions a 3-star residence possesses. Gale City and Twin Lion City are simply too close to White River City. Rather than waste time fighting against Zero Wing, it will be much better for you to focus your strength in a place that you can take complete control over. Furthermore, it is simply impossible to stop Zero Wing's rise now. The higher-ups have already agreed on this point. Hence, they are having you go to a city on the western border. That place is very close to the Bloodhoof Empire. Currently, we have already taken control of over half of the empire. In the future, when players reach higher levels, we'll be able to open a trade route between the Bloodhoof Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. Yulan was not affected by Feng Xuanyang's angry bellows at all. In reality, she even secretly felt gratitude towards Zero Wing due to Zero Wing's residence getting promoted to 3-star status this time. Underworld had finally decided to give up on taking control of Starmoon Kingdom and instead shifted to secretly developing its economy. Meanwhile, Yulan herself was transferred to Underworld's true headquarters, the Templar Empire, and was tasked with managing Underworld's trading firm. She could be considered to have truly set foot into Underworld's upper echelon now. When Feng Xianyang heard that this was an arrangement made by the higher-ups, his whole person seemed to age several years. It was obvious that Underworld no longer wished to waste time attempting to take control of Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, aside from Overwhelming Smile, the various large guilds based in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom had also made similar arrangements. They all planned on shifting their focus towards the western region of the kingdom. As for the eastern region, they were naturally going to let Zero Wing develop it. Ha ha ha. The guild leader is simply too amazing. He's actually managed to have the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom shift their focus towards the western region in just a short moment's time. With this, Zero Wing will have a much easier time taking control of the cities in the eastern region. Aqua Rose, who had just exited the inferior legendary treasure chest, was greatly excited when she received news of the latest developments. Originally, she had planned for Zero Wing to gradually whittle away at the various large guilds based in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom before eventually taking control of the cities here. However, the instant Sherfone revealed the 3-star guild residents, these various large guilds all took the initiative to withdraw their forces without putting up a fight. Inside an NPC town within the vicinity of Starmoon City. Currently, this town had already been occupied by evil beasts. The town's surroundings were filled with level 60+ evil beasts. Among them, there was no lack of chieftain and lord-ranked monsters. Meanwhile, the town itself was also enveloped by a massive magic array, which gave off a frightening pressure. If Sherfone was here right now, he would definitely find this pressure very familiar. This was due to the pressure being emitted by the magic array having a strand of divine might mixed into it. Meanwhile, 2 players suddenly appeared outside this town. These 2 people were none other than Abandoned Wave and Laughing Drunkard Zero Wing. Enjoy your fun while you can. When Abandoned Wave received the report regarding Zero Wing, a cold smile appeared on his face. He then walked into the town enveloped by the massive magic array. Chapter 1180, Prototype Sacred Land. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1180, Prototype Sacred Land. White River City, Adventurers Association. When Sherfone, who hid under a black cloak, descended the stairs from the 2nd floor, he was greeted by a sea of players crowding the first floors. The majority of these players shared one similarity: they were all guild players. Moreover, these guilds were all high-leveled with good equipment. What are these people trying to do? A newcomer, who had just reached level 10 and had come to report to the Adventurers Association, asked. Is there even a need to ask? They're all here to withdraw from their guilds, a level 30+ shield warrior explained from his seat near the entranceway. The explanation only increased the new player's curiosity. While it wasn't unusual to see players withdraw from their guilds, this was the first time he had seen so many people from different guilds at the same time. You renew, so it's expected that you don't know. They're leaving their original guilds to join Zero Wing, the shield warrior said enviously as he watched the various guild players. Zero Wing is on a roll. Its residence already has 3-star private rooms. If you rest in one of those rooms for 24 hours, you'll accumulate 30% of double EXP buff. Moreover, it has the employment center now. I heard that Zero Wing went all out, making sure it'll be stylish. The building has 2 floors. On the first, players can pick up ordinary and advanced guild quests, and the 2nd floor allows players to pick up large-scale guild quests. The large-scale guild quests award far more than the advanced quests. Even elite members have a hard time picking up an advanced guild quest in other guilds. In Zero Wing, however, even ordinary members can pick one up. Once you become one of Zero Wing's elites, you can even pick up large-scale guild quests. As long as guild members have sufficient contribution points, they can also upgrade their guild emblem to bronze rank and get some bonus attributes. You're a newcomer, right? Now is the best time for you to join Zero Wing. I heard that as long as guild members are willing to spend some contribution points, you can receive guidance from NPCs in their new training room and learn basic combat techniques and skill utilization techniques. Those will help you become an expert quickly. The Shield Warrior's words immediately caught the attention of the various newcomers within the Adventurers Association. They were all new to God's domain, and they were completely new to the game's combat styles. As a result, they had a lot of trouble against monsters. Moreover, they had to learn the combat techniques on their own. When they saw players easily solo 2 or 3 common monsters simultaneously, they were jealous. Naturally, a location where they could improve their combat techniques would be tempting. May I know where I can apply to join Zero Wing? A beautiful, Charming level 10 female cleric excitedly asked the shield warrior in response. The shield warrior smiled as he pointed at a group of players that had just withdrawn from their old guilds and said, "That's simple. Just follow the players that just left their old guilds. They're all going to apply as well." When the several newcomers heard this, they immediately followed after the players that had just withdrawn from their guilds and left the Adventurers Association. Sherfone could not help his shock. He had never imagined that a 3-star guild residence would be such a powerful influence. It had only been a short time since he had upgraded Zero Wing's residence. Yet so many elite players were leaving their old guilds to join his. What Sherfone didn't know was that a long line had already formed outside of Zero Wing's residence. These players were all there to apply for the recruitment test. Quite a few were even guild players from other cities. The crowd made it difficult for Zero Wing's members to enter and leave the residence. Moreover, this situation wasn't isolated to White River City, the same was happening in Stone Forest Town. Only, unlike the players in White River City, the majority of those applying to join Zero Wing in Stone Forest Town were independent players. These players weren't just applying to Zero Wing because the guild now had a 3-star residence. They were even more inspired by Stone Forest Town's massive transformation. Aside from the town's amazing mana density, Stone Forest Town had recently undergone major reconstruction. Far more merchant NPCs now visited the town. There was also the newly reopened battle arena. The town was simply too tempting. As long as they joined Zero Wing, even as an ordinary member, they could easily travel back to Stone Forest Town. Their leveling spots would no longer be limited to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Moreover, they would have a shorter waiting time when entering the battle arena. To players that loved adventure and improving their combat techniques, becoming a member of Zero Wing was ideal. While Sherfone had been in the Adventurers Association, he had also implemented a new option for Stone Forest Town, the sale of private houses. When Stone Forest Town had been a basic town, it had simply been too small. Zero Wing barely had enough space for its own development, let alone selling precious land. However, things had changed. After its promotion to an intermediate town, Stone Forest Town grew to occupy several times more land than before. As part of his plan for the town's development, Sherfone had used some space to construct private housing. He would sell a small portion of these private houses to the public, while the remainder would be reserved for guild members. It was a kind of guild benefit. As long as one became an elite member, they would qualify to purchase a private house of their own. Only, they would have to do so with guild contribution points. Fortunately, they would enjoy lower prices than the houses sold to the public. Many of God's Domain's players dreamed of owning a private house, not to mention living in a mana-dense environment like Stone Forest Town. The private houses had already become a hot topic among Stone Forest Town's players. Zero Wing is so stingy. They're only selling 100 houses to the public. There are so many independent players in this town. How is this supposed to be enough for all of us? I don't know if there's going to be enough to go around, but what I do know is that Zero Wing is too fraudulent. Even the cheapest house costs 400 gold. This price is almost as much as an outer area shop in a minor NPC city. Even independent experts are lucky if they have 100 gold on hand. How could anyone afford such expensive houses? I know, right? However, our adventurer team is prepared to pool our funds to purchase one. This way, our guild will have a gathering point. We won't have to waste our time on hotels anymore. Your team is going to have an awesome time, then. As long as you become 2-star adventurers, you can purchase a fixed teleportation array and set it up in the house. You'll be able to transfer directly to your house. That's way better than joining Zero Wing. However, I'm betting that the large guilds are going to purchase most of these houses. That shouldn't be possible. Zero Wing has already stated that other guilds are not allowed to purchase houses. Moreover, the buyers to sign a contract with Zero Wing. Even if people from the various large guilds try to buy a house, they can't. As Sherfone relaxed in an advanced carriage, heading to the candlelight trading firm to store the bronze tablet in the warehouse, he received a call from Aqua Rose Guild leader, Twilight Echo contacted me stating that they have something to discuss with you. Aqua Rose joyfully announced, "Don't tell me Glorious Echo is looking for me." Feng frowned. He did not have a particularly good impression of Glorious Echo. However, he was rather grateful because, if not for him, Aqua Rose wouldn't have joined Zero Wing. No. The elders have already sacked Glorious Echo. One of my uncles is managing the guild temporarily, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. All right, then. I still have some matters to deal with, so have him wait in the residence for a while. Chapter 1181, New Overlord. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1181, New Overlord. Storm Empire, Imperial Capital Storm City. Although the sky grew darker, the Imperial capital shone brightly. Players crowded the streets. Storm City's teleportation hall was particularly packed. Players flooded into the city, one group after another. It was far livelier than in White River City at this moment. A group of players appeared in the teleportation magic array that was the size of half a basketball court. Although it was only a 20-man team, these players were all very high-leveled. The lowest among them was level 42, and the highest was level 44. As these players did not wear black cloaks to hide their levels, the instant they appeared, they attracted almost everyone's attention in the teleportation hall. Many stared at these players with a mixture of awe and fear. Everyone was curious about this powerful group's sudden appearance. After all, the current number 1 player on the Storm Empire's ranking list was only level 43. Moreover, that person had only recently reached level 43. The most unbelievable thing was that none of these players wore a guild emblem, proving that they were not from a guild, but independent players. If Feng were here to see this, he would definitely recognize this group. This team of 20 was none other than the Peak Adventurer Team Owl. The person leading the team was Owl's commander, White Knight. White Knight was already a level 44 ranger. Frozen Dream, the elementalist who stood beside him, had also reached level 44 commander. This place is really lively. I think that there are as many people here as there are in Flame Dragon City. Frozen Dream, who wielded an icy blue, crystal staff, said, slightly surprised as she surveyed the teleportation hall. Flame Dragon City was the Flame Dragon Empires, one of the 4 great empires, imperial capital. The player population there far outstripped other empires' capitals. The Storm Empire wasn't particularly powerful. It was only on par with the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, the empire occupied a relatively remote area. Logically, the city's prosperity shouldn't be a match for Black Dragon City, yet the current commotion was shocking at a glance. Frozen Dream could tell that practically every player in the teleportation hall was level 38 or above. Among these players, there were even level 40 and level 41 experts. Aside from the players' high levels, there were also a considerable number of guilds. From the various guild emblems Frozen Dream could see, at least 100 guilds had gathered here. Among them, quite a few were first-rate guilds. There should be nothing surprising about this. Have you forgotten why we have come? White Knight asked calmly, chuckling. Did the Nature Hall invite them? Frozen Dream quickly came to a realization. Not exactly. Only a small portion has actually received invites. The other guilds have simply taken the initiative to come here to express their goodwill. After all, the situation in the Storm Empire has changed. As for the independent players, I'm willing to bet that 80% of them are here to join the Nature Hall, White Knight said, shaking his head. They had come here because they had received an invite from the Nature Hall, a first-rate guild, to celebrate the guild's achievement of becoming Storm City's ruler. God's domain didn't have many empires. Until now, the Storm Empire's capital had been under the rule of the super first-rate guild, 9-Star Family. However, nobody had expected the Nature Hall, which had an intense competition with Twilight Echo, to wage a violent war against the 9-Star Family. This war had sparked due to the mineral vein beneath a particular town. Everyone had thought that the Nature Hall had lost its mind to battle the 9-Star Family. It was madness in the end. However, the 9-Star Family suffered a devastating defeat, and the Nature Hall had taken possession of the town. No one had expected this outcome either. Although the 9-Star Family was a relatively weak super first-rate guild, at the end of the day, it was still a bona fide super first-rate guild. No first-rate guild could afford to provoke it when the war had ended. Everyone believed that the 9-star family would exact its revenge on the Nature Hall. Shockingly, however, the 9-star family had withdrawn from Storm City with the 9-star family's retreat. The Nature Hall had grown stronger with each passing day. It had even shocked other first-rate guilds. In the end, nobody could stop the Nature Hall from taking control of Storm City. Meanwhile, today was the day that the Nature Hall took full control. Today, it became the #1 guild in the Storm Empire. As Owl had done some business with the Nature Hall in the past, the adventurer team had received an invite to the guild celebration. As soon as White Knight and the others left the teleportation hall, a group of shield warriors and guardian knights wearing uniform equipment appeared before them. A strict-looking man stood at the lead of this group. The man looked to be in his 30s and had a cross-shaped knife scar across his face. He was fully geared in silver armor and carried a mountain axe that was as tall as himself on his back. The man's level was also impressive. He was actually level 42. "Hello, Mr. White. I am Abyssal Thunder. Guild Leader Universe sent me to receive you. Your carriages have already been prepared," Abyssal Thunder said as he pointed at the advanced carriages parked beside him. The passers-by on the street were stupefied by this scene. "Who are these people? Amazing. The Nature Hall security team is actually welcoming them personally. Even first-rate guilds don't get such treatment." Level 44. Could they be the overlords of some other city? When the passers-by saw White Knight and the others climb into the advanced carriages, they were jealous. As the Nature Hall celebrated its success, several strangers appeared before Zero Wing's residence in White River City. These people were all very high-leveled, with the lowest among them being level 41. They all wore level 40 dark gold equipment, becoming the envy of those lining up to apply to Zero Wing. Brother Spring, Zero Wing is astounding. I can't even see the end of the line of elite players. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Zero Wing's elite member count even surpasses Twilight Echo, a robust, tanned level 41 shield warrior exclaimed when he saw the crowd at the main entrance. "That's right." The middle-aged man named Spring Echo said, sighing ruefully. Nobody could have imagined that, within such a short time, the little girl that left Twilight Echo had managed to develop a small, unknown guild into its current state. The family's old bastards were particularly stupefied. To elevate the family strength, those old bastards had tried to force Aqua Rose into a marriage with Brilliant War God. Now, however, Aqua Rose was getting by even better than those old bastards. If not for Aqua Rose being Zero Wing's vice guild leader, they wouldn't be here to meet the mysterious guild leader today. Following which, Spring Echo led the 4 people behind him into Zero Wing's residence. After entering the guild hall, Spring Echo was flabbergasted by what he saw. The players occupying the first floor hall were all level 36 and above. Moreover, he could tell that the level 36 and level 37 players were only ordinary members. However, this was not the reason for Spring Echo's shock. Rather, he was surprised by the equipment these players wore. The majority of these players were equipped with level 35 secret silver equipment, with the most inferior being level 35 mysterious iron equipment. As for the elite players that had reached level 40, they actually wore level 40 fine gold equipment. Not even Twilight Echo could say the same. As Spring Echo and his group quietly waited inside the reception room, Aqua Rose entered. The instant Aqua Rose stepped inside the room, Spring Echo and the others astounded once more. At this moment, Aqua Rose did not wear a black cloak to hide her level and equipment, so everyone saw that she had already reached level 48. Chapter 1182, The Intimidating Zero Wing. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1182, The Intimidating Zero Wing. How did she reach such a high level? Spring Echo was thoroughly shocked. Level 48. Aqua Rose could definitely rank #1 on the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. The current known highest level player in the Storm Empire was only level 43 inches. Addition, Aqua Rose's equipment was extraordinary. Ordinary experts might not recognize the woman's equipment, but as the acting guild leader of Twilight Echo, Spring Echo knew full well what Aqua Rose was wearing right now. The Tier 1 set equipment for Cursemancers, Evil Soul. They had recently encountered Tier 1 set equipment as well. It had been recognized as only inferior to epic set equipment below level 50. While a Tier 1 set equipment's basic attributes were only slightly superior to a Dark Gold set equipment of the same level, the equipment's true power lay in its high compatibility with players, allowing the wearers to exert higher combat power as a set equipment. Its set effects were highly compatible with the class it was meant for, further enhancing the class's strengths. However, such a good set equipment was not that easy to obtain. Even a veteran first-rate guild like Twilight Echo had not managed to collect a complete set after investing a ton of manpower and resources yet. Now, Aqua Rose wore one. Uncle Spring, I'm sorry for the long wait. The guild leader has just returned. I'll bring you to meet him now. Aqua Rose simply smiled as she looked at everyone's shocked expressions. She then led Spring Echo to the guild leader's office while Aqua Rose led the way. The experts behind Spring Echo spoke in hushed tones. Brother Spring, your niece is simply amazing. I'm afraid that even Twilight Echo's #1 expert, Dark Wave, can't match her now. A Tier 1 set equipment. If those elders knew about this, they'd die from envy. Despite investing all that effort into collecting Tier 1 set equipment, even now, we only have 3 pieces of our most complete set. Spring Echo could only smile bitterly in response to his subordinate's discussion. What else could he say? Before coming to Zero Wing, he had prepared himself mentally. After all, Zero Wing's battle records were incredible. This was especially true for the latest one. Not only had Zero Wing annihilated Blackwater, which had the Blackwater Corporation's support, but it had also suppressed the Super Guild Pantheon. If Zero Wing did not have a certain background, how could it possibly defeat such powerful enemies? Now, not only did Zero Wing control the gold mine that was Stone Forest Town, but it also had a 3-star guild residence. Although the guild might not be a match for Twilight Echo when it came to the number of towns and cities it controlled, in terms of potential, Zero Wing was leaps and bounds above Twilight Echo. Very quickly, under Aqua Rose's lead, Spring Echo reached the guild leader's office on the top floor. Sherfong, Gentle Snow, and Fire Dance all waited in the office. What kind of place is this? When Spring Echo saw the room's interior, he froze. Sherfong was currently wearing a black cloak, so he could not see the swordsman's level. However, Gentle Snow and Fire Dance, who stood beside him, were not wearing their cloaks. He could clearly see that Gentle Snow was level 47, while Fire Dance was level 48. As for the weapons and equipment the two women wore, although they had hidden the items' glow effects, Spring Echo could tell that they were monster-like experts from the women's frightening auras. Moreover, from the information Twilight Echo had collected on Zero Wing, he knew that both Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had reached the rumored realm and become true peak experts only now, upon meeting the women in person. Did he realize how massive the gap was between them? Spring Echo felt as if he had just entered a monster's nest and his life were no longer under his control. If Gentle Snow and Fire Dance wanted to kill him and his subordinates right now, Spring Echo wouldn't bother to resist. He knew full well that experts like himself and his subordinates could not even serve as a warm-up for these women. Please, sit. Sherfong gestured to the chair before his desk. He was utterly satisfied with how effectively Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had shocked Spring Echo and his companions. This was an act to help Aqua Rose increase her bargaining chips and influence in her family. I heard that Twilight Echo has some business to discuss. May I know what that business is? Guild leader Black Flame, I'll get straight to the point. Twilight Echo has discovered a mine in the Storm Empire. However, with only our guild strength, I'm afraid we can't secure that mine. Hence, Twilight Echo wishes to cooperate with Zero Wing and operate the mine together. As for the profits, we'll split them 50-50. Spring Echo understood that Twilight Echo could hold no secrets from Sherfong. After all, Aqua Rose was here. However, it was also precisely because of Aqua Rose that Twilight Echo had sought out Zero Wing to cooperate. This is interesting. There's a mine that even you guys can't handle. Sherfong found the revelation somewhat surprising. No matter what was said or done, Twilight Echo was a veteran first-rate guild. The Storm Empire was already famed for its mineral production. There were plenty of mines throughout the empire, so much so that first-rate guilds had no reason to compete with each other. What if I tell you that it produces energy ore? Spring Echo asked, smiling. Are you sure? The news stunned Shurfeng. Energy ore. That was an even higher ranked material than Raven's manatite ore. While players had a certain chance of obtaining magic crystals when mining manatite ore, there was an even greater chance to obtain magic crystals when mining energy ore again. Moreover, energy ore was an extremely rare mineral that had many uses currently. A stack of energy ore could sell for roughly 2 gold. If sold in an area where minerals were scarce, one could easily sell a stack for 3 gold. The high demand was due to energy ore's 2 main purposes. The first regarded forging, since it could increase forging success rate. The second was in engineering, where it could be used to produce core components in engineering tools. Hence, energy ore was expensive. Normally, players could only harvest some scattered ore. No one had found a mineral vein that produced it. Can assure of this, Spring Echo responded seriously. I can agree to work with you. However, I want a 30-70 split, 70 to Zero Wing and 30 to you. Moreover, the nearby town must be placed under Zero Wing's control. Shurfeng proposed his conditions after giving the matter some thought. When everyone inside the room heard Shurfeng's conditions, they could not help but gasp. Even Aqua Rose hadn't expected Shurfeng to be so demanding. Guild leader Black Flame. Aren't you going a little overboard? Despite Spring Echo being a well-mannered person, even he could not help his growing anger. He felt like Shurfeng were trying to toy with him, rather than negotiate. Chapter 1183, Value of an Energy Vein. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1183, Value of an Energy Vein. The rage in Spring Echo's eyes lasted for a long while. Seeing as Shurfeng was intent on remaining silent, he could not help but take a deep breath and turn to Aqua Rose, hoping that his niece could talk some sense into her guild leader if possible. Twilight Echo didn't want anybody else having a hand in the energy mine. However, the energy mine was simply too eye-catching. Moreover, with the nature hall rapidly growing stronger and the long-time rivalry between the two guilds, it was only a matter of time before the hall took action against Twilight Echo. Hence, they had decided to seek cooperation with Zero Wing. The first reason for this decision was the energy mine's defense. The second reason was that they could pull Zero Wing onto the same boat. The nature hall wouldn't go all out against the two guilds for fear of incurring heavy losses. Spring Echo had already investigated the energy vein and was certain it was one of the mineral veins that could produce magic crystals. A large stock of magic crystals would help improve the guild's overall strength. Moreover, the various large guilds were more willing to use magic crystals to trade for weapons and equipment. However, before Aqua Rose could say anything, Shurfeng opened his mouth and spoke again. These conditions are my bottom line. If you feel that they are inappropriate, you are welcome to choose other partners. Guild leader. Aqua Rose hadn't expected Shurfeng to be this determined. Not only had Shurfeng asked for 70% of the mine's profits, but he also wanted full control over the mining town. No sane guild would agree to that currently. Twilight Echo's situation in the Storm Empire did not look too good. If properly negotiated, Zero Wing could secure 60% of the mine's profits. Obtaining the mining town, however, should be impossible. Nobody would easily hand over a town they struggled to obtain. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person shocked. Even Gentle Snow was somewhat surprised. Twilight Echo's offer was a good thing for Zero Wing. Even without taking control of the town, the magic crystal income would boost the guild's development. Although Zero Wing now had a 3-star guild residence and the training room, at the end of the day, the training room only taught players combat basics. If one wished to become an expert, they still needed the battles in the Trial Tower. Guild leader Black Flame. Twilight Echo is willing to give you 70% of the mine's profits at most. As for the town, we will not part with it. Spring Echo believed that Shurfeng wanted to intimidate him. After considering Zero Wing's current situation, eventually, he chose to take a step back. It seems Twilight Echo still doesn't understand the importance of an energy vein. Shurfeng could not help but sigh. Forget it. If you don't want to hand over the town, our discussion ends here. In any case, the town still has its protection period. Even if other guilds want it, they can't do anything against it. Return for now, and consider my offer. After saying so, Feng had fired Dance dismiss Spring Echo and his subordinates away. Even as Spring Echo left the room, he couldn't figure out what had just happened. Despite his generosity, Feng had no intentions of negotiating with him. He even doubted that Feng truly understood the energy vein's value. After seeing Spring Echo depart, Gentle Snow asked, "Guild leader, is the town really that valuable?" Zero Wing was already stretched thin with managing Stone Forest Town and the several NPC cities they were based in. Even if Zero Wing obtained another highly valuable town, they couldn't do anything with it. After all, a town's construction and development demanded a lot of manpower and resources. The town itself isn't particularly valuable. The true value lies in the energy vein. Only, the vein is far more valuable than Twilight Echo can imagine. If they want to defend the energy vein successfully, Zero Wing needs to control the town. Otherwise, even if we work with Twilight Echo, defending the energy vein will be impossible. If that's the case, we might as well stay out of it, Feng said, shaking his head. That was an energy vein they talking about. It was far more valuable than a manatite vein. A single manatite vein had already forced Raven, one of the 6 great dark guilds, to go all out to defend it. Even Raven wouldn't be able to secure an energy vein in the past. Every energy vein had sparked an intense war. In these wars, first-rate guilds were little more than cannon fodder. Yet Twilight Echo thought that they could defend an energy vein with the strength of 2 guilds. It was wishful thinking. If it were possible to obtain 50% of an energy vein's profits by contributing manpower and resources, Feng would raise both his hands and legs to volunteer. However, God's domain was a far crueler place than Spring Echo assumed. He had only dared to agree with Spring Echo because he had 3 trump cards. The first was the 4 Towers of Elements. He had the designs for the towers in his hand. As long as they had the materials, they could construct the towers to defend the town. The second was Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Dragging her into the fray would deter others from joining the fight. The third was the Secret Pavilion. He had worked with the Secret Pavilion frequently. Meanwhile, the Secret Pavilion was a transcendental existence in God's domain. It was even more of a deterrence than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As long as the town was protected by the 4 Towers of Elements and had the backing of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Secret Pavilion, other superpowers and first-rate guilds would have to think twice before moving against the town. In fact, with how much manpower and resources he would have to invest to have a chance of defending the energy vein, he was only willing to give Twilight Echo 30% of the profits due to his consideration for Aqua Rose. Of course, if Zero Wing were sufficiently powerful and could afford to station 1 million elite members and over 10,000 expert players to defend the town, it might be able to occupy the vein itself. However, that wasn't possible right now. Although Feng's comment had been simple, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose quickly understood his reasoning. Hence, they said no more. It was common knowledge that great wealth often attracted disaster. They hadn't imagined that the energy vein was so valuable. "Brother Spring, what do we do now?" a level 41 berserker asked after noticing Spring Echo's silence. "Zero Wing's asking price is simply too high. We can't negotiate with them. They had come here today to negotiate cooperation. However, instead of gaining Zero Wing's help, the guild had chased them out. What else can we do? We have to report to the other elders, word for word. We'll let them decide. In any case, I'm too lazy to bother with this. If I had known something like this would happen, I would never have agreed to become acting guild leader, to begin with." Spring Echo's mood deflated as he rolled his eyes at the brawny man beside him, following which, Spring Echo retrieved a return scroll and departed from White River City. Elsewhere, Feng used the teleportation array in the residence's basement to teleport to the savage wildland. He was prepared to set out towards the Sea of Death. He handed the rest of the guild's matters to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. As Feng left White River City, inside Stone Ape Forest within Starmoon City's region, a 20-man team of level 40 elite players fought a level 43 Stone Ape chieftain. Increase your firepower. The boss is almost dead. The level 41 ranger leading the team commanded excitedly. When the Stone Ape chieftain had less than 10% HP remaining, the team heard an agonizing scream from the back. Everyone instinctively turned towards its source. Grand. The ranger shuddered when he saw the dried mummy of his teammate. This was simply too fast. In the second between the scream and when the team had turned to look, their cleric had died. How did he die? The team members couldn't help their curiosity. Is it the chieftain's skill? As everyone believed this to be the case, a shadow flashed past the team. Suddenly, another scream echoed throughout the area. It's a monster ambush. Be careful, the ranger warned his teammates. However, as soon as he had said so, several more shadows flashed past their group, killing his teammates, one after another. Only those who reacted quickly and activated their life-saving skills managed to survive and caught a glimpse at the shadows' true appearance. These black shadows were all humanoid monsters. However, a single horn grew from their heads, and their entire bodies were covered in pitch-black scales. Moreover, when these monsters looked at their team, they looked like hunters toying with their prey. Run. When the ranger saw this, he fully understood that they were no match for these monsters. However, although he made the correct decision, they could not escape their fates. A short moment later, these one-horned monsters slaughtered everyone on the team. Ha ha ha. These humanoid monsters really are astounding. I wonder if another one will emerge from these players. After the 20-man team died, a person wandered out of the dense forest. This person radiated a sinister aura, incompatible with the surrounding environment. This person's skin was dark gray, and a blood-red magic array had been imprinted between his eyebrows. This person did not appear human at all. If Sherphone were here, he would definitely recognize this creature as none other than Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave. Chapter 1184, Naval Empire. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1184, Naval Empire. Please don't disappoint me. Abandoned Wave slowly walked up to one of the corpses. He then took a dark gray crystal ball from his bag. A sinister glow flashed in the crystal center, making it look like an eyeball. Just looking at it would give someone the creeps. Abandoned Wave then began to chant an incantation. In the next moment, blood-red mist emerged from the crystal ball, gradually seeping into the corpse. After a short moment, the player's corpse began to move. However, as Abandoned Wave finished the final verse, the dried mummy exploded into a blood-red mist. In the blink of an eye, the crystal reabsorbed the mist. Damn it. These people are too weak. Abandoned Wave stomped his feet in frustration. He then opened his system map and looked through it carefully. It seems that I'll have to go elsewhere to find experts. I recall that place being one of the high-resource maps the Star Alliance occupies. There should be quite a number of experts there. I'll use you guys to test my new powers. Saying so, Abandoned Wave summoned a giant, two-headed wolf. He rode it towards the Sunset Hills, which was only a short distance away from Stone Ape Forest. Storm Empire, Twilight Echoes Guild Residence. Spring, so you're saying that if we don't hand over the town's management rights to Zero Wing won't agree to work with us? Zero Wing is playing us for fools. Do they really think that Twilight Echo needs their help to defend a town? I've always said that Zero Wing is unreliable. Rather than working with Zero Wing, we should invest more in the town's defense. In any case, we have some time before the town's protection period ends. Moreover, we have the area around the energy vein under our control. Even if the Nature Hall wants to take it from us, it won't be that easy for them to steal in our territory. However, we cannot underestimate the Nature Hall either. I've just received a report stating that they have recruited a large number of elite players during their celebration. They have also found many powerful independent players. I'm not sure what methods the Nature Hall has used, but they've convinced many powerful adventure teams to join them as well. Even if Twilight Echo and 7th Street work together, we are still no match for the Nature Hall. Some major corporation must be supporting the Nature Hall from the shadows. We need to be more careful from now on. Since the situation has reached this point, let's give up on negotiating with Zero Wing and focus on the energy vein. As long as we enhance the town's defenses, with our geographical advantage, even the Nature Hall will have to think twice before they try anything. Twilight Echo's various elders unanimously agreed that they would not satisfy Zero Wing's greed. Meanwhile, Shifeng reached the edge of the Sea of Death aboard his swift dragon speedboat. Players recognized the Sea of Death as a forbidden land. However, they also called it the Garden of Eden. This was due to the various opportunities that existed alongside the dangers in the past. Countless players that craved adventure had come to this sea zone. Among them, a few had become famous experts due to fortuitous encounters before Shifeng entered the Sea of Death. However, he could see massive crashing waves and hear fierce roaring. He immediately knew that sea monsters were the cause of the phenomena. The undeveloped Sea of Death really is dangerous. Shifeng was slightly astonished as he watched the rising waves in the distance. Although he did not know the sea monsters' appearances or numbers, judging by the water's movement, he could tell that there were quite a few ahead. If he took the risk and continued forward, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would die. The swift dragon speedboat did not improve his chances. Unlike the monsters on land, sea monsters all had extremely high HP. They normally had 3 to 5 times more than land monsters of the same rank and level. Including the geographical advantage, even a Lord-ranked sea monster could easily annihilate a team of 100 elite players. If 5 or more sea monsters occupied this route, it would be inaccessible for players. With so many sea monsters in one location, a boss-rank existence must be present. A boss in this area would be at least a great lord in land. Monsters of such rank shouldn't be provoked, much less at sea. Without a fleet of ships, players would have no choice but to take the long way around. By Shifeng's estimation, there should be over 10 sea monsters ahead. With so many, it was possible that a Grand Lord-ranked sea monster was present. Although the swift dragon speedboat was powerful, it would be nothing more than an appetizer for a Grand Lord. While Shifeng plotted a different path into the Sea of Death, he discovered a fleet of ships heading towards the sea monsters. It was clear that these players were looking for a raid. A fleet consisted of at least 30 ships. Of course, fishing boats did not count. The fleet Shifeng watched consisted of over 100 ordinary speedboats and numerous advanced speedboats. There were even a few bronze speedboats in the lead. As the fleet gradually approached the sea monsters, Shifeng got a clear view of the situation through the swift dragon speedboat's telescope. The 4 bronze speedboats in the lead had been decorated with the image of an aqua-blue spear. This image was the fleet's symbol. These symbols weren't just for show. They had a similar function, although significantly weaker, to a suppression magic array. Normally, players could only gain such a symbol after registering as a fleet with the Adventurers Association, the Freedom Alliance. Shifeng was surprised when he saw that blue spear. Why are they here? The Freedom Alliance was not a guild. Rather, it was an organization of various small guilds and adventurer teams. Of course, not just any guild or adventurer team qualified to join the alliance. They needed to meet certain criteria to do so. In such a way, the Freedom Alliance combined the powers of various naval guilds and adventurer teams to form a superpower at sea. In the past, the Freedom Alliance had been even stronger than some super guilds' naval forces. However, the Freedom Alliance hadn't been active in the Sea of Death. Instead, it had occupied the seas, and the sea's end was many times larger than the Sea of Death. It was even considered a naval empire. The sea's end housed cities and alliances that were comprised of numerous islands. The playstyle there wasn't as intense as on land. Rather, competition between players there wasn't particularly intense. However, the area was far more dangerous than on the mainland. Moreover, players that lived in the sea's end had been inseparable from naval combat since the moment they joined God's domain. Hence, when it came to combat at sea, players from the sea's end were far more powerful than even the experts of the various large guilds they were just barging in. Shifeng was momentarily stunned as he watched the fleet charge towards the sea monsters. Chapter 1185, Marine King Creature. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1185, Marine King Creature. What are they trying to do? Feng was at a loss when he saw the Freedom Alliance's fleet charge into the sea monster group without hesitation. Logically, as veteran sailors, the Freedom Alliance should not have made such a rookie mistake. Sea monsters were different from monsters on land. Not only were they massive, but they were also capable of influencing the battlefield's terrain. They also had wide-range attacks, making it very difficult for players to dodge or block. As a result, fighting sea monsters was many times more challenging than monsters on land. Normally, a fleet had to distribute tasks and prepare before battle. In battles against multiple sea monsters, the ship's positions were very important. Players would pay for mistakes, and blood players would be asking for a beating if they simply charged into battle. In the majority of land battles, at most, players would pay for mistakes with their lives. However, a mistake out at sea would destroy their ships. Even if the ship survived after being struck by sea monsters, the ship would lose durability. When a ship's durability fell to a certain point, like weapons and equipment, it could no longer be repaired. Not to mention, the price of repairing a ship was much higher than weapons and equipment. In addition, repairing a ship was more time-consuming. However, as Feng's curiosity about the Freedom Alliance's actions grew, the Alliance's players discovered Feng's Swift Dragon speedboat commander. There's a speedboat starboard side. By the looks of it, the speedboat should be considerably high quality. Should we chase it away first before the battle? A level 41 male elementalist in dark blue mage robes asked a robust man in a respectful tone. This robust leopard of a man was none other than the Freedom Alliance's 3rd Fleet commander, Passing Monarch. Practically everyone in the sea's end had heard of this man. Ignore it. It's just a speedboat. It won't affect our operation. If it tries to pull something, we'll deal with it then, Passing Monarch casually commanded as he glanced at the Swift Dragon speedboat. Alright, enough. We'll proceed according to plan. They had a total of 120 ships. Among them, 24 were advanced speedboats. In addition, they had 4 bronze speedboats. A single speedboat could not disturb their operation. If they wanted to, they could sink it with little more than a thought. Understood. Immediately, the fleet spread out and gradually circled the group of sea monsters. Roar. The sea monsters soon noticed the Freedom Alliance's fleet. They began to surface, revealing their true appearances. Among the sea monsters, one was a massive sea serpent king. The serpent's head alone was the size of a 3-story building. When the serpent roared, waves rose and smashed against the Freedom Alliance's ships. Aside from this sea serpent king, which was hundreds of meters long, there were also many one-horned sea serpents, which were roughly 60 to 70 meters in length. If ordinary players saw this, they would most likely pale from fright. Sea serpent king, marine king creature, king-class sea monster, great lord. Level 52. HP 160 000 000 /160 000 000. One-horned sea serpent, sea monster, chieftain. Level 50. HP 18 000 000 /18 000 000. A king-class sea monster. When Feng finally saw the sea monster's true appearances, he was shocked. Sea monsters fell into different categories than monsters on land, as they had additional classifications based on their life ratings. The higher a sea monster's life rating was, the stronger they were than other sea monsters of the same rank and level. A king sea monster, for example, was a boss among bosses. Normally, sea monsters could be categorized as ordinary, leader dash, and king class. There were also sea monsters of the legendary Titan class. The king class's life rating could already rival that of the archaic species on land. Not only were such sea monsters extremely rare, but they were also insanely strong. As for Titan-class sea monsters, they were the equivalent of ferocious beasts like the 9-headed magic snake, whose life rating was even higher than ordinary dragons. Even Tier 6 gods would have difficulty killing ferocious beasts. The Sea Serpent King before him was a king-class existence. Despite it being only a great lord, it was more than capable of annihilating an entire fleet by itself. That's right, annihilation. Normally, King-class sea monsters only lived in extremely dangerous sea zones. They didn't usually show up in places like Theseus. Sherphone considered steering his ship away from this area. The Sea Serpent King pointed its head at the sky and roared. Dark clouds then began to gather, covering the sky as expected of a king-class sea monster. It is already capable of using a domain despite being a great lord. Shifeng's expression twisted as he watched the sky. He was familiar with the move the Sea Serpent King had just used. The skill was called Weather Control, and as its name suggested, it allowed the Great Lord to control an area's weather in the blink of an eye. Waterspouts formed, one after another, enclosing the area and cutting off players' escape routes. Unless players wanted to risk their lives and sacrifice their ships, there would be no retreat. This was also one of the reasons that fleets would suffer annihilation after encountering king-class sea monsters. However, as if they had predicted this development, the Freedom Alliance's scattered ships began to activate magic arrays. Together, 100 speedboats formed a massive, blue magic array that enveloped the zone. Following which, two more similar magic arrays appeared, overlapping in the next moment. Arcs of blue lightning descended, limiting the sea monster's movements. What a powerful threefold magic barrier. Sherphone was stunned when he saw the fleet suppress the Sea Serpent King's movements normally. Magic arrays capable of suppressing king-class sea monsters were intermediate rank at the very minimum. With every additional layer a magic array possessed, its strength would be increased by 1-fold. As this was a threefold magic array, its strength tripled. As Sherphone watched, the Freedom Alliance's players began to move. Among them, 100 ships maintained the magic array, while the remaining 20 ships circled and attacking the sea monsters. Naval battles were different from land battles. Due to sea monsters' wide-range attacks, players couldn't dodge with their own movement speed. Hence, they needed to rely on their ships to avoid the sea monsters' attacks. If an attack were truly unavoidable, the ship's MTs would meet the attack head-on. Meanwhile, players had to rely on ranged classes and their ship's attack power. This was also why ships were more important than experts at sea. The 20 ships madly bombarded the Sea Serpent King and one-horned sea serpents. Due to the magic array's suppression, both the Great Lord and the chieftain's mobility was limited. With the Freedom Alliance's high-quality ships, avoiding the sea monsters' attacks was relatively easy. Even if an occasional attack struck their ships, the MTs on board received most of the damage, significantly reducing the ship's durability loss. The only troublesome foe was the Sea Serpent King. Fortunately, the Freedom Alliance's fleet was very strong. The 4 bronze speedboats were responsible for tanking the Great Lord. Bronze speedboats possessed a certain damage reduction capability. Only after the ship reduced the initial damage would players receive the attack. If advanced speedboats received one of the Sea Serpent King's attacks, the MTs on board would die instantly under the constant stream of cannon fire and ranged attacks. The chieftain-ranked one-horned sea serpents quickly died off eventually, only the Sea Serpent King remained. However, the Great Lord still possessed over 100 million HP. The more damage the Sea Serpent King received, the more powerful its attacks became. It also grew faster as the battle progressed. It was obvious that the Great Lord had adapted slightly to the magic array suppression originally. After 5 MTs split the damage from an attack, each MT would only lose around 1/3 of their HP. Now, however, the MTs would lose half of their HPs instantly. If the Sea Serpent King dealt 2 consecutive attacks, the MTs would be annihilated. Increase the healing. If your mana falls below 25%, use a mana recovery potion immediately. Old Wizard, hold on for a little longer. I'm going to give this little snake a big one. Passing Monarch commanded when he realized the Sea Serpent King's attacks were growing more aggressive. Leave it to me, Old Wizard. The captain of the ship currently tanking the Sea Serpent King confirmed and nodded. However, as soon as he said so, the Sea Serpent King spread its jaws, a large amount of elemental mana gathering in its mouth. In the next moment, it spat a beam, sweeping across over half of the battlefield. As the beam struck, 3 advanced speedboats were crippled. As for the other 5 advanced speedboats that were struck, their durability dropped to below 50%. As for the 2 bronze speedboats that had received the attack, they fared slightly better as they hadn't lost a single player. Unfortunately, the ship's durability had fallen by 1/5. Chapter 1186, Dragon Cannon. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1186, Dragon Cannon. With a single move, the Sea Serpent King had crippled 3 of the 20 attacking ships, killing all 20 players aboard each ship. In addition, 5 other advanced speedboats would crumble if they received one more hit, while 2 bronze speedboats had suffered relatively significant damage. The Freedom Alliance members were stunned. So, this is a King-class sea monster. Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he looked at the Sea Serpent King. Change of plans. Tank it with the Tier 3 summon creatures. Everyone else, attack the boss. The Sea Serpent King was far stronger than he had initially expected. As the Serpent King shrugged off the threefold magic array's effects, the Great Lord would annihilate them all if it used that large-scale destructive skill a few more times. The longer they dragged this battle out, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Hence, they had no choice but to use their trump card. As soon as Passing Monarch gave the command, the level 42 summoner beside him took out a Tier 3 summoning scroll and activated it. The astute Sea Serpent King abruptly turned its head towards Passing Monarch's bronze speedboat, a glimmer of ridicule and disdain flashing in its golden eyes. It swiped its massive tail at the speedboat. The Great Lord's attack had a wide range and was extremely fast, making it impossible for the speedboat to evade in time. Seeing this, Passing Monarch shouted in panic, "Activate the strongest defense." Suddenly, a light blue magic barrier formed around the bronze speedboat. At the same time, the ship's 5 MTs activated their life-saving skills and moved forward to receive the descending tail boom. The collision created a tidal wave, climbing over a dozen meters into the sky, and sent the bronze speedboat flying over 30 yards away. As for the 5 level 41 and level 42 MTs, they had been smashed into the deck, their HPs decreasing by 50%. As for the bronze speedboat's condition, it fared slightly better as it only lost 34 out of its 400 durability. It's too strong. The players maintaining the magic array could not help but shudder when they saw this. This was definitely the strongest sea monster they had ever faced. That was a bronze speedboat they were talking about. Despite Passing Monarch's speedboat having activated its defensive magic array and 5 MTs sharing some of the damage, the bronze speedboat had lost so much durability from one of the Sea Serpent King's normal attacks. If an advanced speedboat had received the attack, the speedboat would have lost at least half its durability. However, these players weren't ready to give up. They still had a trump card they hadn't used yet. As the Sea Serpent King's attack came to an end, an over 20-meter tall leopard appeared on the water's surface. The leopard was entirely blue and arcs of electricity wrapped around its body. This was none other than the Tier 3 summoned creature Thundercloud Leopard. Although they were currently out at sea, the Thundercloud Leopard was one of the few summoned creatures that could fly. It might not be as strong as other Tier 3 summoned creatures, but its flight granted it a considerable advantage over sea monsters. This was also why Passing Monarch was confident enough to challenge the Sea Serpent King. All speedboats, distance yourselves from the boss. Attack with your cannons only. Passing Monarch commanded. At the end of the day, players' attack range was limited to 40 yards. Even with the aid of certain special tools, they could, at most, extend their attack range to 50 yards. To colossal sea monsters like the Sea Serpent King, 50 yards was nothing. However, speedboats were different. Even normal cannons had a range of over 500 yards. Even a king-class sea monster would have difficulty reaching targets at such a distance. As long as the Thundercloud Leopard tanked, the boss should not target enemies that were too far away. Even if it did, with such a long distance, they would have more than enough time to defend themselves. As time passed, the battle proceeded according to Passing Monarch's plans. Although the Thundercloud Leopard's attacks were not particularly powerful, the summoned creature dealt around -20,000 damage with each attack. That was more than enough to hold the Sea Serpent King's aggro. Meanwhile, when the Serpent King attacked, the Thundercloud Leopard easily dodged thanks to its flight ability. As both sides were Tier 3 Great Lords, the Thundercloud Leopard was faster than its opponent, which allowed it to kite the Serpent King while the speedboats attacked the boss. The cannons dealt far more damage than the Thundercloud Leopard, each attack dealing over -70,000 damage. The bronze speedboats were even more impressive, dealing over -110,000 damage with each hit. If special ammunition were used, each attack could deal over -150,000 damage. Unfortunately, special ammunition was very expensive. Even the most common flame shell cost 70 silver coins per round. There was also the more expensive Thunderbolt shell, which cost 1 gold, 50 silver, and was considerably more effective against sea monsters. With how high these shells' prices were, if the monster didn't yield anything valuable upon death, they would suffer a major loss. Moreover, sea monsters could block cannon fire, which would drastically reduce the damage they received. It would be fortunate if the attack even dealt 10% of its original damage. Meanwhile, because the Freedom Alliance was occupied with the Sea Serpent King, they disregarded cost as they barraged the Great Lord with Thunderbolt shells. Quick attack faster. Passing Monarch's heart began to beat wildly when he noticed that the Sea Serpent King only had 15% of its HP remaining. They were now in a contest of speed against the Sea Serpent King. Their operation might fail if they failed to kill the Great Lord before the Thundercloud Leopard died. As the Sea Serpent King's HP neared 10%, its pitch-black scales turned crimson. Tornadoes then began to twist down from the sky, one after another, plunging the sea zone into chaos. This sudden development hindered the Thundercloud Leopard's movements. As a result, one of the Serpent King's attacks struck, its HP falling by over 500,000 on the spot. More tornadoes descended, moving towards the surrounding speedboats. To make matters worse, the Sea Serpent King had stopped paying attention to the Thundercloud Leopard. Rather, it turned and sped towards the nearby speedboats. Although the targeted speedboats saw the Sea Serpent King approach, the Great Lord moved as if it were unaffected by the magic array's suppression. It was frighteningly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before an advanced speedboat. Lashing out with its tail, the Great Lord struck the speedboat twice. Instantly, a considerably valuable advanced speedboat shattered and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. None of the crew survived. As for the Thundercloud Leopard, although it tried to pin the Sea Serpent King down again, it stood no chance against the sea monster at all now that the King-class boss had regained its full strength. As soon as the Thundercloud Leopard closed in on the Serpent King, the boss sent it flying with an attack. The summoned creature couldn't stop the Serpent King for even a second. All ships stopped maintaining the magic array and attacked the boss. Passing Monarch commanded. It was obvious that the threefold magic array was no longer effective. They had to rely on sacrifice to whittle down the Sea Serpent King. Boom. 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 A series of blasts rang out. Among them, the tornadoes blocked the majority of the attacks, while the Serpent King dodged. Only a small number of cannonballs actually hit the Serpent King. However, the balls only dealt around -100,000 or so damage. Roar. The Sea Serpent King widened its jaws once more, gathering even more mana in its mouth than before. Dodge. Everyone, dodge. Passing Monarch's expression darkened significantly when he saw the frightening amount of mana gathering in the Sea Serpent King's mouth. He then turned to look at a level 42 female elementalist beside him and said, "Joy, use the strongest defensive spell you have." Even without Passing Monarch's command, the female elementalist named Blue Joy had retrieved a blue magic scroll from her bag. This magic scroll contained the Tier 2 defensive spell, Purple Flame Shield. As a massive purple barrier formed around Passing Monarch's speedboat, the Sea Serpent King launched an attack. The Great Lord fired a red beam from its mouth, the beam leaving behind a massive chasm as it sliced through the water's surface. It looked as if the beam had split the sea in half in the blink of an eye. Over 60% of the 100-plus speedboats sank, with the remaining having suffered heavy damage. Only the 4 bronze speedboats that had used defensive magic scrolls remained intact, as they only lost around 40 durability. As for the crews, each player lost over 20,000 HP. What a strong attack power. Sure Fong was startled by the Sea Serpent King's attack. Fortunately, His speedboat was over 800 yards away from the Great Lord, not within range of the attack. When Shifeng saw that the Sea Serpent King only had 1% HP remaining, he fell into deep thought. An opportunity had shown itself. If he missed it, he would regret it for a long time. Shifeng aimed the swift dragon speedboat's dragon cannon at the Sea Serpent King and fired. Chapter 1187, Deterring Might. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1187, Deterring Might. Commander, that person's trying to steal our kill. Damn it. I knew we should have killed him earlier. Commander, let's send a group of speedboats to take care of him. When the Freedom Alliance noticed Shifeng launch an attack at the Sea Serpent King, they burst with rage. Since joining the game, their Freedom Alliance had been responsible for taking advantage of others, and never once had others taken advantage of them. Alright, enough. What are you all so worried about? That's a king-class sea monster. Do you think a single speedboat can do anything to it? We can deal with him once we've killed the Sea Serpent King. Although Passing Monarch was furious, he knew full well that they could not afford to split their forces at this critical moment. If they did, they really would let Shifeng take advantage of them. As soon as Passing Monarch finished speaking, Shifeng fired the dragon cannon after aiming at the Sea Serpent King. The next moment, a black beam flew from the swift dragon speedboat's deck, piercing through the rising waves and slamming into the Serpent King's belly roar. The Sea Serpent King cried out in pain as its HP plummeted by 322,849. The attack dealt even more damage than the Freedom Alliance's Thunderbolt shells. Moreover, based on the sea monster's pained cry, one could tell that the attack had injured the Great Lord. Even after so many attacks, this was the first time the Great Lord had cried out. What a powerful cannon! Is this for real? What kind of speedboat is that? Even when we fire the Thunderbolt shells from the bronze speedboats, we only dealt around -120,000. Everyone was shocked by the dragon cannon's might. Commander, apparently that other party is no weakling. That speedboat is definitely better than bronze rank. It is likely that it's a peak mysterious iron speedboat. Blue Joy said, shock filling her heart as she looked at the swift dragon speedboat. She wasn't shocked by the speedboat's damage against the Sea Serpent King. After all, to the Sea Serpent King, that damage was far from enough to destroy the Great Lord's remaining 1% HP. With the Great Lord's battle recovery, it would be exceptionally difficult for Shifeng to kill the Serpent King by himself. What had truly shocked her was the swift dragon speedboats. Run cosplayers of a naval empire, they had fought sea monsters ever since they had left their beginner towns. They also had a much easier time obtaining speedboats than land players. Even so, the Freedom Alliance's Third Fleet, had only obtained 4 bronze speedboats. They had also relied on these bronze speedboats to gain a considerable amount of authority for their Third Fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Yet, the speedboat before them was mysterious iron rank. Not even the Freedom Alliance had ever found a speedboat of this rank. Only the first-rate guild based in the Sea's End had obtained one. Due to that speedboat, said first-rate guild had secured a considerable amount of influence in the Sea's End, becoming a power that few would dare to provoke. After all, a fleet led by a mysterious iron speedboat was much stronger than a fleet led by bronze speedboats. If not for the Freedom Alliance's absolute advantage of the number of bronze speedboats they had, the Alliance would not stand on equal footing with the first-rate guild. Hence, finding a mysterious iron speedboat before them right now was unbelievable. What a high defense! As expected of a king-class sea monster. Shifeng was slightly astonished when he saw the dragon cannon's damage. The dragon cannon was even more powerful than ordinary Tier 3 spells, yet its attack against the Berserk Sea Serpent King had been insignificant. Fortunately, the cannon had injured the Great Lord, causing it to bleed and sustain a certain degree of damage. Meanwhile, Shifeng had achieved his initial goal. In reality, he hadn't considered killing the Serpent King by himself. A level 52 king-class sea monster wasn't that easy to kill. He had only fired the shot to display his strength before the Freedom Alliance. In God's domain, only the strong were respected. Without sufficient strength, nobody would be taken serious regardless of what they said. Hence, he needed to show the Freedom Alliance what he was capable of. After firing the first shot, Shurfeng stopped his assault. Rather, he sent Passing Monarch a message while waiting for the Dragon Cannon to finish its cooldown. The Dragon Cannon's cooldown lasted 15 seconds, which was slightly longer than ordinary cannons. Even if the Freedom Alliance did nothing and allowed him to attack the Sea Serpent King freely, he couldn't kill the Great Lord. After all, no single speedboat could easily take down a King-class sea monster. As for Shurfeng's message, its contents were very simple. Let's work together to kill the Sea Serpent King. Afterward, we'll split the loot 50-50. When Passing Monarch received this message, his expression twisted. However, Passing Monarch did not reply to Shurfeng immediately. Instead, he shared the message in the team chat, letting everyone take a look before making a decision. This person is insane. What kind of crap is he spouting? We're so close to killing the Sea Serpent King, yet he dares to ask for half the loot. That's right. Does he really think we won't obliterate him? The Sea Serpent King has less than 1 million HP remaining. Even if that guy tries to steal our boss, does he think he can escape so many speedboats? Moreover, even if he does steal the last hit, he won't be able to steal the loot right before us. That's right. Commander, our losses this time are so severe. We cannot split half our loot with him. The Freedom Alliance's members opposed Shurfeng's offer unanimously. Even with the Swift Dragon speedboat, Shurfeng didn't qualify to stand toe-to-toe with them. If they were facing a fleet led by a mysterious iron speedboat, they might agree. However, the other party only had one ship. Passing Monarch shared the same opinion. In any case, the Sea Serpent King had less than 1 million HP remaining. With their fleet's remaining ships, they could take it down very quickly, following which, Passing Monarch replied to Shurfeng, stating, "Thank you for your goodwill. However, we hope to resolve our problems by ourselves." Shurfeng simply smiled after reading the reply. There was not the slightest hint of anger in his expression. He then steered the Swift Dragon speedboat away from the Sea Serpent King, showing no intention of stealing the kill, killing a King-class sea monster with just a fleet led by bronze speedboats. If the Freedom Alliance succeeded, he would bow down to them in respect. Commander, he's leaving. Blue Joy said, slightly confused when she noticed the Swift Dragon speedboat sail away from the Sea Serpent King. At least he still has a brain. The other members laughed. It's gone. Passing Monarch also could not help but glance at the departing speedboat. Is he really not interested in the Sea Serpent King? However, Passing Monarch did not think too much about the matter. After all, they were still on a precipice, following which, the remaining speedboats attacked the Sea Serpent King desperately. Although the boss dodged or blocked the majority of their attacks, when their attacks landed, they dealt around -100,000 damage, shaving away the Great Lord's HP. When a thunderbolt shell demolished the Sea Serpent King's remaining 70,000 HP, the Freedom Alliance sighed in relief. They couldn't help their growing excitement. We killed the Sea Serpent King. Ha ha ha. Our Freedom Alliance is invincible at sea. Everyone celebrated. Until today, not a single fleet in God's domain had managed to kill a King-class sea monster. Something's wrong. Why hasn't my experience bar increased? Don't King-class sea monsters give EXP? Some of the Freedom Alliance members realized that something was amiss. However, before they could react, a deafening roar echoed throughout the zone. Before anyone knew it, a massive, crimson serpent broke through the water's surface. The serpent before them was not the same as the Sea Serpent King. Not only was it significantly larger, but the serpent also had 2 heads instead of 1. A long, pitch-black horn grew from both heads, and one could faintly see arcs of purple electricity circling the horns. As this serpent appeared, the sky turned dark. Sea Serpent King, complete state, Marine King creature, King-class sea monster, Great Lord. Level 52. HP 200 000 000/200 000 000. Chapter 1188, Breaking Through the Threshold. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1188, Breaking Through the Threshold. The Sea Serpent King's sudden appearance dumbfounded the Freedom Alliance members. What's going on? Didn't we kill it already? How did it get even stronger? This is cheating. Despair swept through the team as they looked at the two-headed Sea Serpent King. They had already lost over half of their forces to kill the Sea Serpent King. They had even used their Tier 3 summoning scroll. At this point, they were both mentally and physically exhausted, yet not only had the Sea Serpent King just revived with full HP, but it also radiated a far more powerful aura than before. How were they supposed to fight the Sea Serpent King now? Meanwhile, Shurfeng, who observed from afar, wasn't surprised by this development. This was the amazing aspect of King-class sea monsters, their true might. The previous fight had simply been a warm-up. Only now would the battle truly begin. In the past, many fleets had challenged King-class sea monsters during the game's early stages. However, every one of these fleets had suffered annihilation. They simply hadn't been prepared. If a fleet struggled to defeat a King-class sea monster in its first phase, once the boss entered its second phase, the battle was a lost cause. Before the team members could regain their senses, both of the Sea Serpent Kings stretched their maws, one spitting flames, while the other spit purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, over half the battlefield drowned in fire and lightning. Any speedboat that encountered both turned to ash immediately with a single attack. The Freedom Alliance lost another 16 speedboats, with another dozen or so speedboats dropping below 50% durability. Is it just going to end like this? Helplessness filled Passing Monarch's eyes as he stared at the Sea Serpent King. He now realized that challenging a King-class sea monster had been an incredible mistake. Tornadoes enveloped the area around his fleet. It was impossible for their speedboats to break out of this encirclement. Only a mysterious iron speedboat would have any hope of escape. When Passing Monarch thought about how the fleet he and his companions had put together after through so much difficulty was about to be destroyed due to his reckless choice, guilt gripped his heart. Those were 4 bronze speedboats they were talking about. Their third fleet had spent a ton of effort to obtain these bronze speedboats. It would take them a very long time to secure another 4. Suddenly, Passing Monarch received another message from Shurfeng, interested in working together now. When Passing Monarch read the new message, he was confused. Do we still have any hope of winning? Their Tier 3 summoned creature had less than 1/3 of its HP remaining. They had less than 40 speedboats. Even with the strength of a mysterious iron speedboat, they had no chance of defeating the Sea Serpent King. However, when Passing Monarch recalled Shurfeng's attack against the Serpent King before it had died, he realized that it was possible that the man may have predicted this situation immediately. Passing Monarch sent Shurfeng a friend request. This way, both sides could contact each other with ease. If we work together, do we really have a chance of defeating the Sea Serpent King? Passing Monarch demanded. We would have had a 50% chance of winning if we had started working together earlier. Now, we only have about a 30% chance, Shurfeng replied after considering the odds. 50%? That high? Passing Monarch suddenly regretted his earlier dismissal. Had he known that something like this would happen, he would have agreed to team up with Shurfeng earlier. However, he had no choice but to give it a shot right now. A 30% success rate was better than nothing. Alright, I promise you that, as long as we kill the Sea Serpent King, we'll split the loot 50-50, Passing Monarch said in response. However, Shurfeng shook his head and said, that was the previous condition. Now, I want all of the loot. He had never involved himself with the Freedom Alliance in the past. They were neither friends nor foes. He was already being generous by offering to lend a hand. Hearing Shurfeng's words, Passing Monarch's expression turned indescribably ugly. However, he had to admit that each side standing had transformed. The Freedom Alliance was now at a major disadvantage as Shurfeng could swiftly leave the battlefield with his swift dragon speedboat gnashing his teeth. All right. I agree. Passing Monarch felt tears well up in his eyes. No matter what was said or done, he was a famous expert that everybody in the Sea's End knew, yet he was at Shurfeng's mercy. No one would ever believe this, following which, both sides signed a system contract. agreeing that all of the Sea Serpent King's loot would go to Sherfong once the boss died. Once they finished, Passing Monarch sent Sherfong a team invite. However, Sherfong rejected it, weary not forming a team. Passing Monarch asked, confused. Normally, naval battles had strict requirements regarding the ship's positioning. The fleet's commander needed to issue commands constantly. Since Sherfong had claimed to have a way to kill the Sea Serpent King, logically, he should join the team and lead it. So, how was he going to issue orders if he did not join the team? No need. Your team just needs to focus on one thing. Maintain a distance of 500 yards and attack the Sea Serpent King at maximum range. Leave the rest to me, Sherfong explained. Passing Monarch nearly choked. What kind of command was this? Did Sherfong think he could hold the Sea Serpent King off with just a mysterious iron speedboat? Even the Freedom Alliance had to rely on their 4 bronze speedboats and rotate blocking attacks to pin the boss down. However, after Sherfong said this, he disconnected the call. With no other choice, Passing Monarch followed Sherfeng's command and reorganized his fleet, directing their speedboats keep a distance. Sherfong steered the Swift Dragon speedboat to charge at the Sea Serpent King. As the Great Lord was about to target one of the bronze speedboats, Sherfong fired the dragon cannon once more. Only this time, he used a special kind of ammunition, basic mana pulse bomb. Although Zero Wing had used most of the basic mana pulse bombs they had obtained in the Fallen Ark on the petrified Tyrannosauruses, Sherfong had around 20 remaining. Boom. When he fired the dragon cannon, a black beam struck the Sea Serpent King once more. 1-5-74-9-17. Tidal waves rose as the basic mana pulse bomb, combined with the dragon cannon's might, collided with the Sea Serpent King and exploded. What kind of attack is that? Passing Monarch was stunned. What is that speedboat's rank? A single shot had dealt over 1 million damage to a King-class sea monster. This was inconceivable. The other Freedom Alliance members were similarly stupefied when a few considered their previous claim of annihilating Sherfong. They felt fortunate that they had not acted on their words. If it really came down to a fight, a single shot from the Swift Dragon speedboat was likely more than enough to sink a bronze speedboat. However, the dragon cannon's damage didn't particularly surprise Sherfong after a King-class sea monster entered its second phase. While it might seem very strong, that was only true for the surface. In reality, reaching a complete state simply meant that a Sea Serpent King had focused its abilities on strengthening its attacks. As a result, however, its defense and movement speed weakened. As long as players pinned the boss down and had sufficient damage output, victory was in the bag. However, it was precisely because many fleets in the past hadn't been capable of distracting King-class sea monsters long enough that these monsters had been so difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the King-class sea monster they faced right now was only a Great Lord. Against the Sea Serpent King, the secret silver-ranked Swift Dragon speedboat had the advantage regarding speed. In addition, the dragon cannon was sufficiently powerful to hold aggro. If not for these factors, Sherfong would have long since fled the battlefield. King-class sea monsters also tended to use skills, and almost every skill they had was an AoE. If a fleet couldn't defeat a King-class sea monster before their overall firepower fell to the minimum requirement, it would be obliterated. After Sherfong had fired the dragon cannon, the Sea Serpent King was relatively battered. The cannon fire had blown apart a large section of its scales, leaving behind a huge scorch mark roar. The Sea Serpent King glared at the Swift Dragon speedboat. Aside from a hint of fear, its gaze radiated killing intent. Without hesitation, both its heads opened their mouths and bombarded the Swift Dragon speedboat with fire and purple lightning. It seems that the attack was quite effective now that he had solidified his hold on the Sea Serpent King's aggro. Sherfong turned his speedboat and fled. He activated Accelerate, increasing the Swift Dragon speedboat's movement speed by 100%, easily avoiding the incoming attacks. The Swift Dragon speedboat was already faster than the Sea Serpent King. After activating Accelerate, Sherfong maintained a distance of 600 yards from the Sea Serpent King and attack at maximum range. This distance was also the Serpent King's limit. With this, the Sea Serpent King couldn't attack him, but it wouldn't give up the chase either. Just who is he? Shock filled passing Monarch as he watched Shifeng's control over the swift dragon speedboat and the boat's speed. Passing Monarch finally understood why Shifeng had told him to leave the rest to him in such a way. Shifeng led the Sea Serpent King in circles. All the Freedom Alliance's speedboats needed to do was bombard the boss and avoid the occasional AoE attack. As time went by and the Sea Serpent King's HP decreased, the Freedom Alliance's speedboats sank, one after another. Even Shifeng sometimes made a mistake and received one or two of the Great Lord's attacks. Fortunately, as a secret silver speedboat, the Swift Dragon speedboat had frightening defense. It only lost around 30 durability after a direct hit. As for Shifeng, he had deflected the damage using Defensive Blade or Absolute Defense. When the Sea Serpent King's HP fell to 1%, it went berserk and used its strongest power. Both its heads merged the fire and lightning, launching an attack that consumed a radius of 1,000 yards. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Magic Barrier, making the Swift Dragon speedboat immune to all spell attacks and neutralizing the Sea Serpent King's damage. As for the Freedom Alliance's side, aside from the 4 bronze speedboats, which used magic scrolls to protect themselves, the remaining speedboats were destroyed. Meanwhile, after the Sea Serpent King used its ultimate move, it entered a weakened state. Using this opportunity, Shifeng activated Divine Providence. After waiting for the 4 bronze speedboats to launch a wave of attacks, he fired the Dragon Cannon, which he had loaded with a basic Mana Pulse Bomb, 148-267. A massive damage appeared above the Sea Serpent King's head, devouring its remaining 1% HP. Roar. After one final roar, the Serpent King crashed into the sea. Shifeng's experience bar rose rapidly. Sea monsters already provided far more EXP than land-based monsters, as players couldn't easily kill the average sea monster, not to mention king-class sea monsters. However, Shifeng had stolen half of the Sea Serpent King's EXP for himself. With the bonus EXP he had obtained from killing a monster of a higher level, one could just imagine how abundant the rewarded EXP was. Suddenly, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have reached level 50. Chapter 1189, Equipment Transformation. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1189, Equipment Transformation. As a golden glow enveloped Shifeng's body, his weapons and equipment also underwent a slight transformation. Level 50 was a major turning point in God's domain. This fact held true for players, monsters, weapons, and equipment. Among Shifeng's items, the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath's transformation was the most drastic. As if the power that had slumbered within the ring all this time had awakened, the ring's basic attributes increased significantly. At level 49, the ring only added 100 points to all basic attributes. However, upon reaching level 50, that number had doubled. His epic items, the 7 Luminaries Ring, Killing Ray, Angry Tyrant, Annihilation Shoulder Pads, and Icarus's Heart, had similarly received around a 30% to 35% increase to their basic attributes. The substantial attribute boost made Shifeng feel as if he had been reborn. Basic attributes affected a player's physique. The higher a player's attributes were, the better their in-game body's physique became, allowing players to perform feats that were impossible in the real world. This was also why both ordinary players and experts were so desperate for excellent weapons and equipment. This improvement is simply amazing. Shifeng felt quite pleased as he looked at his attribute panel. In terms of basic attributes, he was already significantly stronger than a level 50, Tier 2 player. The only differences were his physique and skills. These differences were why Tier 2 players could easily defeat Tier 1 players in God's domain. It wasn't unheard of for players to possess attributes that rivaled those of a higher tier. However, due to inferior physiques, they couldn't challenge those of a higher tier. Normally, players could only make up for the difference in physiques if their basic attributes far outstripped their opponent. As players rose to new tiers, their life ratings increased slightly, which would, in turn, improve their physique. For example, while her superior basic attributes had been part of the reason for Gentle Snow's victory over Miracle Dragon, the main reason the 30% physique improvement granted by the 7 Luminaries battle armor. This effect alone bolstered Gentle Snow's physique nearly to that of a Tier 2 player. After taking into account her attributes, she had the physique of a Tier 2 player at the end of the day. Challenging experts of a higher tier was very difficult in God's domain. Few people were actually capable of doing so. Miracle Dragon was not one of them. Hence, Gentle Snow's victory hadn't been unexpected. This was the terror of tier suppression in the past. Shifeng had suffered due to this truth. Meanwhile, the Freedom Alliance members had also noticed Shifeng's transformation. Commander, that person feels particularly dangerous. Just who is he? Not only does he have such a powerful speedboat, but his personal strength is also monstrous. As everyone looked at Shifeng, they felt as if they faced an awakened beast. Originally, they had planned to steal the Sea Serpent King's loot. After all, only their commander had signed a contract with Shifeng. Now, however, they gave up such thoughts. Although the tornadoes circling the area had disappeared with the Sea Serpent King's death, with the bronze speedboat's speed, how could they possibly outrun the Swift Dragon speedboat? They had witnessed the Swift Dragon speedboat's agility personally. Not even the Sea Serpent King had been able to keep up with it. The ship also had that frightening dragon cannon. Even if they used magic scrolls to bolster their bronze speedboat's defenses, it would take only a few shots to drain their boat's remaining durability. Moreover, they estimated that the dragon cannon's range spanned more than 800 yards. On the other hand, their bronze speedboats only had a range of 500 yards. Shifeng could easily toy with them until they died. Using return scrolls wasn't possible either. If one picked up a sea monster's loot, they would have to wait until the 2-hour holding period was over before they could use their return scrolls. When passing monarchs saw the Sea Serpent King's loots floating on the ocean's surface, envy flashed in his eyes. He hadn't imagined that so many items would drop. Sea monsters already dropped roughly 2 or 3 times more loot than land monsters, yet the Sea Serpent King had dropped over 100 items. Ha! Forget it. At least we survived and gained a level. It's better than losing our ships and lives. Passing monarch could not help but sigh. Shifeng wasn't the only one who had leveled up after the Sea Serpent King's death. The Freedom Alliance survivors had also leveled. Most importantly, all 4 bronze speedboats were still afloat. The Freedom Alliance only needed to spend a little bit of money to obtain more ordinary speedboats. As for advanced speedboats, they might need to put in some effort, but it was possible to obtain a dozen or so within a short time span. However, bronze speedboats were not easy to replace as expected of a godly tool. Shifeng sailed about, frantically collecting the King-class sea monster's loot. Although he hadn't triggered a jackpot, the Sea Serpent King was the first King-class sea monster to die in the sea zone. As a result, its loot was far more abundant than usual. Normally, a player would be lucky if a King-class sea monster dropped around 50 items. Moreover, over 80% usually consisted of materials. This time wasn't much different. However, perhaps due to Divine Providence's effect, among the 100-plus items, over 90 were rare materials used in producing advanced speedboats, bronze speedboats, and small sailboats. Among them, the most valuable was moonlight wood. Moonlight wood was a rare material necessary to produce bronze speedboats and small sailboats. Fortunately, Shifeng had obtained a total of 12 logs. Constructing a bronze speedboat required 10 logs. After Shifeng finished picking up the loot, he began to organize the items in his bag. Wonderful. A design dropped. Shifeng grew excited as he looked at the leather book in his hands. The pages had already yellowed, and it looked as if it had been many years since anybody had read it. However, after appraising the book and discovering its name, he realized that any guild would go crazy over this design. Flying Eagle speedboat design. Although the Flying Eagle speedboat was not a bronze speedboat, it was an advanced speedboat with enough reputation. One could buy ordinary speedboats from certain NPC merchants. However, it was a different story for advanced speedboats. One could only obtain them by completing rare quests or trading special materials that sea monsters drop. Now that he had the design for an advanced speedboat, he could build an unlimited number of advanced speedboats as long as he had sufficient materials and a small shipyard. Although the Third Fleet passing monarch commanded had become such a powerful force in the seas, and due to the 4 bronze speedboats, the 20-plus advanced speedboats also played an important role if Zero Wing could Form a fleet of advanced speedboats with the Swift Dragon speedboat in the lead. The guild could rank at the top of God's domain's naval powers. Just thinking about this excited Shurfong, there were only a handful of super guilds that could rival such a naval force right now. Zero Wing could develop in a coastal NPC city without worry. Even if super guilds wanted to pick a fight, they would have to think twice before doing so. After all, it was far more costly to fight a war at sea than on land. Not only would their guild members lose levels from dying, but they would also lose their ships. There was no repairing a destroyed ship, following which, Shurfong stored the Flying Eagle speedboat design and examined the other dropped items. Among the 11 remaining items in his bag, Shurfong discovered a very familiar item: Thunder Emblem. Chapter 1190, Authority. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1190, Authority. Is this the benefit of killing a King-class sea monster? Shurfong was surprised and overjoyed as he looked at the purple-gold lightning emblem in his hand, the Thunder Emblem. As its name suggested, it was a Thunder Island emblem. One could also say that it was an authority symbol for Thunder Island. Any guild that obtained the Thunder Emblem would have a major advantage when contesting for authority over Thunderous Land. As far as Shurfong knew, Thunder Island had a total of 10 Thunder Emblems. If one obtained all 10, they would become Thunder Island's absolute master. However, only 5 Thunder Emblems had ever been discovered in the past, and every guild that obtained these Thunder Emblems had been one of the dominant forces on Thunder Island. The Thunder Emblem had 3 main functions. Its first was similar to the Thunder Pass. Unlike the Thunder Pass, however, each emblem allowed up to 50 players to participate in Thunder Island's contest. Every time a contest was about to begin, a fixed number of Thunder Passes would drop from sea monsters in the Sea of Death. However, that didn't count the Thunder Emblem's 50 slots. If one could gather all 10 Thunder Emblems, they could bring an additional 500 players to the island. The Thunder Emblem's second function was the Thunder Domain. While on Thunder Island, players wielding the emblem could suppress all enemies within a 500-yard radius. However, this suppression effect was not particularly strong, only reducing players' basic attributes by 5%. However, the suppression worked wonders against the island's monsters, as it could reduce their basic attributes by up to 30%. As for the third function, it granted advanced authority on Thunder Island. This advanced authority was the Thunder Emblem's most important function. If a guild wanted to develop on Thunder Island, having sufficient authority was extremely important. Without enough authority, one couldn't do anything. As players gained more authority, they could enjoy more benefits on the island. Currently, the various superpowers were vying for Thunder Island. However, even if they occupied the area, they could only gain basic authority. Ordinary players had no hope of gaining any authority whatsoever. However, one's authority wouldn't remain constant either. If one wanted more, they could contribute to Thunder Island. On Thunder Island, authority was categorized into ordinary, basic, intermediate, advanced, and master controller. If an ordinary player wanted to become an ordinary controller, they needed 300 Thunder contribution points. Reaching the basic rank required 3,000 Thunder contribution points, 10,000 points to reach the intermediate rank, and 100,000 points to reach the advanced rank. After reaching the advanced rank, one could only increase their authority if they obtained all 10 Thunder Emblems. As Shurfong examined the Thunder Emblem in his hand, he began playing with the idea of occupying a part of Thunder Island himself. In the past, Thunder Island had been known as a sacred land at sea. Countless players had wanted to live on the island. After all, traveling to dangerous sea zones would be more convenient from Thunder Island than it would be from a coastal town or city. Occupying a corner of the island would do wonders for Zero Wing's development. Zero Wing also qualified to do so right now due to the Flying Eagle speedboat design he had just obtained. He admitted that Zero Wing was no match for the various superpowers on land. However, the competition at sea relied on more than a guild's number and quality of experts. A guild's ships played a far greater role. Shurfong decided that he needed to begin mass-producing the Flying Eagle speedboats, forming a formidable Zero-Wing fleet. With his fleet strength and the Thunder Emblem, occupying a corner of Thunder Island could be more than just a dream. Following which, Shurfong contacted Melancholic Smile and had her begin collecting diamond wood. The Flying Eagle speedboat's core material diamond wood was relatively rare, specifically used to construct advanced ships. Few kingdoms and empires produced the wood. Fortunately, he had previously negotiated with the secret pavilion and traded a magic tower for 20 locations that provided diamond wood. Although the secret pavilion had yet to complete their side of the deal, he could have melancholic smile send people to these minor cities to negotiate prices with potential vendors. Once their bargain with the secret pavilion was fulfilled, they could stockpile diamond wood. The Sea Serpent King had also dropped 5 Thunder Passes, each allowing up to 10 players to join the contest on Thunder Island. To the various superpowers vying for Thunder Island, these passes were incredibly tempting. To Shurfong, however, they were not particularly useful as Zero Wing currently did not have that many experts. The Thunder Emblem's 50 slots were more than enough. I have wondered which items I should sell at the candlelight auction. These passes should work well as an attraction, Shurfong muttered, smiling at the 5 passes in his hand. In reality, he could sell the passes to Phoenix Rain. However, doing so would cause her to question their origin. One needed to kill boss-rank sea monsters in the Sea of Death to obtain the Thunder Passes. However, Zero Wing was a land-based guild that did not possess any naval power. So, how could Zero Wing kill boss-rank sea monsters? Zero Wing didn't have a foundation at sea. It was still too early to contest for Thunder Island, so exposing their trump cards was not wise. Even if they wanted to reveal their strength, they needed to do so after forming their fleet of advanced speedboats. Zero Wing simply needed to sit back and watch the various superpowers fight each other while slowly building their own naval power. Moreover, the Sea of Death was still too dangerous for current players. Even if they secured a share of Thunder Island, it would be of little use. The various superpowers only contested for the island because they wanted a head start in accumulating contribution points. Since he had the Thunder Emblem, he had no need to do that. There were 3 Tier 3 magic scrolls among the remaining 5 items the Sea Serpent King had dropped, a Tier 3 summoning scroll, a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, and a Tier 3 defensive scroll. Of the last 2 items, one was an epic staff, Fallen Language, while the other was a bronze-rank small sailboat, the one-horned sailboat. What? A complete small sailboat actually dropped. Shurfong was momentarily stunned when he saw the transparent crystal bottle. Previously, he had obtained a small sailboat from the fallen Arkansas. However, even now, the Hurricane sailboat was unusable. Although he had asked Burning Abyss to repair it, even Burning Abyss, who was a master engineer, was powerless. The divine ruins inside the sailboat were simply too damaged. At the very least, one needed a Grandmaster engineer to repair the Hurricane sailboat. The sailboat's container also needed to be replaced. However, the Hurricane sailboat's container was not ordinary as it had been crafted with the rare epic material, Space Crystal. Current players had no access to this material. Hence, Shurfong had no choice but to set the matter aside for now. Otherwise, with the mysterious iron-ranked Hurricane sailboat, he would be invincible at sea. Now that he had obtained a complete bronze-rank small sailboat, how could he not be excited? With this small sailboat, he could easily deal with many of the issues plaguing him. Chapter 1191, Legacy of the Sea. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1191, Legacy of the Sea. Shurfong could not bear to put away the crystal bottle in his hands. With this, my problems have been solved. Previously, he had struggled to figure out a way to transport the diamond wood needed to construct advanced speedboats. Diamond wood could not be stored in a player's bag space. Transporting the wood via teleportation magic arrays would cost enough to choke any guild. The only efficient way to transport diamond wood was to use a teleportation array to reach a border town and then rely on transport carriages to move the wood to another country's border town before transporting it via teleportation array once again. While the cost was still considerably high, one could save more time than transporting the wood via carriage the whole way. However, the 20 minor NPC city Shurfong had asked the secret pavilion for were in several different countries. Moreover, none of them were near the Apocalypse Empire. Even if he relied on transport carriages, it would take a very long time for the wood to reach Ocean Viewing Town. On the other hand, if he relied on maritime transportation, not only could he save a lot of money, but he could also save plenty of time. One-horned sailboat, small sailboat, bronze rank. Maximum capacity, 120 people. Durability 900/900. Item storage when liberated, 7,000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1 dash. Magic Shield, absorbs up to 1 million damage for 5 minutes cooldown, 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Thunder Cannon, 1,200 yard range. Deals lightning damage to an area of 15 by 15 yards. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 6 cannons are currently equipped. Cannons can be replaced. Additional active skill 3 dash. Mana Drive, converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 30%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 15 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional active skill 4 dash. Thunder Blast, deals devastating damage to the area 500 by 30 yards ahead. Attack includes knockback and paralyzing effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional passive skill dash. Braving the winds and waves, when sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. Although the one-horned sailboat's attributes were slightly lower than the hurricane sailboats, it was one of the best ships currently available in God's domain. Moreover, the small sailboat was much faster than speedboats. Even the secret silver-ranked Swift Dragon speedboat was only as fast as an advanced sailboat. The one-horned sailboat was significantly faster than the Swift Dragon sailboat. In addition, one could use magic crystals to increase the ship's movement speed. This would greatly reduce transportation time. While Sherfong admired the one-horned sailboat, the Freedom Alliance members a short distance away stared at him. "Commander, I've discovered some information about that man," Blue Joy hurriedly reported. "That person is Yi Feng, and he is a core member of the Zero Wing Guild. He is also the leader of the Asura battle team. He is very strong. As for Zero Wing itself, it is one of the upstart guilds that established when God's domain launched. The guild's development speed is incredible, and Zero Wing has even suppressed veteran first-rate guilds. Right now, Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. Recently, it even dared to provoke a few superpowers, but none of them can do anything about the guild, forced to turn a blind eye. Just what kind of backing does this guild have? It even dares to provoke superpowers." Passing Monarch could not help his astonishment when he heard Blue Joy's report. The Freedom Alliance consisted of small guilds and adventurer teams. They only knew that the virtual gaming world's various superpowers were powerful, but they did not know exactly how powerful these existences were. However, as the Freedom Alliance grew stronger, they uncovered more information. In fact, a super first-rate guild had previously decimated the Fifth Fleet. They had finally understood that, while their alliance might be a match for superpowers that hadn't focused on marine strength, the Freedom Alliance was no match for those guilds that had poured resources into their navy. Superpowers simply had too many experts. Moreover, they weren't ordinary experts. With so many, these superpowers could get their hands on advanced speedboats and bronze speedboats far more quickly than the Freedom Alliance. Hence, Passing Monarch found it unbelievable that Zero Wing had provoked multiple superpowers on land and still existed. However, what shocked Passing Monarch the most was the Swift Dragon speedboat. During the previous battle, Passing Monarch had come to understand that the Swift Dragon speedboat was not just a mysterious iron speedboat as he had assumed. It must be a secret silver speedboat. A secret silver speedboat. Since joining God's domain, Passing Monarch had never seen or heard about any of the naval powers owning a secret silver speedboat yet. Such a speedboat had shown up in the hands of a land-based guild. This revelation excited Passing Monarch. He had come to the Sea of Death because he had heard of a low-level king-class sea monster in the area. In addition, he had heard that the various superpowers were purchasing thunder passes at astronomical prices. Hence, he had come to kill the king-class sea monster to earn some side income. After all, repairing his fleet was a considerable expenditure. He had also come here to recruit powerful adventurer teams or small guilds to join the Third Fleet in the Sea's End. Strength spoke louder than words. If one wanted to obtain more resources, they needed a powerful force. Almost everyone in the Sea's End had already been recruited, but it was a different story elsewhere. Land-based guilds, in particular, were just starting to extend to the ocean. He could find plenty of talent on land. Unfortunately, Passing Monarch hadn't expected the events to unfold as they had, and upon reaching the Sea of Death, not only had he nearly lost his entire fleet, but he also failed to find any experts from small guilds. Rather, he had encountered a great expert with a secret silver speedboat, and this expert was backed by a guild like Zero Wing Commander. Are you considering recruiting him? Blue Joy asked, surprised when she saw Passing Monarch's expression. He won't agree. After all, he is a member of a large guild. He even owns a secret silver speedboat. Why would he want to join us? Who said that I intended to ask him? Passing Monarch rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten the reason that we're here? Do you want to invite him to see Dragon City's festival? Blue Joy's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that Passing Monarch was considering something so mad. Commander, see, Dragon City's festival is our Freedom Alliance's greatest secret. It is too risky to invite outsiders. I understand. However, you know our third fleet situation. We only have one opportunity each month. If we don't perform well, we'll lose our position. Passing Monarch wore a hesitant expression. In the end, however, he steered his speedboat toward Shifeng. As Shifeng was still occupied with his jubilation about acquiring the one-horned sailboat, he did not take any precautions. Even after noticing the approaching bronze speedboat, he had no reason to do so. The difference between their strengths was clear to see. Passing Monarch and the other Freedom Alliance members were aware of the fact as well. In fact, Passing Monarch's group should feel grateful that he did not have any ill intentions. Our contract had already been completed. What other business do you have with me? Shifeng asked Passing Monarch calmly as the man stood on the bronze speedboat's deck. Hello. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Passing Monarch, the commander of the Freedom Alliance's Third Fleet. You might not have heard of the Freedom Alliance before, but we are considered the Overlord of the Sea's End. Brother Yifeng, seeing as you have a secret silver speedboat, we like to ask for your help, Passing Monarch announced straightforwardly. I think that you'll be interested in my offer. You have something to interest me. Shifeng could not help but laugh. The only thing that could capture his interest was the ability to mass-produce advanced speedboats. Obviously, the Freedom Alliance didn't have this ability as it required a large number of materials and advanced engineers. What if I tell you that it's related to the legacy of the sea? Passing Monarch asked confidently. Chapter 1192, Forbidden Land. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1192, Forbidden Land. The Legacy of the Sea. Shifeng's heart rate quickened when he heard these words. However, he kept his composure as he said, Tell me, then. Simply put, the Legacy of the Sea provided a specialized hidden class. With this hidden class, players could become incredibly powerful in naval combat. However, the class had serious limitations. As long as players were not at sea, the class was no different than ordinary classes. The Legacy of the Sea was different from other hidden classes, which provided improvements in all sorts of environments. It was an extreme legacy. However, to players who frequently sailed, it was highly sought after. After all, even if they obtained the legacy at the basic rank, they could display astounding power when exploring the open ocean. The peak Legacy of the Sea could even grant the strength to face opponents of a higher tier. Hence, guilds that wanted to develop their naval forces hungered for the Legacy of the Sea. The various large guilds would target any player that obtained the legacy. With such a player, maritime transportation would become far safer. They would also have an easier time fighting sea monsters. As far as Shifeng knew, the Freedom Alliance had possessed many members with the Legacy of the Sea. This was also why the Freedom Alliance had become famous throughout God's domain, becoming a force that even the game's superpowers were hesitant to provoke. Seeing Shifeng's interest, Passing Monarch knew that he had hoped for cooperation. To tell you the truth, our Freedom Alliance discovered the legacy in an ancient ruin. However, obtaining the legacy depends on the player's abilities once they enter the ruins. Due to a barrier restricting the number of people that can enter, our Freedom Alliance only allows each fleet to take 10 ships into the ruins. I'd like to invite Brother Yifeng to join us. With your speedboat and our 3rd fleet strength, I believe that we can secure quite the bounty. We can sign a contract. If we obtain 2 legacies, 1 will go to you. How about it? The other 3rd fleet members were stupefied by Passing Monarch's offer. They had never expected their commander to be so generous. However, after giving the matter some thought, they found it reasonable. After all, Shifeng owned a secret silver speedboat. If they did not show some sincerity, he wouldn't bother listening to their offer. Obtain 2 legacies. Shifeng curiously asked, "Are there many in the ruins?" Each time we enter the ancient ruins, there are a number of legacy items. It just depends on whether or not we can leave with those items, Passing Monarch explained confidently. When the Freedom Alliance had first activated the ancient ruins, they had dispatched 11 fleets. Inside, they discovered several legacy items. In the end, however, only 1 fleet had obtained the legacy of the sea. This fleet was now the strongest in the Freedom Alliance. As it had become the strongest fleet in the Freedom Alliance, it enjoyed far more benefits than its companions. The fleet was able to occupy the 3 large shipyards the Freedom Alliance managed. It was still a little too early for players to construct ships, as this task required many lifestyle players. However, a large shipyard could also repair ships during an intense battle. Ships usually suffered some damage. Repairing ships in a large shipyard not only reduced the repair costs, but it also increased the repair speed. On the other hand, the 3rd fleet only possessed a large shipyard. There was simply no comparing their 2 fleets. The strongest fleet also received priority over special ammunition. It was given access to the most and the best available. The next ruin exploration was about to begin. How could he not make use of this opportunity to recruit Shifeng's help? What if we obtain 3 legacy items? Shifeng asked. I'm afraid that will be incredibly difficult. Brother Yifeng, you've never been to the ruins, but a large number of sea monsters occupy the area. Those monsters are extremely powerful. Traps litter the ruins, and there's a time limit once you enter. We won't have enough time to search for a 3rd legacy item, Passing Monarch explained, smiling. He understood Shifeng's train of thought. So, that's the case. Then, if we really obtain a 3rd legacy item, can I have it? Shifeng asked, smiling. He now had a basic understanding of the ancient ruins rules. All right. If you obtain a 3rd one, you can have it, Passing Monarch said nonchalantly. In any case, that wasn't going to happen. His promise was empty. We have a deal, then. However, before we sign the contract, may I know when the ancient ruins will open? Shifeng asked. I still my own matters to deal with. If there is a clash in timing, I'm afraid that I cannot help you. Hearing Shifeng's words, Passing Monarch grew a little nervous. It's tomorrow, Passing Monarch replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. He could tell that Shifeng had something to do, and today was almost over. Shifeng was speechless. I understand that I am putting you in a difficult position. If there is anything we can help with, please tell us, Passing Monarch hurriedly offered. How about this? You guys can follow me. With your help, I should be able to save a little time, Shifeng said after considering the matter. The Demon Island he was heading to occupied the Sea of Death's inner region. Although it was not the most dangerous location in the Sea of Death, the island's monsters were troublesome. Normally, he would have to clear a path slowly. However, if he had an expert like Passing Monarch, who could lead a fleet with 4 bronze speedboats, he could save plenty of time. Passing Monarch and the others then followed Shifeng into the Sea of Death. Originally, the Freedom Alliance did not think much of traversing the Sea of Death. However, as Shifeng ventured deeper into the zone, they began to worry. They had never expected Shifeng to lead them into the Sea of Death's inner region. Not only did this area have many sea monsters, but the monsters were also very high-leveled. There were level 70 sea monsters everywhere, and the slightest mistake could destroy their ships and end their lives. Commander, what do you think that Yifeng is trying to do here? Blue Joy asked. When she saw the nearby sea monsters eye them like prey, Goosebumps danced across her skin watching the swift dragon speedboat steady advance and giving the matter some thought. Passing Monarch said, "It must be for a quest." The Sea of Death's inner region was a forbidden land to current players aside from a quest. Passing Monarch could not fathom why anyone would come to this place questing here at this level. As Blue Joy looked at a distance level 70 Grand Lord sea monster, a thought suddenly came to her mind as she said, could he be here for an epic quest? Hearing Blue Joy's words, the Freedom Alliance members paled. An epic quest was incomparably dangerous. Even now, nobody within the Freedom Alliance had completed Oni's. The Freedom Alliance members discussed Shifeng's goal. Shifeng led the group to two, gloomy, twin islands. One could occasionally hear lung-tearing screams from the islands. It was enough to give one goosebump. Surprisingly, over a dozen speedboats were docked beside the island. Based on these ships' appearances, it was clear that they were high-quality. Why are there people here? Shifeng was momentarily stunned because this area was a forbidden land for players. One would have to pay a massive price to get this far. He had only arrived safely due to his familiarity with the sea zone and the quality of his speedboat. Passing Monarch and the others behind Shifeng were similarly stunned. Among the 14 speedboats docked around the island, one was a mysterious iron speedboat, 6 were bronze speedboats, and the rest were advanced speedboats. This fleet could rank at the very peak of the sea's end. After Shifeng snapped out of his momentary daze, he quickly shifted his attention to the symbol on these speedboats. The symbol consisted of 7 stars arranged in a circle. Shifeng frowned. This was the Flower of Seven Sins fleet symbol. Chapter 1193, Naval PvP. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1193, Naval PvP, Grey fog enveloped Demon Island. Here, players' visibility range was limited to 150 yards. Meanwhile, Demon Island's monsters were all level 70 and above. At such a distance, level 70+ monsters could easily detect players. On the other hand, players couldn't see these monsters. However, players' main problem wasn't the island's fog. The real problem was the ever-present, dark corrosive power on the island. If players did not have high enough darkness resistance, they would not survive. Moreover, the further one ventured, the stronger this corrosive power would become. Boss Brute, 5 speedboats are approaching Demon Island, a level 43, black-clothed ranger reported as he watched the distant swift dragon speedboat. Speedboats are approaching. The bald, middle-aged man on the screen, Brute Spear, sneered and said, "Since we've already been seen, we won't let them leave alive. Get rid of them, but don't destroy their ships. We can use them to make up for the losses we suffered to get here." Great. I haven't been on a mission for so long that I'm feeling rusty. The level 43 ranger licked his lips as he observed the approaching swift dragon speedboat. Although the Flower of Seven Sins received requests every day, experts of their rank didn't often receive missions, following which, the ranger disconnected the call and ordered the other members on the speedboat, "Get ready. Once they get here, we'll take action. We'll use that to prevent their escape if necessary." Hearing the ranger's command, anticipation filled the other Flower of Seven Sin members aboard the speedboat. These fellows really are pitiful. They have only come this far after much difficulty, yet we'll send them back before they even set foot on the island. However, based on their speedboat's quality, they should be quite strong. Hopefully, we'll get to enjoy ourselves a bit. Each of us will handle one person. Once you've killed a player, give the others a chance. The Flower of Seven Sin members aboard the speedboat chatted among themselves. Shifeng and his temporary team weren't important at all to these players. Even if these players encountered experts from some superpower, the outcome wouldn't change. When Shifeng noticed the 7-star symbol, he instructed everyone to don their black cloaks, hiding their identities. "Brother Yifeng, are they your enemies?" Passing Monarch asked, curious about Shifeng's command. However, they had already agreed that they would follow Shifeng's lead. The fleet commander and his teammates did as they were told. They were not exactly enemies. However, it's best if we hide our identities. Shifeng did not bother to explain further. It doesn't hurt to be a little careful out in the fields, right? Although he did not know why the Flower of Seven Sins had come to Demon Island, it was not wise to expose their identities to a group of assassins. Although Shifeng would have preferred to approach the island from another side, Demon Island only had one entrance. Using the Seven Luminaries Ring space movement wasn't a viable option either. A unique power enveloped the Sea of Death, preventing all spatial movement type skills. Otherwise, he would not have used the Swift Dragon speedboat to travel such a long distance when Shifeng and the others were only 300 yards away from Demon Island's entrance. The Flower of Seven Sins members burst into action. Move out. Suddenly, 5 elementalists aboard the mysterious iron speedboat each took out a magic scroll. As the elementalists unfurled their magic scrolls, a dark blue magic array appeared on the water's surface. The sea water instantly began to freeze, and in the blink of an eye, the space within a 1,000-yard radius was covered by a sheet of ice. As a result, Shifeng and the Freedom Alliance's speedboats had been forced to a halt as if they had long since prepared for this. The Flower of Seven Sins members stored their own speedboats and stepped onto the ice. Who are these people? Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he looked at the frozen sea surface. Why are they attacking us all of a sudden? Normally, when one encountered other players, particularly out at sea, one wouldn't abruptly attack. After all, there was no benefit to fighting each other. Moreover, without any information about the other party, picking a fight in the fields wasn't smart. One might end up throwing away their life due to Shifeng's command. They all wore black cloaks, so it was obvious that the other party did not know them, yet these players had attacked without hesitation. They were simply lunatic. Shifeng was also surprised. The Flower of Seven Sins was very secretive about what it did. The organization didn't normally take the initiative to provoke others. This was nothing like the organization's usual operations. Do they know that Demon Island has 7 luminaries crystals? Shifeng wondered as he looked at the foggy island ahead. Logically, he should be the only one who knew about the island's 7 luminaries crystals. Demon Island was home to an ancient shrine, and only by entering the shrine's inner region could one obtain the 7 luminaries crystals. However, it was very difficult to locate the shrine itself, much less the shrine's inner region. Hence, the Flower of Seven Sins shouldn't know about the shrine. However, upon closer inspection, Shifeng discovered that every one of the players charging towards him was a red player. Dark players were among the group as well. It was obvious that they were veteran peekers. Damn it. If they want to fight, we'll give them a fight. Ready the cannons. We'll blast those bastards to smithereens. The Flower of Seven Sins attacked and raged, passing Monarch. Now that the other party had stored their speedboats, they couldn't attack their ships. Their only option was to bombard the players in God's domain. It took 40 seconds to store a ship. However, there were less than 300 yards separating these players. The other party would reach them before the 40 seconds were up. Furthermore, once players entered combat, they weren't allowed to store their ships. They had to finish these players off. As the cannons rang, one cannonball after another flew at the Flower of Seven Sins members. Foolish. The level 43 ranger in the lead sneered at the incoming cannonball. Although speedboats' cannons were immensely powerful and could kill a player in one hit, expert players like himself could easily dodge cannon attacks by relying on the projectile prediction lines the system provided. The 100+ Flower of Seven Sin members closed the distance to their targets rapidly. Soon, they were only 200 yards away in front of these Flower of Seven Sin experts. The bronze speedboat's cannon fire was practically useless. These experts dodged every attack easily. Seeing this, passing Monarch and the others were frustrated. They had thought that they had escaped danger after defeating the Sea Serpent King. Now, however, they had to face a large group of experts trying to rob them of their ships. Get ready to split up. Remember, do not damage the speedboats. Boss Brute has already laid his claim. The leading ranger commanded through the team chat. Boss, relax. We won't even give them the chance to destroy their own ships. The other members laughed before the battle had even begun. They looked at Shifeng and the others as if they were dead meanest. The Flower of Seven Sins members were about to cross the 100-yard mark. A black beam flashed past them. Boom. The solid layer of ice vaporized instantly, exposing the blue sea water beneath it. The affected area spanned a radius of 25 yards. Meanwhile, 6 Flower of Seven Sins members died on the spot, leaving 12 weapons and pieces of equipment floating upon the water. Chapter 1194, Demons Appear. Hellscythe_FluffyGoblin Chapter 1194, Demons Appear. The Dragon Cannon's attack had pulled a gasp from the Flower of Seven Sins remaining members. The previous few cannon attacks had only dented the ice, yet the Dragon Cannon had obliterated it. Moreover, its attack speed was at least double that of the previous cannons. Its attack range was even more impressive even without the high attack speed. With such a long range, it was extremely difficult to dodge the Dragon Cannon's attacks. What is that speedboat's rank? The leading, black-clothed ranger's expression twisted. He had seen a mysterious iron speedboat's cannons in action many times, so he was fully aware that a mysterious iron speedboat didn't have such fast and powerful attacks. Facing the Dragon Cannon at such a close range would be extremely dangerous. He had assumed that this fight would be nothing more than a game to kill time. He hadn't expected an actual opponent. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch and the other members of the Freedom Alliance celebrated the cannon's success. Ha ha ha. A secret silver speedboat is truly astounding. Just a single shot is enough to stun those bastards. I want to see if they still dare to fight us now. The Freedom Alliance members could not help but laugh at the Frozen Flower of Seven Sins members. This Yifeng really is amazing. Passing Monarch sighed ruefully as he looked at the massive hole in the ice. He had to admit that Yifeng was a skilled strategist. While the Flower of Seven Sins members had been over 200 yards away, they had been spread out. Even if Yifeng had used the Dragon Cannon, he would have been lucky to kill even one player. However, as these players came within 100 yards, they clustered. Since such a short distance left them little room to react, Yifeng able to kill 6 players in one hit after such an attack, their enemies should be more cautious. The other players might even give up the fight. However, as Passing Monarch pondered these assumptions, the Flower of Seven Sins members revealed excited grins. Brother Chin, our opponent seems to be a tough one. With this, we can finally use that move, right? A level 42 assassin asked, chuckling as he looked at the black-clothed ranger. He felt nothing in particular in regard to his fallen companions. All right. The ranger nodded helplessly when he saw the eager light in his companion's eyes. Don't let any of them get away. The same goes for their souls. Brother Chin, relax. We won't let their souls go to waste, the other members assured their leader as they licked their lips, eyeing Passing Monarch and the others. The Freedom Alliance members shuddered involuntarily. These players didn't look at them like enemies, but food. With the ranger's consent, the Flower of Seven Sins members wailed painfully, dark fog swallowing their bodies. In just a short moment, they transformed. Although their weapons and equipment remained the same, their skin was now pitch black, and they had blood-red eyes. 2 curved horns grew from their heads, while a pair of pitch black, bat wings and a tail grew from each of their backs. They didn't look human at all. What are these people? Passing Monarch's expression froze as he watched these players transform. The rest of the Freedom Alliance members were similarly stunned. There were players who could actually transform. This was definitely the first time they had seen something like this in God's domain. Not only had the Flower of Seven Sins members transformed physically, but they also emitted a terrifyingly oppressive aura. If these players had looked like a group of ferocious beasts, brandishing their fangs and claws, they now looked like monsters that no ordinary human had any hope of defeating. They all felt like humanoid lords. Among them, the ranger in the lead gave off the strongest aura. The Freedom Alliance members felt as if a higher being looked down upon them when the ranger turned his gaze towards their ships. Unlike the other Flower of Seven Sins members that transformed, this black-clothed ranger had 2 sets of wings growing from his back. Rather than a lord, he felt like a great lord. Go. Leave none alive. The ranger shouted as he pointed towards Yifeng and the others. The Flower of Seven Sins members fluttered their wings, lifting off from the ground. However, they weren't actually flying, only hovering above the ground. Even so, they moved much faster than players on foot. Even the Dragon Cannon would have a hard time hitting them with such speed. Are they really players? Blue Joy began to feel frightened. She discovered that these players' HPs had also undergone a massive transformation, increasing from their original 20,000 plus to above 100,000. Among them, the Rangers' HP had even reached 170,000. No wonder why they were bold enough to attack other players on sight. So, they've already become demons. Shurfong frowned at the approaching Flower of Seven Sins members. God's domain had more playable races beyond human. Players could turn into demons. Only, doing so was the equivalent of turning their backs on the human race. Once a player became a demon, they would grow stronger. The increase was roughly the equivalent of half a tier. With the exception of the endurance attribute, players' basic attributes increased by around 15% depending on their classes. Demon players would also receive a huge boost to their HPs. Frankly, the increase couldn't compare to a real berserk skill. The only reason it was referred to as a half-tier improvement was because demon players' life ratings rose, improving their physiques by roughly 15% as well. However, although the improvement was incredible, becoming a demon also had a corresponding price. First, demon players were humanity's enemy, whether it be players or NPCs. If NPCs caught a demon player, the consequences would be unimaginable. If players captured a demon player and handed said player over to NPCs, they would receive an abundant reward. Second, demon players needed to hunt for players' souls regularly. Otherwise, they would grow weaker as time passed. Conversely, the more souls a demon player harvested, the stronger they would become. Take the leading ranger for example. Due to devouring so many souls, he had been promoted from a low demon to a high demon. Hence, he obtained far more power when he transformed. It was obvious that the Flower of Seven Sins members already had the physiques of Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, any player that lost their soul to a demon player was barred from the game for at least 1 day. Moreover, they would lose a minimum of 3 levels. Third, demon players had a far more difficult time raising their tiers as demons' tier promotion mechanics were different from humans. Normally, guilds forbade their members from becoming demons. It was detrimental to a guild's development, after all. Only a non-guild organization like the Flower of Seven Sins were bold enough to do something like thesis. For the fourth and most fatal aspect, demon players suffered far more severe death penalties. If a demon player were killed, not only would they lose at least 3 levels, but they would also be barred from the game for 2 or 3 days. Their demon rank would also fall by 1, and recovering the lost rank would take quite some time. As a result, most players opted against becoming demons. Anyone capable of using berserk skills, use them now. If not, use Tier 2 magic scrolls. At this point, only Shurfong had maintained his composure. A pointless struggle. Just give up and let us devour you. The ranger demanded disdainfully as he snarled at Shurfong and the Freedom Alliance members preparing for a fight. In a short moment, the Flower of Seven Sins members boarded the Freedom Alliance's bronze speedboats. Members of the Flower of Seven Sins already had very high combat standards. Now that their attributes and physique had grown so much stronger, the Freedom Alliance lost over a dozen players in just a few exchanges. In contrast, the Flower of Seven Sins suffered no casualties whatsoever. Meanwhile, aboard the Swift Dragon speedboat, a level 42 berserker charged at Shurfong, his battle axe descending towards the swordsman Dang. As the clang of metal echoed, this transformed level 42 berserker shot backward like a bullet, flying over a dozen yards away. Chapter 1195, Mistaken Calculations. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1195, Mistaken Calculations. Commander, these people are too strong. If this continues, we'll all die here, Blue Joy said hurriedly through the team chat. We need to find a way to leave this place. After she had activated her berserker skill, she might barely be able to prevail in a one-on-one. However, in a one-on-two situation, she would only be suppressed. Although she was not the best at PvP in the Third Fleet, she could still rank within the top 10. Hence, if she was already faring so poorly, there was no need to mention how the other Freedom Alliance members were doing right now. Their only advantage was the fact that none of these demon players could use berserk skills. This provided them, who could use berserk skills, an edge and basic attributes and allowed them to hold off the demon players for now. However, the duration of berserk skills was simply too short. If the other side dragged out the battle long enough, their side would definitely get wiped out. Just who are these people? Passing Monarch was also extremely anxious right now. The members of their third fleet could be considered experts in the sea's end. He was even one of the top 10 experts in the entire Freedom Alliance. Nevertheless, after he arrived at the Sea of Death, it was as if he had come to an entirely different world as he met one expert after another. There would have been no problem if it was just Shurfeng. Now, however, among the 100+ players assaulting them, every one of their opponents was an expert superior to them. He even began doubting whether he was playing the same game as he had been up to now. Despite passing Monarch having already activated his berserk skill, his strength and speed superior to the black-clothed rangers, he failed to land any attacks on the ranger at all. It was as if the ranger had seen through all of his attacks. The ranger could not only dodge his attacks easily but also launch attacks at his blind spots while dodging, and this left him no choice but to defend himself. Even launching counterattacks became difficult. If not for the healers at the rear line healing him, he would have already perished by now. Currently, less than 70 people remained in the Third Fleet. Against the Flower of Seven Sins members, not only did they not possess a numerical advantage, but they were also inferior in quality. Everyone, gather together. Destroy all the speedboats and retreat. Passing Monarch commanded as he gritted his teeth. Now that the outcome of the battle was already obvious, there was no meaning in them continuing this battle. Without a doubt, they would be annihilated, and their speedboats would fall into the Flower of Seven Sins' hands. Rather than accepting such an outcome, it would be much better to destroy their speedboats. That way, neither side would end up winning. As soon as Passing Monarch said so, however, he saw a 2-meter-tall berserker blasted from the swift dragon speedboat. As the berserker's body crashed heavily into the icy ground, his HP fell by over 3,000. Torrent, are you alright? Several nearby Flower of Seven Sins members could not help but look at the level 42 berserker in surprise. Although Violent Torrent's combat standard was only average for their team, he was equipped with a complete set of level 40 fine gold set equipment and wielded a level 40 dark gold battle axe. In terms of strength, he could rank within the top 5 among their team. After demonizing, his strength would have increased by 17%. Even a berserker equipped with a complete set of level 40 dark gold set equipment would lose out slightly to Violent Torrent in terms of strength. Despite that, he had actually been sent flying by a swordsman. It was simply inconceivable. I am fine. My hands are just a little numb. It seems his berserk skill should be a strength-oriented one. You guys should be careful, the berserker named Violent Torrent replied nonchalantly as he shook his hands. The others nodded in response to his words. They then began carefully approaching Shurfeng. After they transformed into demons, they would lose the ability to use berserk skills, the price they had to pay to become demons. Otherwise, it would simply be too overpowered if they could stack the attribute bonus they received from demonizing with the effects of a berserk skill. The main god system obviously would not allow this to happen. However, although their demon transformation indeed did not provide as many attributes as a berserk skill did, the 15% improvement to their physiques allowed them to dodge even attacks from opponents with superior attributes. With this, they could slowly whittle down their opponents. At this time, a level 42 silver-robed elementalist said, since it's a strength-oriented berserk skill, we'll attack him from a distance. I'll support you guys from the side, Violent Torrent said as he dashed back towards the swift dragon speedboat. However, the Flower of Seven Sins members had obviously misunderstood something. Shurfeng did not have any of his berserk skills activated right now. His previous slash was simply a normal attack. The reason why Violent Torrent went flying was entirely the recent upgrade to Shurfeng's equipment. He had yet to adapt himself to the changes. Hence, he had failed to control his power properly and unintentionally sent Violent Torrent flying. When Violent Torrent was halfway back to the swift dragon speedboat, Shurfeng had already jumped down from the craft. He then used Wind Blade and dashed at the berserker, his speed so fast that nobody managed to catch a clear sight of him so fast. By the time Violent Torrent reacted, Sure Feng was already before him, the abyssal blade descending towards him. Bang. Violent Torrent instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash to block the abyssal blade warp power. The intense force pushing down on Violent Torrent nearly drove him to his knees. Fortunately, the icy ground had served to cushion some of the impact, though web-like cracks formed on the ice layer as a result. However, almost at the same time as Violent Torrent stopped the abyssal blade with his battle axe, Sure Feng slashed Killing Ray at the Berserker's chest chop. Minus 25,578. Instantly, Violent Torrent lost close to a quarter of his 110,000 HP. Demon players sure have high HP and defense. Sure Feng was slightly surprised. If Violent Torrent were an ordinary level 42 Berserker, Sure Feng could have reduced the Berserker's HP to a critical level in one attack. Demon players didn't just have a lot of HP. Their defenses got a significant boost as well. Hence, it was very difficult for ordinary players to capture demon players. Normally, one would need at least a party of players to capture a demon player of the same level. Due to this, quite a few independent players and dark players would choose to become a demon in the past. Even the expansion pack, Demon's Return, was triggered. Meanwhile, one of the conditions for triggering this expansion pack was the number of demon players in God's domain reaching a certain level. After the Demon's Return expansion pack was triggered, a demon empire suddenly appeared in God's domain. The incident back then had thrown God's domain into chaos. Who is that guy? Why can he cause so much damage to Torrent? Several Flower of Seven Sins members nearby were momentarily stunned. They were fully aware of how frightening their defense became after transforming into demons. Not to mention, the Berserker class was a plate armor class. A Berserker of the same level would be fortunate to deal minus 6,000 damage to Violent Torrent after using a powerful skill. Despite all that, Sure Feng had inflicted over minus 20,000 damage on Violent Torrent with just the most basic chop skill at this time. An assassin snapped out of his daze and shouted hurriedly, "Quickly heal Torrent." If even an ordinary skill could already deal so much damage, then Sure Feng could kill Violent Torrent in just a few moves. If Violent Torrent did not receive enough heals in time, the swordsman would make short work of him. A blue-robed demon cleric quickly began chanting. Meanwhile, Sure Feng sent a glance at the Freedom Alliance members, noticing that they would not be able to hold out for much longer, as they had already begun destroying their own speedboats. I need to finish them off fast. Having no other choice, Sure Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power. The instant Sure Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, a golden glow wrapped around his body. Faint golden dragon scales appeared around his body, making it seem as if he had just donned dragon scale armor. His body also exuded an invincible aura. He then sent a slash at the Berserker before him, illusory shadow. Before Violent Torrent could see what was going on, 6 streaks of blue light cut across his body, penetrating his tough armor. With a face filled with confusion, he fell to the ground as his HP reached 0. Chapter 1196, Strategic Level Expert? Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1196, Strategic Level Expert? He died. The surrounding Flower of Seven Sins members could not help but gape in shock. Even the demon cleric chanting a greater healing stopped abruptly as he stared at Violent Torrent's motionless body. Violent Torrent had close to 80,000 HP remaining just now. With his strength, he should have been able to resist for some time. Otherwise, the demon cleric wouldn't have chosen to cast Greater Healing, which had a considerably long casting time. At this moment, when the several Flower of Seven Sins members turned to look at Sure Feng, a possibility suddenly occurred to them, and they could not help but shudder at the thought. That possibility was that Sure Feng had not used his Berserk skill when he was fighting Violent Torrent before, even after the Berserker had turned into a demon, and had activated the skill only now. Not good. We met a hard one. He's a peak expert. Hurry up and contact Brother Chin. A thinly built man said. The man felt his breathing stifled as he looked at Sure Feng. There were few peak experts even in the Flower of Seven Sins. These existences were normally part of the organization's middle management. Sure Feng would have little trouble going up against more than a dozen half-step refinement realm experts like themselves at the same time, especially now that he had activated his Berserk skill. Currently, only Brother Chin, the ranger leading the team this time, as well as a few others could possibly resist someone like Shi Feng for long. Just as this thinly built assassin was done speaking, Shi Feng advanced and suddenly appeared before a guardian knight. Without hesitation, this guardian knight activated protection blessing. However, Shi Feng remained unperturbed by this reaction as he brandished killing ray thundering flash. Immediately, 4 blue arcs of lightning struck at 4 different locations. Combat technique 4 Moon Lotus. After the 4 lightning snakes pierced through the Guardian Knight, they each struck at the 4 magical class players behind him. The Guardian Knight instantly lost over half of his 140,000 HP, whereas the 4 magical classes behind him lost 1/3 of theirs and had their spellcasting interrupted by the impact of thundering flash. Block him. Don't let him get close to the magical classes. Hearing this, a Guardian Knight immediately used Justice Roar on Shi Feng. The Demon Cleric at the rear also cast Truth Shield and Rapid Healing on the Guardian Knight. As for the other melee players, they each used a control skill on Shi Feng. At the same time, the ranged classes launched attacks to seal Shi Feng's movement. Shi Feng could not help but admit that every member of the Flower of Seven Sins was an expert. Their coordination with each other was also impeccable. In combination with their high HP and defense, it made dealing with them extremely difficult. If it were any other expert here, they would definitely choose to pull back first. However, Shi Feng never entertained the thought of retreating. Instead, he activated Defensive Blade without hesitation, greatly extending his attack range. At the same time, he switched the basic Tyrant title to the Swordsmanship Master title, increasing his attack speed by 30%. Sword's Orbit. Starlight immediately emerged around Shi Feng's body. Not only did he manage to block all incoming attacks, but before anyone could react, everyone within a 15-yard radius of him also began losing HP rapidly. Despite the Demon Cleric at a distance spamming heals on the Guardian Knight, he still failed to keep the MT alive in the blink of an eye. Everyone within 15 yards of Shi Feng died. Meanwhile, the Oracle reporting to the ranger called Brother Chin was stupefied. Hello. Why are you contacting me at such a time? Did something happen? The level 43 ranger asked as he toyed around with passing monarch Brother Chin, and not good. There's a MO monster here. The level 42 oracle stuttered during the time the oracle was giving his report. Shi Feng had used silent steps and appeared behind the thinly built assassin, who had just activated wind steps. Shi Feng then executed Chop, the speed of his attack so fast that the assassin did not even react, as he died instantly. A monster. Did one run all the way out here from the island? The ranger asked, perplexed. And no. There's a peak expert on the speedboat we attacked. Torrent and the others, they're all dead. At this moment, the oracle was quickly losing his ability to speak as he watched his companions die one after another. A peak expert? Okay, I'll head over there now. The ranger immediately grasped the severity of the situation. Ignoring passing monarch, he turned towards a few of his companions, who were killing the other members of the Freedom Alliance, and shouted, Hammer, you guys follow me. Torrent and the others are in trouble. Every peak expert was a strategic weapon in a team battle. If not properly contained, a peak expert could easily turn the tide in a fight between hundreds of players. Violent Torrent and the 17 others that went to the Swift Dragon speedboat were merely half-step refinement realm experts. They were simply no match for an expert of such caliber. If the ranger delayed, they would no doubt be annihilated. Hence, he needed to hurry over there right away. He's leaving. Passing monarch was filled with confusion as he looked at the black-clad ranger flying towards the Swift Dragon speedboat. However, the ranger's departure was a good thing for the Freedom Alliance, since the ranger and the 3 companions that followed after him were the ones who had killed the most Freedom Alliance members with the bronze speedboats less than 50 yards away from the Swift Dragon speedboat. The ranger took less than 5 seconds to glide across this distance. However, as soon as the black-clad ranger descended, he was shocked by the scene before him. At this moment, none of the 18 people sent to snatch the Swift Dragon speedboat was alive. However, only 5 seconds had passed since he received the report. 18 half-step refinement realm experts who had turned into demons had died. Just like that, the ranger glared at Shi Feng, who stood a short distance away, and asked coldly, "Where are your companions? Or are they thinking of ambushing us while we're fighting you?" No matter how he looked at it, one person simply could not have finished off so many demonized half-step refinement realm experts within such a short time. At the very least, such a feat required several experts working together. Companions. Shifeng shook his head and said, "I'm the only one here. If you ran all the way here just to ask this, can we start the fight now? Hammer, you and let her deal with that guy. Scorpion and I will assist from the side and prevent others from ambushing us," the ranger commanded hurriedly. It was obvious he did not believe Shifeng. "Leave it to me." The level 43 berserker named Hammer nodded seriously as he looked at the cloaked Shifeng. The fact that the swordsman before them could work with other experts to get rid of violent torrents groups so quickly proved that his strength was extraordinary. Not to mention, Hammer also sensed a dangerous aura coming from Shifeng, and he could tell that he was definitely no match for Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. However, if he coordinated with Letter, even if they could not defeat Shifeng, it would also be impossible for Shifeng to kill them. However, just as Hammer finished speaking, Shifeng had already dashed towards him so fast. The assassin named Letter was shocked at this speed. Even if he activated a berserk skill in his human form, he would be no match for Shifeng. If not for his demon transformation improving his physique, he wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of Shifeng's figure. Hammer also paled at this sight. Hurriedly, he brandished the great sword in his hands and executed the Tier 1 skill Death's Harvest, which could be used only in his demon form. Immediately, numerous streaks of black light shot forward, enveloping a cone-shaped area 20 yards before him. This skill could not be blocked, only dodged. Is he dead? When the black light dissipated, there was no sign of Shifeng's figure anywhere. Letter, be careful. At this time, the ranger, who stood 10 yards behind the assassin called Letter, suddenly noticed Shifeng appearing above the assassin's head. However, his warning came too late. Shifeng promptly used the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, his attack speed increasing by 500% and damage by 400% for 3 seconds. The distant ranger only saw many streaks of blue light flashing in front of him. Before the assassin called Letter could even activate Vanish, his body was already falling to the ground. Shortly after, Hammer finally reacted to the situation. However, by the time he did, several streaks of blue light were heading towards him. Responding slightly better than Letter, Hammer executed Whirlwind Slash to defend himself. However, as the gap in speed between him and Shifeng was too massive, before his greatsword could even start picking up momentum, he had already been struck several times. Hammer's vision then turned gray as his body fell to the ground. Who is he? The ranger shuddered when he saw this scene. The male elementalist called Scorpion took an involuntary step back, terror surfacing on his face. 2 refinement realm experts, each with over 100,000 HP, were actually killed instantly. How was this just a peak expert? Chapter 1197, Demon God. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1197, Demon God. At this moment, fear filled the eyes of the black-clad ranger as he looked at Shifeng. If the opponent was only a peak expert, then after transforming into a high demon, he could more or less resist if he teamed up with Scorpion. Once Shifeng's berserk skill was over, they could then counterattack. However, the swordsman before them was evidently not just a peak expert. Forget the two of them working together. Even if he had everyone in the team come over, they would merely be throwing their lives away. The disparity in attributes between both sides was simply too massive. Even he, who was a high demon, had not managed to get a clear look at Shifeng's attacks. High demons received a 20% improvement to their physiques, which was 5% more than low demons. Their main attributes would also increase by 20%. Yet, even then, he still could not keep up with Shifeng. Weary retreating. Saying so, the ranger immediately extended his wings in preparation to leave. At the same time, he had also sent the command to withdraw in the team chat. But what about the situation on Boss Brute's side? The elementalist named Scorpion asked hurriedly. Boss Brute said not to let anyone enter Demon Island. Fool! The ranger sent a glare at Scorpion. Ignoring the elementalist, the ranger directly flew away. They were currently demons. The death penalty they would suffer was extremely severe. If they already knew that they could not stop Shurfeng, persisting in the attempt would only be foolish. Moreover, even if they wanted to stop Shurfeng and the others from entering Demon Island, the best place to fight him was not at sea, but on Demon Island itself. They were demons. They had very high innate magic resistance, particularly darkness resistance. They did not need to worry about the dark corrosive power on the island. However, the same could not be said for their opponents. More importantly, Demon Island was shrouded in grey fog, which significantly reduced the player's range of vision. However, demons like themselves were not affected by Demon Island's grey fog at all. They would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Shurfeng and the others, whose berserk skills would be on cooldown. At that time it's too late to run away now. Shurfeng did not give the Ranger and Elementalist any opportunities at all. Activating Wind Rider, he left behind an afterimage where he had stood as he instantly appeared before the two Flower of Seven Sins members. He then violently swung down, killing Wraith Thunder Flame Explosion. Lightning and fire descended on the Ranger and Elementalist, and even the ice layer beneath the two began crumbling and evaporating. He escaped. When the lightning and flames dissipated, Shurfeng only saw one demon corpse floating on the water. This corpse belonged to none other than the Elementalist Scorpion. As for the black-clad Ranger, he was nowhere in sight. However, Shurfeng was not particularly surprised by this result. Unlike low demons, high demons not only received more improvements to their physiques and basic attributes but also got to learn some powerful demon skills, even a skill with a powerful escape ability, Dark Transfer. This skill allowed one to teleport to any location within a 3,000-yard radius. Its activation required no preparation time, but it had a long 6-hour cooldown. The existence of this skill made killing high demon players very difficult. The Ranger managed to escape, but the other Flower of Seven Sins members fleeing back to Demon Island were not high demons. Without hesitation, Shurfeng immediately began chasing those demon players. Although both sides were moving in the air, Shurfeng was able to fly freely in the sky due to Wind Rider, whereas the demon players could only glide. The speeds of the two sides were worlds apart from each other. As for the attacks launched by the demon players, not only did Shurfeng easily dodge them, but he even used the opportunity to shorten the distance between them. Anyone that Shurfeng caught up with got killed in just a few hits. Initially, there were over 80 low demons fleeing back to Demon Island. However, the ones that actually managed to reach the island numbered less than 30. Once they reached Demon Island, Shurfeng gave up the pursuit. Demon Island was rife with level 70+ monsters. If he was not careful, he would definitely attract the monsters' attention. If that happened, not only would he not be able to kill the Flower of Seven Sins members, but he might even lose his life. In fact, as soon as Shurfeng stepped onto the island, he noticed more than a dozen Shadow Stalkers. Shadow Stalker, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 71. HP 37,000,000/37,000,000. When Passing Monarch and the others set foot on the island as well, they could not help but gasp when they saw this scene. No sooner had they arrived than the sight of over a dozen level 70+ Great Lords greeted them. Moreover, these were merely the ones they could see. What about the ones in the forest that they couldn't see? This was definitely not a place humans should come to. This time, a deafening roar came from the middle of the island and reverberated throughout the place. Even the Shadow Stalkers took fright at this roar. Immediately after, a black and white light pillar shot up from the heart of the island. The instant this light pillar appeared, Passing Monarch and the others suddenly felt as if their bodies no longer belonged to themselves, so much so that they could not even twitch their fingertips. Only after a brief period did they gradually recover their mobility. What is that? Passing Monarch stared at the black and white light pillar, thoroughly shocked by the spectacular sight before him. At this moment, the skies above Demon Island began crumpling, forming a black hole. Passing Monarch could vaguely make out a gigantic eye inside the black hole. Just one glance at this eyeball gave him an appreciation of just how frightening the creature inside the black hole was. In reality, it wasn't just Passing Monarch and the others that felt fearful. At this moment, even Shurfeng could sense an aura of death looming over him. In addition, he detected an extremely familiar aura emanating from that black hole, divine might. However, the divine might he was feeling now was completely different from when he encountered it before. In previous instances, the divine might he felt all came from items. Moreover, as the divine might of these items originated from gods, the divine might they could radiate was extremely weak. If Shurfeng were to compare the divine might from items and the divine might he was feeling now, the former felt as thin as air, while the latter felt as dense as mercury. How can this be possible? As Shurfeng stared at the massive, red eyeball, he was utterly confused by what was going on. Could this be an event on Demon Island? In God's domain, there would frequently be such events occurring. To players, these events were both disasters and opportunities. However, Shurfeng very quickly rejected this thought. According to what he knew about events, a real god simply could not appear. At this moment, he could say with absolute certainty that the massive eyeball was the eye of a god. The reason for his certainty was personal experience with this kind of pressure, so he definitely could not be wrong. At the same time, the Flower of Seven Sins members on Demon Island all revealed excited expressions one after another as they looked at the giant eyeball in the sky. Success. Boss Brute's side succeeded. Ha ha ha. The future of God's domain will be the Flower of Seven Sins Asura. At this moment, the Flower of Seven Sins members were so excited that they completely forgot about their battle with Shurfeng before. Meanwhile, along with the appearance of this giant eyeball, 3 dazzling, purple gold items fell out from the crumpled space. Every one of the 3 items radiated powerful divine might that could make one shudder. Immediately after, the sound of a system announcement entered Shurfeng's and the others' ears. System announcement: some players have activated the new expansion pack, Demon God's Disturbance. Chapter 1198, Darkness Rising. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1198, Darkness Rising. The system announcement echoed in everyone's minds for a long time. The players throughout God's domain who had received the news were stunned. Some players had gone directly to the game's official website, searching for any information about this latest expansion, whereas others thought nothing of it at all. After all, this wasn't the first expansion the game had launched. They had long since gotten used to such occurrences. However, when Shurfeng, who was on Demon Island, heard this system announcement, he was dazed for a long moment. Demon God's Disturbance? Shurfeng watched the black hole in the sky slowly close, chaos gripping his pounding heart. Had he known something like this would happen, he would have done anything to stop the Flower of Seven Sins. God's domain had many expansion packs. Among them, some had very little influence over the game, while some would impact the world significantly. Take the Abyss Invasion expansion pack for example. The expansion pack had only affected the Twin Towers Kingdom and neighboring countries. The Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack, however, affected all of God's domain. One could even say that the expansion pack's impact was just as massive as a system update. Although the Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack hadn't been introduced on the official website, it wasn't good news for ordinary players. Rather, this expansion pack benefited dark players and demon players. Due to this Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack, the system's restrictions on God's domain had loosened, possibly broken, allowing the dark forces to grow exponentially stronger. As a result, the dark forces found more areas where they could gather. These gathering points referred to NPC towns. As the dark forces occupied more towns, dark players could extend their reach, have an easier time killing players, and exchange the points they obtained for more power. There were also certain tools that could allow one to kill other players in an NPC town and leave safely, avoiding the NPC guards. After the Demon God's Disturbance activated, NPC towns ceased to be safe havens for players. Moreover, if one were not careful while exploring the fields, Dark Force NPCs might even claim their life. NPC bandits, in particular, became more prevalent. Due to this, God's domain would descend into chaos. Ambushes in the fields became more frequent, and Dark Force NPC raids on NPC towns would become a daily occurrence. However, this was not the most important change. After triggering this expansion pack, all of God's domain's monsters would gain the ability to learn and evolve. They could then increase their combat power. To put it simply, if a large number of players continuously killed a region's monsters, these monsters would gradually grow stronger, becoming increasingly difficult to kill. Of course, this improvement was not without limits. Common monsters could, at most, grow to the standards of the Trial Tower's second floor, while elite and special elite monsters could aim for the third floor standard. Chieftains could grow to the fourth floor standard, lords and high lords to the fifth floor standard, and great lords and grand lords to the sixth floor standard. Fortunately, there was a way to cope with this problem: grind where few others venture. Monsters that players didn't farm would keep their low standards. Players could also pioneer high-level maps. These places had similarly low player populations. Due to this expansion pack, the various large guilds had grown more enthusiastic about pioneering new maps. They had no longer restricted themselves to their own territories. This, in turn, increased the intensity of the competition between guilds. On the bright side, monsters that evolved and improved would provide more EXP, allowing players to level up much more quickly. Brother Yifeng, this island is too dangerous. I think we should leave, Passing Monarch anxiously advised Shifeng. Although the giant eyeball in the sky had disappeared, the island felt even more dangerous before. His instincts told him to run. Hearing this, Shifeng took a look at the shadow stalkers, which had suddenly gone berserk. Sighing, he said, "All right, let's leave, then." With the situation on Demon Island as it was not suitable for them right now. The demon god's aura had driven the island's monsters berserk. In this state, their combat power had risen by at least 30%. Demon Island had already been dangerous for him. Now that the monsters had gone berserk, it was impossible to reach the ancient ruins. If he wanted to do so, he could only wait until the monsters here reverted to their normal state. As Shifeng and the others had turned to leave, a monster's roar reached them from within the forest. In the next moment, a three-headed demonic hound that was over 5 meters tall barreled out of the trees. A savage man with disheveled hair sat upon this demonic hound. The man stood over 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Kola. The man had thick, robust arms. The man carried a crimson spear on his back, the length of which was decorated with blood-red divine runes. A fiery glow swallowed the spear's tip. At first glance, it was obvious that this spear was no ordinary weapon. A group of players followed the man atop nothing less than bronze mounts. These people were mostly around level 43. Who are these people? Passing Monarch turned his head towards the 6-man party, shocked. The other Freedom Alliance members were similarly surprised. The three-headed demonic hound was very large. Rather than a mount, it looked like a lord-ranked monster. They had never even heard of such a mount before. Even more shockingly, the savage atop the demonic hound was actually level 45. Meanwhile, Shifeng recognized this savage the moment he laid eyes on him. Brute Spear. In the past, Brute Spear had been a relatively well-known expert of the Flower of Seven Sins. Back then, the rest of the world had referred to him as the Brute God. In God's domain, any player that was nicknamed a God had been a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. The reason he had been known as Brute God and not Spear God was his inhuman strength in both the game and the real world. The 5 others behind Brute Speed were all experts from the Flower of Seven Sins. Their combat standards were on par with the black-clothed ranger from before, having already reached the flowing water realm. Even in super guilds, an expert party like this was rare. One would only encounter them with some frequency in the dark arena. You guys killed my men just now? Brute Spear asked coldly as he looked down at Shifeng and the others. Brute Spear's voice was rough. Despite him speaking normally, his words sounded like a tiger's roar. He was like the generals of ancient times and gave off a very scary feeling. Fellow friend, is there some misunderstanding between us? Passing Monarch asked hurriedly when he noticed Brute Spear and the other Flower of Seven Sins members showing signs of taking action. We didn't take the initiative to attack your people. They attacked us first. We were simply retaliating. I don't care. Right now, I'm asking whether you guys killed my men or not. Brute Spear demanded once again, ignoring Passing Monarch's words. Chapter 1199, Demon God's Items. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1199, Demon God's Items. Cold ruthlessness colored Brute Spear's words. Everyone suddenly felt the surrounding air grow heavy as an intense pressure weighed down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Freedom Alliance had the advantage in numbers, but Passing Monarch did not doubt that, if Brute Spear and the others wanted to kill them, they would be powerless to resist. The difference in strength between both sides was too obvious compared to the black-clothed ranger he had fought earlier. Brute Spear and the others were much stronger. If they simply fell in a fight against Brute Spear and his companions, they could deal with the outcome. However, when the black-clothed ranger had killed his companions, even resurrection hadn't revived the dead. His companions had been thrown from the game and hadn't been able to log back in. Hence, if they died now, they would lose their monthly opportunity to obtain the legacy of the sea. As for relying on Sherfone, while Passing Monarch admitted that Sherfone was monstrously strong, the swordsman had just used his berserk skill. He couldn't use it again within a short time. His chances of defeating the 6 experts before them weren't great. While Passing Monarch and the Freedom Alliance members remained silent, not sure how they should answer Brute Spear's question, Sherfone opened his mouth and said, "That's right. I did it." When Passing Monarch and the others heard Sherfang's honest answer, they paled as they fell speechless. How could Brute Spear possibly not know that they were the ones responsible for his companions' deaths? It was obvious that Brute Spear was toying with theme of fight is inevitable. "Flee with everything you have," Passing Monarch said hurriedly. In the Team Chaden reality, they were already considerably lucky. If not for Sherfone repulsing the Flower of Seven Sins members earlier, they would have lost both their lives and their bronze speedboats. Now, however, even if they died, they could keep their speedboats. As Passing Monarch prepared for a fight, Brute Spear jumped down from the 3-headed demonic hound. However, instead of revealing killing intent, he smiled. "Ha ha ha. Not bad. You actually admit that you killed my men. Brat, I have to admit, you're quite courageous." Brute Spear laughed at the cloaked Sherfone. "On behalf of your bravery, I'll give you a chance to leave this place with your lives. Of course, you guys can refuse my offer. However, you'll have no hope of escape. Like your companions, you'll be barred from God's domain for some time. Not only that, but you'll also lose 3 levels when you log back in." "How is that possible? Doesn't the death penalty only reduce 1 level?" The Freedom Alliance members could not help but panic. Losing 1 level was already a heavy punishment. If they lost 3, they would need a long time to catch up. As for whether Brute Spear was lying or not, the man had no reason to. After all, the initiative was in Brute Spear's hands. Whether they were going to battle or not was all up to Brute Spear. "What you're going to do is have a match with me. You all can even come at me together. As long as you shave off 1/4 of my HP, you win. If you win, you may leave here in one piece. On the other hand, if you lose, you'll need to contribute a portion of your souls," Brute Spear said, smiling as he glanced at Passing Monarch and the others. "Contribute our souls." This was the first time Passing Monarch had heard of such a thing, and he could not help but ask, "If we contribute our souls, what kind of price will we have to pay?" "It's nothing much. You'll just be in a weakened state for several days. You won't actually die," Brute Spear explained, fully understanding Passing Monarch's worries. "After you guys contribute your souls, I'll similarly let you all leave safely." Based on his personality, he should have already killed every one of these people. However, he had just received 3 treasures from the demon god, and he needed someone to test them on. Otherwise, he would have taken action instead of wasting so many words with these people. "Brother Yifeng, what do you think?" Passing Monarch could not help but turn to ask Sherfone to him. Brute Spear's condition seemed beneficial. Originally, Passing Monarch thought that Brute Spear would ask for their bronze speedboats in exchange for letting them go. However, dealing with a weakened state for a week or so was better than losing 3 levels. Moreover, it also wasn't certain that they would lose. If all of their members were allowed to attack together, their chances of victory would be quite high. "Contributing souls." The name of a certain item suddenly popped into Sherfang's head when he heard Brute Spear's explanation. The Soul Orb. In the past, this was a very well-known item in God's domain. Moreover, it had belonged to the Flower of Seven Sins. The Soul Orb had become famous due to its ability to place a player in a state of extreme serenity by sacrificing other players' souls. The affected player's brain activity would also increase, which would, in turn, help one learn combat techniques, improve skill completion rates, or even become a master or grandmaster lifestyle player much more easily. This soul orb was far more effective than a high mana density environment. As a result, when the various superpowers wanted to nurture a particular genius, they traded with the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was also more than willing to trade. After all, just by using the souls a few players contributed, they could obtain a large amount of resources and excellent weapons and equipment. In the past, Shi Feng had heard that, to nurture Alice, the Witch of the West, the Miracle Guild had traded a fragmented legendary with the Flower of Seven Sins. Currently, based on Brute Spear's description and the demon god's appearance, Shi Feng was 80% certain that Brute Spear had the soul orb in his possession currently in God's domain. Aside from basic attributes, skills, and items, combat techniques also affected a player's combat power. The soul orb was a treasure that could allow players to learn and master combat techniques quickly. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng looked at Brute Spear and said, "Don't even think about it. We won't agree to your condition." Shi Feng's sudden rejection stupefied everyone. Passing Monarch gaped at Shi Feng. He could not fathom why Shi Feng would say such a thing. Was there really a need to fight Brute Spear and the others? "That means you want to die, then." Brute Spear's expression immediately darkened. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere became extraordinarily heavy, and Passing Monarch and the other Freedom Alliance members struggled to breathe. "Do you think you can kill us without paying a price?" Shi Feng asked. Before anyone realized it, 2 magic scrolls appeared in his hands. These magic scrolls were none other than the Tier 3 magic scrolls he had obtained from the Sea Serpent King. One was a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll, while the other was a Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Tier 3 scrolls. Brute Spear's complexion turned ugly when he saw the 2 scrolls in Shi Feng's hands.